Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello. Let me close out some of these. I just realized I have 100 tabs open. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. And checking, all of a sudden my internet's going weird. There we go. Hello. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. It is Wednesday. We are halfway through the week already. And it's only our second day of court. So, Wednesday. Wednesday is our marathon day. If you have not joined us on our night court, sorry, I look distracted because all of a sudden I have all these things that just popped up on my screen and I don't know what they are. If you have not checked out our night court on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, you need to. It is so much fun. And we have a surprise for y'all tonight. We're so excited. For those of y'all who are new with us, we have a lot of fun with the court stuff. You know, we make fun of dumb criminals and snarky attorneys and rude witnesses, and we have a lot of fun making fun of those people. We also enjoy, these trials can be really hard to watch sometimes. So we try to find those little pockets of time when we're able to laugh or enjoy ourselves, and it helps us to get through the harder parts of everything. So for those of y'all who are new to 13th Juror, we have what we call, and it's on our website, 13thjuror.live, but we have a what we call a Hot Cops and Trial Daddies calendar, where we've had people who submitted, different good-looking folks in the trials and in the news that we're watching, and I have been asking people to submit some submissions for trial mamas. I submitted one myself, Camille Vasquez. I think that she is just like smart and just confident, and of course she's beautiful. And so I finally had somebody else submit one. So we finally get to do a trial mama's calendar too. So tonight on our night court stream, tonight at 8:45, 7:45 Central, we will introduce our trial mamas calendar along with our Hot Cops and Trial Daddies calendar. We do have a new submission for that, so we'll get that on there too. Night court is just a blast. We have so much fun. And we also have the attorney for Jodi Arias. I don't know if for those of you who don't follow us on Twitter, we or haven't been to our night court before, we were talking about it a little bit, but we have the attorney for Jodi Arias, and he is also, his name Kurt Nurmi, and he's also the author of Trapped with Miss Arias. He's going to be joining us in a couple weeks, so we'll go over that tonight too. But Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, we do throwback trials. And right now we're doing Jodi Arias. I can see Lucy's little ponytail. Y'all say good morning to Lucy. She's here with us for court today. This is Lucy Woo. We just got back from walk, so she's over here chilling for court. So before I forget, because coffee hasn't kicked in yet, before I forget, we have our first tailgaters. Get it pulled up. Let's see. We have our, I am a little bit too in the way. Our first in chat today, we have first up, Terry K. You get the imaginary throne that doesn't really exist, but it looks lovely in pictures, that is all for you. We have second in chat was Amy H51. You get what JT calls the science lab stool. And Be Kind, you get the beanbag that actually matches my shirt. So congratulations to our first tailgaters for the day. We are glad you're here. And then it seemed like it was like a rush as soon as we set the stream up. We had a bunch of y'all kind of came in all at once. So we appreciate y'all coming in and hanging out with us and tailgating and waiting for us to get started. So I know that, let's see, we have about 5 minutes until court starts. So we'll go ahead and we'll keep an eye on that. They should be starting soon. Yeah, we all of our fancy seating. But, if you didn't get an imaginary chair, don't worry. You are still just as important to us, and we are glad you are here as well. Let's see. Hi, Pam. Good to see you. Let's say hi to some people while we're getting waited. I guess I could go ahead and add the stream here so that I'm not quite so big on this screen. It freaks me out a little bit sometimes looking at myself and seeing myself so big on here. Let's see. There we go. Now that makes me smaller. That makes me happier. All right. So good morning to all of our mods. I'm so thankful for y'all because Lord knows I couldn't do this without you. Also today we have, during lunch, we have defense attorney Bob Mata, who is going to be coming in and doing a Q&A. I had posted on my Twitter, if y'all have any questions for him, to let us know. You can anything basically. There's so many questions that have come up in chat about can the people who are like the witnesses that we've seen that have been lying, can they be charged? And can he still be charged with stand your ground, or can he still use stand your ground, or all these things. There are so many legal questions. So anything that you have that's a legal question, get it ready, because Bob is going to be joining us today, and he's going to do a little Q&A and answer any of your legal questions. Do you hear the drilling? Again, I don't know if y'all can hear it or not. I've moved my microphone just hoping I can. I think that they just wake up and are like, hey, let's just play with the drill some today. I don't think that they're actually doing anything. I think it's just, maybe they're watching. Maybe they're in chat and they're like, hey, let's see if we can hear it now. And then they'll just start doing it, seeing if they can hear it. That might be it. Oh, y'all can't hear it? Okay. So if y'all are in chat and you're just doing this to mess with me because it starts every day right when I start my stream, they can't hear it anyway. Okay, good. I moved my microphone to try to see if I can block some of it out. I swear they only do it when I start, though. And then, like, let me be at lunch or something, or like court's not happening or whatever, and just quiet as can be. Okay, I don't have names for my gnomes, but there was, during a lunch break, I think it was last week, there were some people in chat who were naming them. I don't know what names they actually decided on. They were going back and forth with some of the names. So let's see. Good morning. Good morning. I pulled the court papers from, let me move this. I pulled court papers yesterday. I told y'all I'll try to keep up with it to see if anything new and exciting happens. Nothing new and exciting. Only court papers that were filed. We're just letting them know about court times today and all that stuff. So welcome, Roberta. We are so glad that you have joined our little family. Welcome. We are glad you're here. We love seeing our new members. We love seeing y'all in green. And it unlocks all of the extra little fun stuff like our there's a Lucy emoji, all kinds of stuff like that you get to use. So welcome. We're excited that you're here. Let me move this for now. See if I can move it there. Okay. All right, let's see. Hello, Holly. Good to see you. Good morning, Carol. I am a Carol fan too. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, is Gossip still in here? I know she said she had a meeting. Y'all, this morning, I sent this to JT and I sent the video to JT and a couple of our mods, but it's so funny. If y'all, is she still in here? Let me look on my thing if I can tag her. I know she said she had her some kind of meeting today, but yeah, the drilling, yeah, it's getting louder. I think that's the thing. I think they're in chat and they're like, oh, you can't hear us? Let us try harder. But that's okay. Hello, Mrs. Monica. We are glad you're here. Welcome. Thank you for the new sub. We are excited that you're here. There we go. Okay, we're going to play this. If y'all haven't seen her, she's a trip. She cracks me up. And I think if she's still in here, we're going to play your video because I want people to go over and see y'all because it's so funny.
But to be clear, we are not pro. But to be clear, we are not pro-murder here at Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. So I would not encourage killing people. But if you happen to kill somebody, you should probably just call 911. That's a pro tip, a life hack, whatever you want to call it. If you murder someone, you should call the police. I mean, if you did it on purpose, you might want to run and hide, get a new identity, go to another country, something like that. But if it was an accident, you could be like, I accidentally choked him to death. I'm so sorry. And if you say it real nice, they might not even arrest you. So anyway, but to be clear,
oh, I just realized I'm muted. I'm laughing. Y'all go follow. She's a trip. I see now she's still in here. I had to pull up my YouTube because I can't see on StreamYard if you're still in here or not, but I can see. You don't look a mess. You look funny. I love it. It's hilarious. If y'all don't follow her, you should. Her videos, I mentioned her yesterday, her videos are just like little, short recaps of some of the messiness going on, and it's just hilarious. you are helping humanity. It's like quick little recaps and just the her observations on things are a trip. So if y'all aren't following her or sub to her, go do it. She cracks me up. All right, we're getting started. I wonder what messiness we'll have today. She's on on YouTube. Let's see. They don't have audio yet. We're listening. She's on YouTube. It's let's see. I gotta find one of her comments. Oh, this is her YouTube. Oh, there you go. Y'all go. She is a trip. Her recaps and observations on things that are going on crack me up. She said in one of her videos that she's not out here. What'd you say, Gossip? She's not out here researching the fact she's oh gosh, I can't remember what it said. I was cracking up laughing. She said she's not her researching the fact, she's out here bringing us the tea about it or something. Oh my gosh, it was so funny. Yeah, she cracks me up. Yeah, I love her little videos, especially with as heavy as some of this stuff is. Seeing her, oh, there it is. Yeah, no facts, no problem. We're just here for the gossip, bringing the quick and dirty. That's what it is. You can tell my coffee. Look, my coffee hasn't kicked in yet. I can't remember nothing right now. But cracked me up. But as heavy as some of this stuff is, hearing her, like little quick shorts about it and stuff in the short videos are all just, they crack me up. It's hilarious. I love it. Good morning, Jams. While they're getting started, Jams and I were laughing last night because I went back and looked at some of my messages. When I first decided to do my first stream, I messaged Jams and I was like, if I do this tomorrow, will you get on here? Because I told her that I felt like it was going to be like that. I was terrified to do it. And I said that I feel like it's going to, like, when you're a kid and you have your first big birthday party and you're scared that nobody's going to show up and it's just going to be like your mom and your dad and your brother because they made your brother come. I felt like that's what my first stream was going to be. So I'd asked her if she would show up. So we were laughing about that last night. Yeah, good. Y'all won't be disappointed. She cracks me up. Okay, Lindsay Hendricks, I will look at it today. I've been trying to keep them all in my email. If you can email it to me, the Brandi at Brandi Churchwell, that way I can keep them all in the same spot. But I'll try to get on Twitter today. Everything gets lost on Twitter because I get so much stuff on Twitter. So I goodness, I can't even speak. Stuff tends to get lost on Twitter. Jams, I always need you. Always. Don't cry at work. We love you. We're glad you're here. Yes, if you send it to me, I can get it on there when we finish this stream today. I can probably get it on there before night court tonight. Morning, Ricky Watson. Hello, Shireen. Marla, this has been doing this ever since they moved the chat. From what we understand, I have the hiccups. From what we understand, if you change from where it says top chat, change it to live chat. And if you update your app, people were saying that those two things were working for them. So hopefully that helps. Oh my gosh, I saw your Twitter of my faces. I don't think that I realized that I react so animated sometimes to some of this mess. And then I'll see the screenshots and the screen recordings and stuff that people do. And I don't think I ever realized how animated my facial expressions are. I've always known that I can't hide my expressions, but I don't think I realized how animated it was until I started seeing everything, which is hilarious. Somebody said that I literally have all the emoji expressions or something, that through each day I go through the whole list of the emoji faces or something like that. I was like, oops. Julia, we are glad you're here. It is definitely nice to be able to experience this hot mess with everybody else. I'm not sure how many more they're going to call. They have their full list of ones that they are able to call. was like 50 something. But I know that they're not planning on calling all of them. So I don't know. The only thing I have is I don't have the list of who they're actually planning on calling. I only have the list of that they submitted to the court of who they are able to call. So I don't know how many more. I will never play poker. I would not be able to do it at all.
You said all day today and all day tomorrow. That leaves. All right, I misheard you then. Okay, we ready? Bring him in, please. That's okay. You mean tomorrow? Okay. Assuming we don't go past lunch tomorrow, how much time do you think the defense is going to need? We know Mr. Rudolph's going to be testifying. What else you got?
3 witnesses, possibly 4.
In addition to Mr. Rudolph. Is that what you're saying?
No, 2.
Mr. Rudolph plus?
2 more. 2
Okay.
or 3 more.
Okay.
And maybe some officers who they call. Rebuttal witnesses.
So you don't really know? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I don't know who they're calling on 13 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. For sure, I can tell you I have 3 witnesses, maybe 4.
Okay. We have to push this trial, folks. We got to move it.
Jury entering.
Okay, so there you go. So he said Travis plus 2 other witnesses will be testifying for the defense. I think that's what I heard. I cannot wait to hear his side of everything. You know, it's funny. I do get the instinct to stand sometimes when he says, "All rise."
Okay,
I'm like,
welcome back, everyone. Go ahead and take your seats, please. Okay, let's bring the witness back in. I've forgotten her name. Miss Brunt, was it? Or Brandt. Sorry, Miss Brandt.
Brienne, our Game of Thrones lookalike. I would think so too. I know that they're on the list, so I would assume that they would be definitely doing this. Brienne, yep.
There she comes. Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth?
The writing on her shirt, and I did the same thing yesterday when she started to walk up, the way that the lettering is on the back of her shirt, I thought it was like an inmate shirt. So I thought it was like, I was like, oh, we have
All
a
right,
jailhouse
you may
snitch.
continue on direct examination.
Thank you very
But-
much, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
The back of that shirt looks like an inmate shirt.
All right. Good morning. CSI Brand, how are you? Good. Good. All right. Where we left off yesterday were various photos that you took at that first scene that you responded to at 4015. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now,
Here we go, where he can't use the mic.
do you recall when we were speaking about copper fragments that you located throughout the vehicle?
Yes.
And when you saw those metal fragments, did you take them into evidence and bag them up so that they could be preserved for later?
Yes.
Would you be able to recognize the evidence bags that you put those in if I showed them to you?
Yes.
Judge, permission to approach?
You may.
It's going to be states 15 and 16. Good.
No objection.
Thank you. I remember you said that yesterday, to basically everything on the table, right?
Except it was.
Except the gloves, yeah, okay.
Showing you number 15. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
It's a evidence bag that I completed that contains copper fragments and a silver fragment.
Okay. And on that evidence bag, you indicate all the different places where you located those different fragments.
Yes,
Okay. State seeks to admit exhibit 15, good.
All right, submitted without objection. Thank you.
Now I'm going to show you number 16. If you can do the same thing, if you look at that, do you recognize that one?
I do.
What is that bag in number 16?
It's an evidence bag I prepared that contains fragments as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did one of the jurors? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You can go ahead and continue.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. All right, go ahead.
The evidence bag I completed that contains fragments recovered from the Cadillac.
Okay. Judge State seeks to admit exhibit 16.
It's submitted without objection.
Now, do you also recall the pictures about the phone that was in the front right passenger kind of door panel there?
Yes,
Did you also take that phone into evidence?
I did. It went back and forth from me to Herzog to Vanderlun and then back to me, but ultimately I placed it into evidence.
Okay. And
What
would you
was her name,
recognize that
y'all?
if I showed it to you?
Yes,
What was her
May I
name so
approach
I could
with
pin
state
it?
26? You could take a look at that one. And we could tell the jury what state's 26 is.
it's the evidence bag that I prepared that contains the cell phone from the door panel pocket in the right front passenger quadrant of the Cadillac.
Okay, great. State seeks to admit state's 26.
Submitted without objection.
Now, once you take all of those different photographs and take certain pieces of evidence in, did there come a point in time where a representative from the medical examiner's office arrives on scene as well?
Yes,
Okay, and during that point in
Thanks,
time,
y'all.
does that individual also take photographs of the deceased in this case?
yes,
And were you present for that?
yes,
And when you're allowing the medical examiner's investigator to do his work, is either you or him taking out anything that may have been in the victim's pockets, the deceased
Yes.
pockets? Okay, and you were present for that as well.
yes,
And do you recall the photograph where the deceased on his pants, there were a pair of car keys?
yes.
Where were those car keys located?
In his right front pants pocket.
Okay, and did you take those keys into evidence as well?
I did.
Permission to approach, Judge?
You may.
This is going to be state's 27. You can take a look at that, and do you recognize it?
I do.
What is that?
The evidence bag I prepared for the keys that were recovered from the victim's right front pants pocket.
State seeks to admit 27, Judge?
It's submitted without objection.
And as I stated, does the medical examiner's investigator also take photographs separately from all the photographs you take?
Yes,
Okay. Permission to approach with state's 28, Judge?
You may.
This is going to be a composited exhibit A through F.
Thank you.
You could take a look at these right here. Start with that top one. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell the jury what that photograph is?
That's the dorsal side or the top side of the victim's right hand.
Okay. And is this photograph taken once he's removed from the vehicle and prepared basically for the medical examiner to start doing their work?
Yes.
Okay. And so underneath the deceased on this, what's underneath him?
The body bag
Okay.
And then a white sheet.
Okay. If you could turn to B, what are we looking at here?
This is the palmar side of the victim's right hand.
Okay. If you could turn to C, what are we looking at there?
This is the decedent's right hand in a bag.
Okay. What's the purpose of the bag?
That's to maintain any trace evidence that might be present, because in the post-mortem process, the autopsy process, there are nail clippings taken by the medical staff at the ME. So any evidence that may be derivative from that is captured in this bag and not lost from banging around in the bag.
Got it. If you could turn to D, now what are we looking at in D?
This
Welcome,
is the
Casey.
dorsal side of the victim's right hand.
Is this his right hand or his left hand?
Sorry.
No, it's a little
Yeah,
disorienting.
sorry, left hand.
Okay. If you go to E, what are we looking at here?
This is the palmar side of the victim's left hand.
Okay. And then the last photo, F, what are we looking at here?
And this is a photo of the victim's left hand with the bag having been placed over it.
For the same purposes we discussed before.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this point, state would seek to admit 28A through F.
Admitted without objection.
Okay. Now, in terms of the Cadillac, where does the Cadillac go from the scene at 4015 Broadway? Where is it brought?
It's towed from the scene to our crime scene garage, which is located at our office on Gun Club Road.
Okay. And I know we're probably jumping forward in time, but did there come a point in time where you went back to the Cadillac to take even more photos at that location?
Yes,
Okay. And what's the purpose of that?
that's to fully document the vehicle in a controlled environment that wasn't able to be done on scene.
Okay. Now, in terms of on scene, did you get a chance while you were on scene to search the trunk of that vehicle at that point in time?
No.
Did there come a point in time where you were able to open the trunk and see what was inside?
Yes.
You may.
This is going to be states 39A through U.
And he walks away from the mic again.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
What are those photographs of?
This is the interior trunk of the Cadillac.
Okay. Judge, state seeks to admit 39A through U.
Admitted without objection.
Permission to publish,
You
Judge?
may.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to look at A right now. What are we looking at here?
This is the interior trunk space of the Cadillac.
Okay. Was this when it was just opened during your investigation?
Correct. Well, later in the garage.
In the garage. Okay. This is B. What are we looking at here?
This is part of the contents that we observed in the trunk space.
Here's better.
There.
Thank you.
If you need to, you can stand up and adjust your view if you need.
All right. Like I said, this is letter C. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall view of the contents of the trunk. Some items were moved after the initial photograph was taken to show what was underneath some top items.
Looking at D, what do we see here?
That's another view of the contents of the water bottle and a black satchel.
Okay. Now, in terms of those photographs, was there anything else other than those items that we saw that were in the back of that trunk?
No, not that's photographed.
What are we looking at here, if you can tell, on E?
That's a cell phone that was in the trunk, and it was laying just forward of that black satchel.
So it wasn't inside of the black satchel.
Correct.
What about this one here?
This is that same cell phone in its the back cover in its case.
Okay. Same thing here we're looking at.
Same cell phone, but the back of it with the case removed.
Got it. And that one was G. What about H? What are we looking at here?
Same cell phone, but this is the photo of the screen.
Okay. I. What are we looking at here?
Same cell phone removed from its case and the case laying next to it.
What's this?
That's the black satchel that I referenced earlier.
Have they said anything that was in that black
In terms
satchel?
of states. Okay. Is this now that same satchel just removed from the vehicle itself?
It is.
This is L. What are we looking at here?
I opened one of the zippered pockets to try and photograph what was inside of it before it was removed.
And then can you tell what this is right here? Kind of this gold bar going across at this point?
It's a zipper for a top view of a small zippered pouch that was inside the satchel.
This is M. What are we looking at here?
And that's that small zippered pouch.
N is in Nancy.
I've unzipped the pouch and photographed the interior.
And that's that smaller little brown pouch that was inside the satchel.
Correct.
Are y'all leaning with the camera angles?
What are we
Leaning
looking
over
at
to
here?
see?
This is the contents of that small zippered pouch.
Was there anything else inside that small zippered pouch other than these various IDs and cards?
No.
I haven't either.
What are we looking at in this photo here?
And this is the large main compartment of that black satchel. I unzipped it and photographed the interior.
This is Q. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of all of the contents of the main compartment of that black satchel and also a photograph of that small zippered pouch.
This is R. Is this just another close-up photo of that image we just saw?
Correct.
By the way, what's in this bag right here, if you know?
Well, not forensically tested, but it appeared to be tobacco leaves.
This is S. What is this phone that we're looking at here?
That's the face or the screen of a cell phone that was found inside the large main compartment of the black satchel.
What are we looking at in this one?
That same cell phone in its case, but the back of it.
Then the last one for this exhibit. What are we looking at here?
The same cell phone, its back cover, and also next to the case that has been removed.
I would love to see all of us like doing this at our screens. The views did get better though for a couple days. He like moved around.
Me.
Carbon Precious, thank you for the super chat. I am a dog fan every day.
And we discussed this. This is now, once he's been placed down on the black bag to be prepared for transport to the medical examiner's office.
Correct.
You said that this image A is of his right hand, correct?
Yes.
Now, in terms of moving him from the car to this
Down the
location,
mic.
it's possible that maybe hand positions change or something like that as you're moving him to this location, right?
Yes, and that's evident in the photograph of later of the left hand, because that photograph shows that it was now currently, when I photographed it, in the former position of the right hand before he was removed.
Okay. So if we take a look at B, is this a photograph just trying to show the hand being opened up to see if there's anything of note in this image?
Correct.
Okay. Who's bending the fingers down? Do you know? Is it you or the medical examiner?
The medical examiner.
Got it. And then C, like we discussed, this was the bag to preserve the evidence on that hand, right?
If there was any present, yes.
Now, if we take a look at D, is this now his left hand?
It is.
Okay. And again, in terms of moving his hand or his position, it could have happened between the car and bringing him down to the ground.
Yes.
Looking at E, again, is this the medical examiner opening up his hand to see if there's anything of note, I guess, in the palm of his hand?
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, F, again, a bag was placed on to preserve any potential evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I know we jumped ahead in time to when you searched the back of the car when it's back at the crime scene, but now let's go back. We're at 4015 Broadway. Where's your next assignment? Where do you go?
I respond to CSI Ali's location, which is near the suspect's residence, as she was working a scene there, to see if I could assist her before I went to the TIC address.
Okay. And do you recall what time you were done at the first location, 4015 Broadway?
I believe it was, I arrived at the TIC location at 5:47, so spent about a half hour. 5:17 is when I arrived at the second location.
Okay. And when you get there, are there already PBSO officers there?
Yes.
Okay. Is crime scene tape set up around the area?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that CSI Ali was already there starting to do some crime scene investigation work?
Right. She was at the secondary scene where casings had been located and blood-like stains, and I assisted with swabbing some stains for her.
Okay. And when you arrive on that scene, are photographs also taken of the exterior of 550 Teak as well as the road where the casings were found?
Well, that would be my third scene. My secondary scene was Redwood with CSI Ali. I didn't take any photographs there because that was her scene and she already photographed the area. I just swabbed areas of blood-like stains for her. Then I went to the TIC address, and yes, exterior photographs were taken.
Okay. And although CSI Ali took photographs down on the Redwood Drive where the casings were found, are you familiar with what that scene looked like when you arrived?
I am the roadway and where the stains were that I swabbed, but she had pretty much was wrapping up collecting her casings and her stanchions.
Okay. And did you see the stanchions all placed in the road?
Or the blood-like stains. She was done collecting her firearms evidence.
Got it. So in terms of when you get to that location, do you go to where the blood-like stains are first?
Yes, I meet with her and she points them out to me.
And at that point, you stated that there were stanchions, I guess you called them?
Yes.
Do you recall how many stanchions were on the ground in terms of the casings by the time you got there?
The casings, I believe, had already been picked up, but stanchions remained for the blood-like stains that I was going to be swabbing, and there were 6.
Okay.
Happy anniversary, cultiversary, Ingy It won't let me show your little thing for some reason, so I had to make my own to.
So once you swab those blood-like stain areas, and we'll get back to that, do you then go and start taking even more photographs once at that scene?
At the teak scene.
The 550 Teak Drive?
Right. After I clear helping or assisting CSI Ali, I clear Redwood and then I go over to Teak. And that's when my part of the investigation starts with photographs.
Permission to approach, Judge?
May,
This is going to be states 54A through double E. If you can just take a look at these photographs real quick, just make sure you recognize them, and then we'll start talking about them.
We are glad you're here. We're glad you found us too. Good morning. I know we have some people coming in late. Right now it's CSI lady from yesterday is continuing on the stand. We've heard so far that defense says that Travis will take the stand along with 2 more witnesses, possibly 3. We're assuming that the 2 that they know of will be his brother and his mom, who were, of course, also there. So we'll see. And they said possibly another. It's hard to hear, but it sounded like they said possibly another police officer, I think is what they said. So we'll see. I think we're all anxiously waiting to see Travis take the stand.
Okay, I recognize some of them because I took them,
Okay.
beginning with F and continuing to the end of the photographs, are CSI Elise.
Okay. So starting with number F, I guess? Okay. Judge, state seeks to admit, I believe there's no objection at this point. We'll admit all of them and have her talk about the one she knows.
I understand that to be the case. Admitted
Carmen
without objection.
Burgess just gifted 5
All right, so we'll start
memberships.
out with
Thank
A.
you, thank you, thank you, Carmen. Melissa in Texas, Jane Marler.
What are we looking at
Oh,
here?
it's moving, it's moving.
This is the front of 550.
Carol Jail, Roxanne
Okay.
O.
And in the foreground, or I guess in the middle of the picture here, can you just tell the jury what these lines are that are going across the home?
And
That's
Christina is the
stereotype.
problem.
Okay.
Welcome. Thank you so much, Carmen. Thank you.
What
thank
about
you.
B?
It's the same, but it's more to the southwest.
Okay. What is this road kind of going along the right side of the photograph, if you know?
That's Redwood.
Good question. Who do y'all think will
State C?
do the cross?
A little bit.
What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior west side of 550 Teak.
Okay. So what road is this side of the house facing?
Redwood.
States D. What are we looking at here?
There's some cameras that were attached to the west face of that residence.
States E. What are we looking at here?
This is still the west side, but further south. So, and this would be encompassing the back or south yard.
Of which address or which residence?
550 Teak.
Now, I know this one looks a little dark. And this is F. Can you tell what we're looking at here?
That this would begin CSI Ali's photographs of her scene. I can only guess it's Redwood. I don't know. I wasn't there when the photographs were taken.
Got it.
What are you doing?
Is states S as in Sam. Okay. What are we looking at here?
Again, CSI Ali's photograph and her scene. I wasn't there. I didn't view that when I was there on the scene. I was there to swab the blood-like stains.
Do you
So
recall
yellow
what?
markers, I know, because we all use the same. They are stanchions that mark evidence.
Got it. Do you remember which stanchions were the location of the blood-like stains that you tested or swabbed?
I do.
Could you tell the jury how many of them there were?
I swabbed 6 stains on Redwood Drive. All of them on Redwood Drive at various addresses. The first one at 586, the next at 580, 3 more at 580 but on the sidewalk, and the last at 574. And those were marked by stanchions 40 through 45.
Got it. So in terms of this photograph here, and I know it might be difficult to see, is this number 40, stanchion number 40?
I can't see it from.
Let me bring it up. And again, this is states S.
Yes, 40 and 41 in the background.
Got it. So right here is number 40, the first blood-like stain that you indicated, right?
That I swabbed, yes.
And then this one in the back, is that number 41?
Yes.
An alternative photo. Now, is this just getting closer now to stanchion 41, 42, and 43?
Yes.
What are we looking at in this one?
That's a close-up of stanchion 40 and the blood-like stain.
Is that the blood light stain you're referring to?
It is.
Now, why do you take a photograph, I guess, like this?
That's part of our protocol. We do overall, mid-range, and then close-up so that we know that 40, there's no other background noise, and you can concentrate on your marker and the evidence itself.
V is in Victor. What are we looking at here?
This is a stanchion 41.
Okay. And has blood-like stains around stanchion 41, right?
Yes, that's the area I swabbed.
Moving on to W. What are we looking at here?
With stanchions 42, 43, and 44, also marking blood-like stains that I swabbed.
And do you recall what address this is closest to, I guess, these
40
stanchions right here?
2, 43, and 44 were all at 580 Redwood, but on the sidewalk.
Okay. Showing now X. Again, is this just a close-up of stanchion 42?
Yes.
Okay. And where are the blood-like stains, if you can tell from this
To
photograph?
the left?
So right around here?
Yes.
Okay. Again, for Y, is this another close-up now moving to stanchion 43?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where the blood-like stain might have been here?
To the left.
To the left? Right here?
It's hard to see because the driveway was spotted with dark, dried vegetation. It had rained.
Okay. But in terms of the blood-like stain, it's in this area right here?
Yes.
Okay. Now looking at Z. What are we looking at here?
Stanchion 44.
Okay.
Marking a blood-like stain.
Where was 44 located? Closest address?
I think so, Lisa, because they're on the witness
again,
list. I
580
think they will.
Redwood on the sidewalk.
For defense.
AAA, again, is this just a close-up of 44 and a blood-like stain next to it?
Yes.
This one I might bring up to you, but can you tell if this is stanchion 45?
It appears to be, yes.
Bring it up to you, just to confirm. States BB.
Yes, 45.
Okay. And what was located at stanchion 45?
And that was a blood-like stain I swabbed as well. And this would be at 574 Redwood.
Got it. Is that further south, further north than all the other stanchions that we saw? Further south. Okay. This is CC. Is this now close up of stanchion 45 and the blood-like stain right below it?
Yes.
DD. What are we looking at here?
It's down at the bottom. You can barely, but 45.
45?
Yeah.
Do you recall what this pathway is right here?
It's a sidewalk, I believe. Yeah. West of this, it says from the driveway, west of the sidewalk.
Got it. And then the last one in this set, double E. Is this now just a pulled back shot of where stanchion 45 was located?
Yes.
Okay. And then judge, just permission to retrieve, I believe it states 1A.
All right? You may. Do you need the easel?
I could just hold it.
Okay.
You see this okay? See this, Brant?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms, permission for her to step down, Judge?
Sure. Watch your step getting down. Might want to use the pointer as well, so neither of you blocks the view of the jury.
So this is states 1A. Do you recognize this area? Okay. What is this area?
So I tell you what, move over there so one of you can use the standing microphone and CSI Brandt can use.
Okay. So can you show us on this diagram where 550 Teak Drive is? Okay. Now, in terms of, we're starting with stanchions 40 through 45. Can you show the jury where those stanchions were located?
Let's all lean again.
Between Sable Palm on Redwood, so between Sable Palm and the curve.
Okay. And in terms of that last photograph we saw with that sidewalk kind of going along, can you point out where that is on this map?
I cannot.
Okay. But the stanchions 40 through 45 are basically near this intersection of Sable Palm Drive and North Redwood Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So after you're able to go down and work on those stanchions while Ali works on the shell casings, did there come a point in time where now you go to 550 Teak Drive and start taking pictures of the exterior of the residence?
Yes.
Permission to approach it?
You may.
This states 36A through M. Take a look at those. Just let me know if you recognize them.
This is I think they're spending time on this because they have pictures, but that's the only investigation they have. They have pictures. That's it. So they want to spend more time on this because this is it. That's all they have. They have 17-minute investigation and then 700 pictures.
I recognize these as photographs I took.
Great. And where did you take these then? What are these going to depict?
550 Teak, the exterior.
We already saw some of these. What are we looking at here in A?
This is the exterior west side of the residence. It shows a closer up of the starting of the backyard and the attached back porch and cameras.
All right, 1, 2, 3, lean.
What's in this image?
This is the driveway area, and it reflects what the occupied driveway, and there's some cameras attached to the north face of the residence by the garage.
Is that what you're just talking about?
Yes.
What about image D?
This is the approximate midsection of the front of 550 Teak.
Letter E, what are we looking at here?
These are ground lights along the walking path to the front door, some of which have been knocked over.
States F, what are we looking at here?
That's the corner of the residence, and it reflects a camera mounted outside.
We saw those lights knocked over during the
States
scruffle.
G.
This is an exterior mounted camera above the front door.
The scruffle.
States H, what are we looking at?
This is the exterior north face of the residence, further east section of the residence.
States I, what are we looking at here?
Again, it's the approximate midsection of the north face of the residence. You can see the barrier tape, the ground cover lights, and a T-shirt laying on the ground.
Now, I might as well, I'll finish these and we'll get to it. But in terms of that T-shirt that was found outside, did you collect that T-shirt as evidence as well?
I did.
Okay. States J, what are we looking at here?
House.
That's one of two vehicles that were parked in the eastbound lane of Teak in front of the residence.
Okay. States K, is this just a close-up of that same vehicle?
This is the second vehicle. The first one was an Infiniti. This is a BMW.
Then moving on to L, what do we see in this one?
This is the front of that BMW.
Okay. And then can you tell the jury what that is right there?
It's an impact mark with a large radiating fractures around the initial strike mark.
Okay.
It's in the front windshield, driver's side.
Is there a difference between an impact mark and a bullet, I guess, compared to the Cadillac that we saw?
A bullet can cause an impact mark or a strike mark or a non-penetrating mark. And it can also be perforating, meaning it goes through and creates a hole. This is an impact mark. It did not go through.
Got it. Do you know what caused that? Can you say what caused that damage to that vehicle?
I don't know. It was present when I arrived, and that's why it was documented.
Then the last one for this exhibit, M as in Mary, what are we looking at here?
That's the same BMW. It's just the passenger side of it.
Okay. And then in terms of any other defects to that BMW, did you notice any other defects on that vehicle short of the windshield?
No.
I'm going to see if we can pull the straight on videos and we'll watch them during a break.
Then permission to approach with States 29, Judge.
You may.
You can take a look at States 29. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an evidence bag I prepared and contains the black T-shirt from the front yard of 550 Teak.
State asked to admit 29 into evidence, Judge.
Submitted without objection.
Okay. So once you take photos of the exterior, did there come a point in time where a search warrant was authorized for you to go inside of 550 Teak to also take photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do so?
Yes.
Okay. This is States 35, Judge, as a composite exhibit. You can just look through those. We're going to be going through them anyway. If there's any that you eventually don't recognize, you can let us know. But if you can look through those, see if they're familiar.
He ain't up there asking her how much money she makes.
It's 35A through what?
Triple W, Judge.
Okay.
Oh, where are the defense attorneys? Peter Steele, good question. I don't see them sitting there. Yes, she threw a brick and busted his windshield. She's got anger issues, that one. Oh, Erin Morgan says she thinks the defense has stood up to see the photos better. That could be it. Because I know they got up and stood towards the back over where the jury was so they could see some of the other stuff too. There you go. That's something we can ask Bob Mata too when he comes on at lunch, is if they were to charge Dominique, what could they charge her for?
Okay, I recognize all of these as photographs I took at 550 Teak.
State seeks to admit 35A through triple W, Judge.
And they're admitted without, or it is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Nay.
Thank you. All right, we'll start with A. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior of the front door to 550 Teak.
Okay. B.
This is the front entry into 550 Teak.
C.
This is the living room area.
Can you tell us if you know what this is up in kind of near the top left corner?
It's a monitor that had 5 different camera views of the exterior of the residence.
Okay.
What's frustrating is that they're spending so much time on this, but
Where are
there
we
was
looking here?
no.
This is
Time
what we've
on-
identified as the northwest bedroom, the brother's bedroom of the suspect.
Any of
Which
the
brother, if you know? Or
real
what was the
stuff.
name of the individual in that?
I don't know.
This is photograph E. Is this that same bedroom?
It is.
Now, in terms of documenting the inside of the house, did you try to go into every room and just take photographs of anything that might be there in terms of evidentiary value to document it?
Yes. Do overall photographs of every room initially, and then go back and as we're searching through the rooms, focus again more photographs on evidentiary items.
I'm not real sure if this is
Photograph
the state's
F, what
last
is this?
witness.
That's the same northwest bedroom.
We'll
Because
move on
this is
to
all they
G.
have. Things that have nothing to do with anything that happened.
What are we looking at here?
That's a bed and a mirror dresser in the northwest bedroom.
H. What are we looking at here?
This is in the northwest bedroom, and it's a view from the entry door into that bedroom into the living room.
So in terms of out this door, this is kind of the center living room area of the home.
Yes.
Ooh, I want to see the smashed PlayStation.
What are we looking at here?
This is again in the same bedroom, northwest bedroom.
Now we're looking inside of the bedroom, I guess, from the living room area.
Yes.
Okay. Jay, what are we looking at here?
I'm sorry, can you go back one photograph?
Yes.
That television is on. This is what was identified to me. We were calling it in my report the northeast bedroom, but
My baffled
identified
brain, there
to me
hasn't
as
been a lot of
belonging to Travis Rudolph. The
anything.
TV is on. That's his bedroom.
So when
That's
we
the northeast bedroom.
northeast bedroom. So if we move to J, are we still talking about that same bedroom then?
We are. This is the bed in the northeast bedroom.
So we know the layout of the house where nothing happened inside.
K,
That's another view of the bed.
Makes
do you
sense.
know whose photograph that is up there?
I don't know.
Whose
L?
photograph that is up there?
What are we looking at here?
That's another view of the northwest corner of that same bedroom.
It just feels like he's
M is in
reaching.
Mary. What are we looking at here?
That's a
Or
cell phone
anything.
that was on the bed in the northeast bedroom. Same cell phone, same bed, same bedroom, just a closer view.
Excuse me, that was N is in Nancy. This is O. What are we looking at here?
This is out in the living room. So there's an opening in the living room wall that leads to 2 other bedrooms and a bathroom. And this is above that opening. So that would be the southeast corner of the living room. And that's the monitor I spoke of earlier that has camera views on it, behind which is the DVR.
P is in Peter. Is that the DVR, a closer up photo of the DVR you were just mentioning?
Yes.
So they're showing that they had
In terms of
cameras.
Q, was this attached kind of or nearby that system?
Yes.
And cameras that
Security system.
had a
Yes.
DVR so they would record this.
Looking at R, do you recall what this is?
This was in the northeast bedroom, just documents of showing cameras and possibly for the same cameras attached to the home that were discovered in a nightstand drawer.
We're going to add our special guest.
S is in Sam. What are we looking at here?
Okay, this is the floor
Hi, Bob.
of the northeast bedroom
How you doing,
on the
Brandi?
south side of the
Good.
bed. So
Chart
between
lady.
the south side of the bed and
Chart
the opening
lady.
to the closet.
You're so
It was
much
in the
more
south
than a
wall.
chart lady.
And then what is
We're going
this
over
right
the,
almost in
or
the center
they're
of the
going
photo?
over, they have
That's part of the
CSI on the
cover
stand
for
right
a
now
cell
going
phone.
over a ton of the pictures.
Was there a cell phone inside of it before you took this picture?
No.
We'll try not to talk over everything, but if y'all have any questions, type them in here.
T?
We've,
Is this
there's been
now
a lot
just
of legal
close-up of that
questions. Type
same
them in
cover?
here and
Yes.
Bob can answer.
This is states U.
I know they're showing that they have cameras. They're making it a point to show the cameras and the monitors.
What are we looking at here?
This is on top of the upper shelf that's attached to the wall in the closet in the northeast bedroom. And this is the west corner of that shelf.
Thanks,
And
Tango.
this was Mr. Rudolph's bedroom.
Thanks,
closet,
everybody.
right?
I can't chat you
Yes.
back, so.
What is this?
Gun.
What type of gun?
6 hour.
Do you know what caliber or what make and model?
223.
This is one of the biggest questions we've had, Bob. Can the girlfriend be charged at some point?
This is V.
Not
as
with
in
the
Victor.
same, not with the
What are we
same
looking at
crime,
here?
but there's certainly,
That's another photograph
based
of
on the
that
testimony
same
I've
area.
heard, she sounds
What's
like
right
she's the one who
below
started.
the
She picked the fight. We'd have to try to figure out what she could be charged with, not with.
There's a
not
small
with any of the
safe
murder
on the shelf.
charges
Or
or
box above
accessory
it, and
or
on top
anything
of
like
that is the
that.
firearm.
Like, that's,
W.
This is another one. Why first degree?
What is this?
The
That's
premeditation.
a closer view of the gun.
So you
yeah,
hadn't touched
that's
this gun at
that's
all prior to taking this
I'm
picture?
assuming that they're going to have the lesser included offenses in there in the instructions. I won't know until I hear the instructions because I have not seen the charging documents. But like typically they'll include like second degree in
What
the
are we looking at
charging
here?
documents,
This is
even
the
if they
wallet
haven't
that was
been
a top,
technically
dresser
charged because
opposite the foot of the
those
bed
charges are already
in the
built
northeast
into the
bedroom.
first degree. You understand
Is
what I'm saying?
That's one thing that we were confused about because when I pulled the indictment, everything says first degree, and I pulled the
What are we looking
documents on the
This is part of the
docket
contents
where
of that wallet.
the defense is putting in what they want the jury
at?
instructions to
States
be.
Y.
But
State
that's
Z.
one thing that we
Can you
didn't
send
make
them to
any
me?
sense.
What are we
Yeah.
looking at here?
I'll peek at them.
Same, more of the
while we're
contents. We have
listening.
a CCW and a driver's license and the name of Travis Rudolph.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to fault him for the.
This is double A. What are we looking at here?
The
That's atop the same dresser, but in a different area, and it's part of.
Johnny, I think the issue with that would be like she had no idea what was going to go down. Like when they all got there, when her brother and their crew got there, I don't think it was. I don't think
BB?
it
What are
went
we
as
looking at here?
intended as planned. You know, or
It's a holstered
it's kind of a free
handgun.
for all.
Where is this? I guess are we still in that same bedroom we've been talking about, the northeast bedroom?
We are.
So what drawer is this inside of that bedroom?
Top.
Thanks,
Dresser.
Dina.
at the far end of the same dresser that
Right, that's what-
held the wallet and that red part of the red cell phone
Yeah,
case.
but they have to be.
Now, when you
Okay.
came in
Now,
to this bedroom, was this
smoker
drawer
and
already
the-
open, or did you have to open the drawer?
Send
You had to
that
open it.
one down with the deputy, okay? All right, very well, thanks. Okay, so what can we accomplish before we bring the jury back in?
CC, what are we looking at here?
Oh.
That's just a closer up view of that
Sorry.
holstered gun in the drawer.
All
Now,
right,
in terms of the gun we saw
all right. well,
in the top of the
yeah,
closet and this gun right here, did you take those guns into custody?
I did.
DD, what are we looking at here?
That's the 6 hour in a gun box after it was removed from the closet.
Sandra, yeah,
What are we looking at?
39 shots is a bit much for self-defense.
Now I'm just
You know,
taking
beyond that,
photographs of each section.
you know, in
Of this
Florida
gun.
where they have the stand your ground, which I'm sure you guys have been talking about quite a bit, but what they do is they go to a
FF?
hearing before the trial.
It's just a close-up of
found
the
that
trigger of that same gun?
Correct.
essentially
In the
that
grip.
everyone was retreating. Therefore, they weren't allowed to use the stand your ground
EG?
defense as an affirmative
the
defense at
midsection
trial,
Of that same
which is
gun.
pretty telling.
Then HH.
So
And this
with
is the
them saying
muzzle end
that
of that same
like the witness that they
In
had yesterday,
terms
where they're
of
saying that it looked like
II is this just
Sebastian was
another backed up
holding
It's
a
just the
gun, like
flip
he could have
side
been pointing a gun.
of the
If they're
gun.
Flip
retreating,
the gun
but
around
he,
to take another
but
close,
he's still
further out view of that.
hold, like
Yes.
pointing a gun at him, would that still be considered self-defense?
Theoretically,
JJ,
yeah.
what are we looking at
I mean,
there?
This is the midsection on
self-defense
the flip side
is
of that
always
same gun.
something in
And it did
terms
show
of
some markings. 6 hour.
was the response of
400,
the
which is
now
would be the
defendant
model.
responsible or reasonable under the circumstances in that
KK?
did he truly feel that
What is
his
this?
life
Now I'm beginning to
or
figure
his
out
health
that
was in
holstered gun that
serious
was in
risk or
the
danger,
special drawer.
and was his
And where did you
response
put it, I guess, to
appropriate
take this
to
photograph?
what
On the
was
bed.
going on? I mean, there could be enough reasonable doubt. I mean, it was a
LL?
melee. I mean,
Is that the
there's
same
no
gun?
other way to
Yep,
put
just,
this.
turned
Shit
over.
went crazy.
And when you
So-
located it, was it inside of this whole?
and they stormed the castle. He's gonna always have that,
Mhm.
going for him in
And
the sense that
anything
any of us, if we had a
Photos
huge
of the
group of
gun
people
with it now removed from the
just
holster.
storm our house, the jury's automatically going to feel like this
And
guy's
M?
got some rights to
What are we
defend
looking at here?
himself
This
and
is a
his
close up
property. You know
of
what I
the
mean?
midsection
Like,
of the gun.
It's one of
And
those
they show some
things where
markings. It's a little
I don't
dark,
care
you
if they're
can't see.
allowing them to
Paper
use
clips.
stand your ground. It's still going to be in the
And this is
mind of the
NN? Is it
jurors in
Nancy?
terms
You
of
could take
putting
a look at that
themselves
photo.
in
Can
that
you
same
tell what
situation.
make and model of firearm that is?
Yes, and also the originator, where it was made.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what type of firearm that is?
It's an FN Herstal, which is F as in Foxtrot and is in Nancy.
Thanks, Annie.
Herstal,
Glad to be here.
Herstal.
Yes,
And
Crystal.
it's made in Belgium.
I am a lawyer.
Thank you.
20-year criminal defense attorney, trial lawyer, and the host of the True Crime Podcast, Defense
Oh,
Diaries,
oh.
which you should all listen to.
Love defense tires.
Then it's
And we're
like
just
seriously.
moving down the gun, the slide area, and taking additional photographs.
I'm looking for those court papers. I have so many of them downloaded. I'm looking for the
in PP.
ones.
What are we looking at?
Were they
This is
were they the
muzzle end
proposed jury
of the
instructions?
FN Herstal, and that silver plate reflects the serial number.
QQ. What are we looking at there?
That's a loaded magazine
Where did that loaded magazine come from?
from the Herstal.
It was inside of it at the time.
Yes.
RR. What are we looking at here?
That's another loaded magazine.
Was this magazine at full capacity or fully loaded?
Yes.
SS. What are we looking at here?
This is a top view of one of a few of loaded magazines that I collected,
Okay.
showing the ammunition inside.
Do you know what type of ammunition that is?
223, I believe.
TT.
This is literature that we found in the northeast bedroom in the nightstand.
And is it in relation to the first firearm that we saw in the closet in the top?
It is. That attachment, that literature for that attachment was on the 6 hour from the closet.
UU.
And this is the box for the prior literature, and that box contained another attachment, the same that was on the gun in the closet.
So this right in the center is a different item than the gun itself that had a similar kind of attachment to it, right?
Correct.
VV. What are we looking at here?
This is the literature that was discovered in the northeast bedroom for the Sig Sauer that was in the closet.
WW. What are we looking at here?
This is the north end of area of the dresser, not in the dresser, but next to the north end of the dresser from which the Effenhurstel gun was removed. These are hard-sided handgun cases.
And when you say these are you referring, number one, to this black container with the blue handles?
Yes, and the one below.
And this one right here.
Yes.
XX. What are we looking at here?
These are markings or labels that were on one of those handgun carrying cases.
YY.
This is the interior of one of those gun boxes.
Was anything removed or was it empty other than kind of this documentation that we're seeing here when you photographed it?
It was as is when I photographed it. There's the only firearms-related evidence that was in there is in that manila envelope in the middle. And usually if you receive a firearm in the carry case, it always has a test fire in it from the manufacturer.
Let's look at ZZ. What is that?
That's the test fire round.
So you said that was inside of like a manila envelope inside of that box?
Yes.
AAA. What are we looking at here?
That's the manila envelope.
Just so you all
that
know, this isn't
referring
very
to,
interesting in terms
and
of
it
the
has the
testimony,
test
but
fire
it's
information.
necessary. So
Caliber
this,
who did it.
she's a foundational
when it
witness. So what
happened.
they're doing here is she's describing what were in all the pictures, and then they're going to move all of these photographs
Triple
into
B?
evidence. They
What are
have
we
to
looking
do
at
that
here?
in order to move
This
these
is the
things
exterior
into
of one of
evidence.
those.
She has to
handgun carry
authenticate the
cases.
pictures.
Triple C. What are we looking at here?
This is the interior of that same carry case.
There's so many pictures, but there was so little investigation.
Triple D. What do we have here?
These are 2 loaded handgun magazines that were in that carry case.
And in terms of being loaded, were they fully loaded magazines?
Yes.
Welcome, Heavenly Presley. Sorry, y'all. I'm looking for this paper. I've got so many
Now let's
court
look at-
papers. I'm trying to go through now to find these.
I can bring this up for you if necessary. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
What is
Well,
depicted in
Red,
this
what they're
photograph?
actually trying to do
Oh,
is
that's
just
the
get all these
floor,
photographs into evidence.
on
This
the
is how you
west
get
side
things
of the
into
bed
evidence.
in
You
the
put a
north
witness on the stand,
west
you go through the
bedroom,
pictures, you
and
ask
part
for
of
them to
a
describe what's in the pictures, and then you seek
magazine
to move them into evidence.
that
At
was
some point, they're
located
going to want to be able
underneath.
to argue about these things.
So in
they're
terms
gonna
of
need
this
these in
bedroom,
evidence.
is
That's why they
this
do
what you
these
confirmed to be
things.
Travis Rudolph's bedroom or a
What
different
we
bedroom?
call
No, a
um,
different bedroom that was identified as belonging to his brother.
Triple F.
no, Johnny.
What are we looking at here?
The closer
don't
view
prove
of that
guilt.
drum magazine in the
They're not
same
for that.
location.
Triple G. What are we looking at here?
This is that drum magazine having been removed from under the bed.
Triple H. What are we looking at here?
It's the top view of the loading area for the cartridges in that drum magazine.
Now, did you take this drum magazine into evidence as well?
Yes.
Were you able to count how many bullets were in this drum magazine?
Yes.
Do you recall how many there were?
Can I refer to my report?
Of course, if it helps. Just let me know when you're ready.
There were 61 remaining cartridges in the drum magazine.
Triple I, is this just another angle of that drum magazine?
Yes, it's just turned on its side, so this would actually be an underneath view.
My pleasure.
Triple J.
I've been on here a few
What are we
times,
looking at here?
probably before some of
These
you
are
guys were
the
even
cartridges that were
subscribed.
in the drum
Yep.
magazine.
Now let's look at triple K. What are we
Gosh, why
looking
can't
at
I
here?
find this paper?
Looking at a mirror dresser in the northwest bedroom where the drum
Don't
magazine
worry,
was
you've got the
found.
perfect witness to do this with.
Yeah.
Staying in that bedroom
I
for
know.
triple L. What are we looking at here?
There are 2 cell phones that were atop the mirror dresser.
Triple M. Are those 2 same cell phones?
The same cell phones, yes.
Triple N. What are we looking at there?
This is the front screen of one of those cell phones.
Now, was it already powered on, or did you have to power this phone on to do this?
It was on.
Triple O. Is that the back of the phone that we just looked at?
Yes.
Triple P. What are we looking at here?
That same cell phone, but removed from its case.
Why do you remove the cases from the phones?
Because sometimes you find goodies in the case.
Did you find
Goodies.
any goodies or anything in the backs of these phone cases that you were taking off?
No.
Triple Q. Got that same phone now just to get the backside of it.
Yes.
Triple R. What are we looking at here?
Now we're going back to the northeast bedroom of Travis Rudolph, and we're taking a photograph of the label that was on one of the hard-sided carry cases.
Triple S. Is that the
It-
case?
Another view of the case, a side view.
And where was this located specifically in that bedroom? Do you recall?
The northeast bedroom along the north end of the dresser that was against the west wall.
Triple T. What are we looking at right here?
That was found to be an ammo case, if you want to call it. It's a big hard-sided bin that had hundreds of loose cartridges in it.
Fired cartridges or unfired cartridges?
No, intact bullets.
Triple U. What are we looking at here?
That was the label that was on that canister.
And where was that canister found again?
That was on the floor up against the north wall in the northeast bedroom or Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Triple V. What are we looking at here?
That's the contents of that ammo can.
And lastly, for triple W, what are we looking at right here?
Part of the head stamps of some of the cartridges that were in that ammo can. I believe there were 3 different kinds of cartridges and 227 total cartridges
Inside of that one, I guess.
inside that ammo can.
Thank you.
I think the jury has fallen asleep with the lights out and all of this.
Nap time.
Now, in terms, we know what caliber the 6-hour was. Do you know what caliber or what type of gun was the handgun that you had found in the residence as well?
The Herstal was a 5.7 by 28 semi-auto pistol.
So once you document by photographing, do you then go back to those different areas where you noticed things of relevance and start taking those into evidence as well?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Judge?
May?
First, I'll start off with State's Exhibit 45. You can take a look at that one. What are we looking at for State's 45?
This is a evidence bag I prepared the contents of which are pistol magazines that were recovered from the northeast bedroom.
You want to take a look at number 46? Tell us if you recognize that.
I do.
What is that?
It's also evidence bag that I prepared for the holster that the FN Herstal pistol from the dresser drawer was contained in.
So you separated it out in terms of preserving it for evidence from the actual firearm itself.
Yes, any firearms evidence, they just want the firearms. They don't want all the doodads that come with it.
Got it. And then if you want to take a look at number 47, do you recognize that one?
I do.
What is that?
The evidence bag that I prepared that contains the owner's manual for the 6-hour M400.
Okay. This time, Judge State seeks to admit 45, 46, and 47.
Admitted without objection. All three.
Yes, William.
Now approaching with
Double
number
jeopardy only
44.
applies
Judge.
to this defendant.
Take a look at that one. Do you recognize what's inside
But
of
the
that?
reality is, if the state can't get a conviction against this guy, it's going to be a tougher case against Dominique. So, I mean,
It's evidence bag I
the
prepared
state's not
for
about
the
charging people
Flambeau
they can't
ammo
convict. It's not a good
And
look
so
for
is
them.
that the one that had, I think you said, over 200 ammunition inside of it? That was
Yes,
found in the closet?
227 cartridges.
Thank you.
Oh, there's JT.
State seeks to enter 44, Judge.
Admitted without objection.
He pops in and out. He portals in and out sometimes.
We approach with 56, Judge.
You may.
Discovery exhibit. I don't know why I can't
Take a look
find
at
this. I
number
had it pulled up
56. Do you
yesterday.
recognize what that is?
I do.
What is that?
It's an evidence bag I prepared, the contents of which is the Apple iPhone that was atop the bed in the northeast bedroom.
Got it.
Oh,
And
found
that
it.
would be Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Yes.
State seeks to admit 56, Judge.
Admitted without objection.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
First, I'm going to show you State's 48. What are we looking at for that evidence bag?
It's an evidence bag I prepared for the drum magazine and the cartridges contained in it.
Okay. And so when you put it into this bag, did you leave all the bullets inside of that drum magazine, or did you take them all out and put the drum empty inside and all the bullets inside?
No, it was transported from the scene to our office intact. And then as we further document and process items of evidence, the cartridges were removed.
Got it. And the last one I have in terms of evidence, if you want to take a look at 25.
This is evidence bag I prepared for the Blue Apple iPhone in the clear case, and that which was from the black satchel in the trunk of the caddy.
Right. And that was recovered once the car had been moved back to the crime scene kind of headquarters, and you went further in terms of evaluating that Cadillac.
Yes.
They're both admitted without objection.
Okay, Bob, I'm going to send these to you. I finally
Okay.
found them.
All right.
Now, in terms of the Cadillac, do you end up drawing any types of diagrams to show kind of where all the different defects of the vehicle, where you located them?
No.
Okay. Does anybody draw a diagram sometimes in your field?
Sometimes if it's not as many as there was just too much information to put in one sheet of paper.
Got it. So in terms of once you get the Cadillac back to kind of crime scene headquarters, we'll call it, were you able to notate the total number of defects on the outside of that black Cadillac?
Yes.
How many were there?
30.
And then in terms of defects on the
Right.
inside of the
Can you
vehicle,
please say and
how
spell
many were you able
your
to count?
last name for the record and for the
53.
jury?
Yes. My first name is Eric.
Now, is it possible that on the inside of the vehicle that multiple defects could have been caused by a singular bullet?
Yes.
So is that why we might have a difference between the
All right.
number of shots on the outside of the car versus
All right.
what's messed up on the inside?
Yes. If you have one bullet traveling through multiple surfaces of one particular area, it's going to be the same, basically the same defect.
Okay, how long have you been with that agency?
Approximately 4 years.
And in what capacity
I'm
are
like,
you currently working with that
Sir.
agency?
Road patrol.
What about back on April 7th of 2021? What capacity were you working for that agency?
I was with road patrol.
In any particular area within the county that
From me,
I want to
Now, after you take all
Is that-
that evidence into your custody at the home,
call whether or not you
around, is there a time that comes up on April 13th that you also go and collect autopsy evidence from the medical
an
examiners?
area.
Oh, it's brought to me and secured in our drawing room. Usually one of the day shift, the CSIs has to do the picking up of that evidence because my hours aren't conducive to that. So that's what was done. A CSI from day shift picked it up, secured it in the
It's
drawing
gone
room,
now.
and then when I came in, I took custody of it.
May I approach with 42 and 43, Judge?
Okay.
Take a look at number 42. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is an evidence bag containing autopsy evidence, sealed manila envelope containing projectile debris fragments from the right back of the victim.
And these came from Dr. Mullen Osborne in the medical examiner's office, right?
Yes.
We can look at number 43. What is that one?
This is an evidence bag I prepared for additional autopsy evidence received, and it's 9 individual manila envelopes, all labeled with the victim's name and the location from which 9 projectiles were removed from his body at autopsy.
Thank you very much. State Seek Center 42 and 43, Judge.
Bob, text me your email real quick.
okay.
We talked about a lot, CSI Brandt, in terms of all the photos you took, the evidence that you collected. Going back to 415 Broadway, were you ever asked to search the rooftops of that area in that location?
No.
Did you? I think we saw in the photos there's a food truck kind of behind a chain link fence. Did you ever go behind that chain link fence to look for any firearms or anything like that?
I did not.
Were you ever requested to do so at that time?
No.
Okay. And then in terms of either alleyways nearby or sewer gutters, did you go digging in a sewer gutter to see if there were any firearms there?
No, I searched and we photographed what was available to us around the caddy, near the caddy, so that front lot of that property.
And aside from, the bullet defects in the vehicle and obviously a deceased person, did you have any indication from when you're looking in the car or around the car that there were firearms at that location?
No.
Yeah,
Okay, it took
Michelle,
forever to find, but
I've
I've
seen some of
sent
the leaf neck trial.
So given everything we've spoken about going to 415
it's-
Broadway, going to 550 Teak Drive,
Trial
all
that's
your
being
photographs, all your
run by a
evidence
terrible
collection,
judge.
that's pretty much summarize everything that you're involved in terms of this case and evidence collection.
Yes, other than all of the follow-up that was required to photograph, rephotograph, and document evidence that was collected, and the packaging and disseminating to evidence, those 3 scenes, and the photographs entails all of my involvement in this case.
All right. I don't have any further questions, Judge. I just want to retrieve that evidence to put it back in order.
All right, very well, do that. And while Mr. Clausi is doing that, we'll take a 90-second stand up and stretch break, folks.
Okay, so yeah, we've had a lot of wild moments in this one. This was one of our probably most put you to sleep ones, just because they had to go over it. But you spilled coffee everywhere. All right, so the stuff I sent you, Bob, is the proposed jury instructions that I found. So, and you speak all the legal stuff, so you can tell us more about what all of it means than I can. We were pulling some of the court docs yesterday during our lunch break and looking at some stuff and seeing some of the supplemental witness information and reading some of the motions, but the one of my biggest questions is just the way that the indictment reads. We were talking yesterday about how, like, I think the outcome of this will come a lot.
We're going to actually have
will
to
come
take a
down
little
to
longer break. But what I would like to do, just for
longer
your
break.
edification,
We'll come down
for
to
your
jury
organization's
instructions
purposes,
and
I'd like
how
to
all
finish
of that.
this witness, which means cross-examination and potential.
Yeah, it always
redirect
comes down to jury
before
instructions.
we take a lunch break.
Like trial observers, like
Okay.
the 13th jurors here are
So
bored
we'll
as
take a
shit
15-minute
during,
break, roughly 15 minutes. We'll be
jury,
back
when the
here
jury
at
instructions are being read,
11:45.
but frankly, the most important
Remembering
part of the
and
case,
obeying the full
it's the
rules,
roadmap for
while
the
you're back
jurors.
there.
It's their
No
instruction
research, no
booklet.
discussion, and open mind, and you will not run into any of us.
Take your notepads, put a face on your chair, please, numbers up. Follow me.
All right, so let's see. And then their proposed jury instructions, defense proposed jury instructions were filed May 22nd. But do we know if they approved that or not? Or what? How does that work?
Do you want me to start talking now?
Yeah, they're on break now.
I can hang until this witness is off the stand, and I'm going to say it again. This is what they call a foundational witness. She's not interesting. Her entire purpose is to get on the stand to get those photographs into evidence. Things just don't go into evidence. You have to put a witness on the stand. You have to lay a foundation for what the piece of evidence is. You have to authenticate it, and then once it's authenticated, the state or the defense, whoever's seeking to put it into evidence, will then ask the judge to put it into evidence, and they'll see if there's any objections from the other side. If not, it's then in evidence. So there's always going to be these witnesses in every trial you watch that are boring as hell. But in terms of getting the evidence in, they're a necessary evil. So as far as the jury instructions go, the way that it works, every state has what they call pattern instructions. So for every charge, and the pattern jury instructions are what have been approved, through years and years of going through these statutes, and ultimately, there's a commission that looks at them, and those are the instructions that are approved for each and every charge. Now the defense will try to, tinker with wording, or they'll put in what they call non-pattern instructions. So typically what happens is they'll have what's called a jury instruction conference. Typically those are not televised, and that's where the state and the defense argue what instructions they want out, what instructions they want in.
Yeah, refill the water.
If they want to try to get some, in a case like this where it's a very unusual fact pattern,
Thank you.
I'm sure the defense is going to be to try to be getting some other types of instructions in. I can't believe this is a death penalty case. That's what I can't believe.
I thought they took death penalty off.
I don't know. I'm just looking at what you sent me.
Oh yeah, because I think after this they filed, because I have that paper somewhere saved too. They filed that they were after this they were not going to be.
They were not going to seek the death penalty because they definitely did at some point.
Yeah.
Which is insane.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. I don't even see how that would be.
Yeah, that was filed back on June of 2021. So they must have actually started digging into the evidence, talked to some of these witnesses, and like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
This ain't that case.
Yeah. To even have considered it though is strange for me when it with this one, but so with the way that this one's worded, because the way that the indictment reads is that it's the first count is the murder in the first degree with a firearm, and then there's the 3 counts of attempted murder in the first degree with firearm, and it uses the word premeditation in there. So that's what I think is confusing or surprising or both. If that's the way that the indictment is read, is this going to be one of those things like you were talking about where they can convict them for less even though it's not on the indictment?
Yeah, so I'm gonna look in Illinois. You can, like in Illinois, when they charge, the lesser included offenses are contained within, and what's going to give us the answer are the jury instructions. So if they have instructions for second degree, we're going to know that the lesser included is in here, because premeditation's tough. I mean, there's been courts that have ruled that premeditation can happen in 5 seconds, It doesn't have to be something that you sat around and hatched a plan. It's something that can form very quickly. This isn't that case though,
Right.
like he didn't draw these people to the property, first degree is going to be incredibly hard for them to meet that burden.
Yeah.
Let me see what the deal is in Florida, though, because I'm an Illinois lawyer. Laws are different in every state.
That's what makes it hard too when we watch things. That's one of the things too that I know a lot of y'all have noticed is that when they do the sidebars, that Travis will go up there with them. That's not something that we see with a lot of different places, and a lot of people have said they have never seen that before too, with the defendant going up to the judge's area for sidebars.
Let me see.
Yeah, Heavenly, I think the biggest thing about why they brought it to trial is because the medical examiner testifying that the bullets were in the back, they said that and where everything took place, they said that they were leaving, that he could have just let them go instead of that. But I think one of the biggest points of contention on this is that, him saying that, yes, they were leaving, but there were still guns being pointed at him. They showed up and jumped him and his brother, and, his mom was out there and that type thing. So I think this might be one of the, this might be one of the longer deliberations we've seen lately. Yeah, the probable cause affidavit even said where the guy said that they just went over there to talk. They just went over there to talk, and then for some reason Travis was mad and he picked a fight with them for showing up to bang on their door and talk at midnight. That Travis picked the fight. Yes, he is currently out on house arrest. His court papers for that said, I think he's got like a schedule. He's allowed to go to the park during certain times, and he's allowed to go to LA Fitness, some stuff like that. He has to have it approved, but he is out on house arrest. He was in jail for about a year, I think, before they let him out for house arrest. Sebastian's mom has filed a civil suit. Those she's got a I can't remember the date when she filed it. I pulled all that stuff and we talked about it on stream one day, but she has a civil suit. Yeah, I think the jury has seen a lot. And, keep in mind, too, this is the defense attorneys. I know that there were some people in chat who were saying that, the defense attorneys were driving them crazy, but the defense attorneys were doing their job. And now the jury has seen these people in this light where they've seen them, how easily they lose their cool, how they can become combative. So now the jury has seen them in this way. And, that honestly really helps the defense.
Yeah, so it looks like in Florida, I mean, the concept of lesser included is basically that contained within the statute itself for first degree homicide that you're going to have the elements that you already need to meet second degree or reckless homicide, so that they're already in there. So if the jury didn't find that they met the burden as far as first degree, then if they found that they did meet the burden, that's why the instructions will tell us everything in terms of if the jury's going to have the ability to be able to find them guilty of either second degree or reckless homicide or whatever law they have in Florida with respect to that. So have you seen the proposed instructions you said? And did you send those to me?
I just emailed it to you.
Which thing? Because I just got a bunch of attachments.
There's a link too.
Oh, there is.
Yeah. If you click the link, it has them all in there, but I sent them just in case the link's not working, but.
Oh, I see.
Oh, the civil suit for whoever asked about that is against Travis, Travis's mom and brother, and then against Keyshawn Jones and Camille Jones.
You have more photos? You must have more.
Oh, here we go.
That's all there is?
And Camille is Keyshawn's mom. It was her car that they went in.
Okay, so yeah, if you look at proposed instruction 3, it says that it is a defense of the crime of first-degree murder with a firearm and the 3 counts of attempted murder with a firearm, as well as the lesser offenses of second-degree murder, manslaughter, as well as the lesser offenses attempted second-degree murder and aggravated battery and aggravated assault. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, there's your answer. I mean, they wouldn't have put it in the even though these are the defense instructions, they wouldn't have put it in if they weren't going to include if the lesser includeds weren't included within the ability for the jury to find them guilty of those. All right, so let's see, what do we got question wise? So let me ask you, I have not been watching this trial as much. Typically when I'm on court TV, we've been following Bleefnick more than this, it seems like. What's the gut feeling? What are you guys feeling? Factually, Brandi, tell me what happened. So I know he gets home from a trip, right? And
Well, he's home, and this girl Dominique, who is kind of the instigator of all of this, she had cosmetic surgery, hadn't seen him in about 6 weeks. Goes over there, they're on Ring camera. She's picking fights because there was a girl in his phone, and she starts beating him up on camera, and he's not attacking back, but she smashes his stuff. He tries to get her out of the house. You can see them on the Ring camera as he's trying to get her out of the house. That it looks like, and we watched it back multiple times and put it in slow motion. It looks like as he's trying to get her out of the house that they fall back, and she jumps right back up. She calls her brother and said, he put his hands on me. He, did this and this and this, and gets her brother all riled up. He gets 3 of his friends, goes over there, parks a couple blocks away, bangs on the door at midnight. We know at least one of them had a gun, possibly more. We think that somebody came and met them to get the guns after they had left. But
so how do we know they have a gun from the Ring camera? From footage?
well, one of them from the footage, you can see like in their pockets that their bulges, they said that, it was just keys and cell phones or whatever they said it was, but their cell phones were in the car. So that doesn't make sense. But one of the guns they found in the bushes. And then they had a expert testimony or expert witness come in yesterday and said that the decedent's hands, the way that it was stuck, looked like he had been gripping a gun when he passed. So they're thinking he possibly had one too. They had passed up the hospital and kept going until the car had stopped. I think from the bullet damage, whatever, it ended up stopping. So they passed the hospital. I think the theory is that they had gone to meet this other guy, Hackshaw, who got the guns and took them away. That's like what seems to be the defense's story so far. But the 4 guys that showed up at midnight banged on the door. That's on Ring camera too. They banged on the door, demanded to see Travis. He comes out. They basically, it was 2-on-1 and 2-on-1 and sometimes 3-on-1 and whatever, but they jumped Travis and his brother. And it happened, a lot of it in the yard, but then the brother was being jumped like further down the street, more towards the car. So as this happens, then Travis runs back inside, gets a gun, and goes over toward where his brother's being jumped and where they're getting in the car. I think the biggest point of contention is that from what it sounds like they're saying that somebody, even though they were driving away, that 2 of them were hanging out of the car pointing guns at Travis. So him shooting, they're saying, is still justified because the threat was still there.
So did they recover any other casings that didn't belong with his weapon? Did they find any kind of projectiles lodged in any walls? Anything? So there's been no proof whatsoever that these guys actually fired any shots.
Bring him back.
No, and there was a 17-minute investigation.
Wow.
So they didn't do much of.
They didn't do anything. Sounds like.
Oh yeah, and the 2 that were hanging out of the car were the 2 who were shot. One lived and one passed, but the 2 that were hanging out of the car were the 2 that were shot.
So were they shot when they were in the vehicle?
Wait and take a lunch break.
Yeah.
When you're done.
I believe either in the vehicle or on the way to the
Who says they have to
vehicle.
take a lunch break at 12? Okay.
Oh, they're
Duly
fussing over lunch
noted.
break. And one of the biggest things too is that Dominique, the girl, had sent her brother the text saying, "Go shoot his shit up," and then he texted back and said, "Travis is a walking dead man." So there's
We're on the
this
9th
text
day of this
communication
trial, folks.
saying,
As I've said umpteen
See,
times.
the
I've got
problem with
another
that
word
from
trial
the
that's
defense side of
supposed
it
to start
is
on Friday.
unless Travis had her phone, he didn't know that was going on. Because again,
Right.
self-defense is all the state of mind. You know what I mean? It's one thing. It would be nice if they could put on some evidence that Travis actually had her phone and saw
While we're
that she
waiting
had
for the
texted
jury,
that,
I
'cause that
think
changed
somebody,
the game
a
completely,
member of
right?
the press wanted
Because
to take
self-defense
photos.
is always, what you think internally
I'll get to that
in
later.
terms of
all
what
right?
I have to do to protect myself. And is it to the level of the threat that's coming at me? So I mean, it's helpful that she was texting that, but without him having knowledge of it, it's not as helpful as it could be, but he might have. I mean, I know she was grabbing his phone. It was like a couple fight, you know, where she's looking at his shit. And she's like, who the fuck is this bitch? And blah, 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 you know, and it's like that kind of stuff goes on. So you can imagine what that fight was like. Because he was what he was
All
down
right,
in.
welcome back,
He was out of
folks.
state
Go
for
ahead
a
and
hot
take your
minute, right?
seats. All right, Mr. Shiner, you may
Oh, is he
begin
up
your
in-
cross.
Is he up in Canada?
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
I'm going to go get a drink while this
State
incredibly
70.
boring cross takes place.
Okay.
Take a look at that. You recognize it?
I do.
Okay. What is that?
The evidence bag I prepared for a gray Apple iPhone and a black OtterBox that was atop the dresser in the northwest bedroom.
Okay. And whose bedroom was that again, just for clarification?
Travis Rudolph's brother.
Yeah, he wants this over.
State seek to admit number 70, Judge.
All right, and as I understand it, that's admitted without objection. All right. Finish with direct.
Just look here for a second, Judge.
Yeah, they asked about lunch, and he said, "Who said we have to take lunch at 12?" I think with the judge having another trial starting, he's wanting all this to.
I'm sorry, I guess you're not
Over.
finished with direct. I thought you had been.
Yeah, I could tell you from
Okay.
a lawyer's perspective, there's nothing worse than having a judge trying to rush you through a first-degree murder trial.
That's inside of
It's
that.
not a good look. He's gonna have to
Yeah.
kick
No,
his other
this is
trial.
this photograph is in Travis Rudolph's bedroom, which is the northeast. The phone we just published was in the northwest.
Oh, wow! Case over. That was an incredible.
AAA.
This is going to be very boring, just so you guys know.
What phone
Yeah.
is that?
It's not a phone; it's part of a case.
These defense attorneys have
Right.
been
Brother's bedroom.
really great, though.
That's
Watching
where
them,
that's-
they've
Hey, clone, after you check out my pod, I got a
On
lot
top of
going
the
on,
mirror
but,
dresser.
And in terms of the other cell phone that you collected, in terms of going through the house, where was that one found when you first went into the house?
On the bed in Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're
No further
welcome.
questions.
All right, cross-exam. Yes, sir.
all right. So let's see what Cross does with this.
Nothing. It's foundational. There's no points to be made. Like what they'll do is bore the jury. They have to walk around with that microphone.
Morning.
You would agree as a crime scene investigator, you only get
It's
one
weird.
chance to basically do it right?
We only get one chance at a scene.
Right,
Yes.
do it right.
We only get one chance to photograph, document, collect.
Once you leave the scene, it could be contaminated, somebody could steal something, somebody could add something. So that's why you make sure you get everything while you're at the scene, as much as humanly possible, right?
Correct.
And obviously, you've got a lot of experience. You've been doing this a long time, right?
Yes.
And you've probably been to hundreds of cases, or thousands probably in your career, right?
Yes.
You're getting paid to be here, right?
I'm sorry, what?
You're getting paid to be here, right?
Yes.
All right, and you work overtime, you get paid, right?
Yes.
If you come to a deposition, you also get paid by the sheriff.
Johnny, I'll answer your
Yes.
question in a minute.
You weren't limited in your time to be working on this case at all, were you? Nobody said you only have 5 hours, 50 hours, 1,000 hours. You had as many hours as you needed, right?
Correct.
And nobody pressured you to rush at any of the crime scenes you worked on in this case?
No.
And you feel you had enough time to do your job, right?
It's
Yes.
funny.
So when you go to a crime scene like 40th and Broadway, the first one you went to that night, do you generally know what you're doing without taking directions, or do you basically talk to the lead detective and try to figure out what y'all are going to do together? How do you do that?
It's collaborative. I receive a briefing from the detective or deputy who's on scene, and they let me know information on the particular scene or information known thus far. And then I take it from there, do a walk around, and then I start documenting.
All right, and is that briefing over, or can they give you information as it comes along during the day?
It's not uncommon for them to add information as they gain more information and share it with me.
Because then you might think other things that may not have been relevant could later on become relevant if you find additional information, right?
It's possible, yes.
So the first place you go in this case was 40th and Broadway,
Yes.
and you arrived there sometime in the middle of the night.
Yes.
And do you have any information that any of the West Palm Beach, well, first of all, how many West Palm Beach police officers do you think were there when you were there?
I don't know. I didn't count.
Too many to count, probably, right?
I'm sorry?
Too many to count, like there was multiples?
There were multiples, but not too many to count. That's not something I do, is count how many heads are there.
All right. Did you ask anybody from West Palm to give you a hand?
To give
you a hand?
No.
Yeah. How come you had enough help?
Not their scene. So any resources that I may have needed in addition to what was there would have come from the sheriff's office at my request.
All right. How many employees do y'all have? A couple of thousand?
I'm sure.
All right. And sworn deputies, at least 1,000 or more?
I guess.
Did you ask anyone to help you while you were at the scene?
I had assistance from crime scene manager Bronson.
Okay. And she's really experienced as well, right?
Yes.
All right. If you needed any help from anybody else from the sheriff's office, could you have called for help?
Yes.
Okay. And do you guys have a mutual aid agreement between other county police agencies such as West Palm Beach? In other words, do y'all help each other if it's needed?
Sure.
Okay. So if you really needed West Palm, they could have helped you too, right?
They wouldn't be my first go-to, but they would have, I'm sure if I'd asked, they would have made themselves available.
Okay. And you were not limited in the amount of time you spent on 40th and Broadway, right?
Correct.
In 40th and Broadway, you said we saw the photographs. You probably took hundreds of photographs at 40th and Broadway, right?
Yes.
Let me ask you about a couple of them. Show you what's been entered into evidence from the state. State exhibit number 12. I'll read you the letter that I'm putting up on the screen. They're actually not labeled. It's 12A through G. None of them have designations. I can't tell you which one I'm putting up. I'm sorry. It's from exhibit 12.
Here we go, where we all lean to the side to try to see it again.
And that's obviously the Cadillac in question, right?
Yes.
And behind. All right, and so this gas station obviously is closed this time of night, right?
Yes.
You don't know if there was a working gas station or automotive shop or if it was permanently closed. You don't know.
Well, it's labeled as an automotive repair shop, and there were no gas pumps. The property itself just looked like it used to be a gas station.
Okay. Do you know if it was open during the, obviously not in the middle of the night, but during the daytime, or it was abandoned, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Did you ever go back in the daytime?
I did not.
So this area here, the fenced area, I don't know, was it your term that this was a mobile home?
It looked to me like an RV.
All right. Is it possible it's also a food truck maybe?
Anything's possible.
Well, did you take
I don't know.
Did you go inside the fenced area?
I did not.
Were you told by any of the police officers, the first responding officer, or any of your supervisors that night that the officer who found the two guys out of the car who were alive were silhouettes in the background in this area here?
No.
If you were told that, would you have possibly looked back here to see if they discarded anything?
Yes, or at least gotten access to it so it could be searched and photographed.
All right. And access meaning there's probably a lock on the gate?
Yes.
Y'all can cut locks with no problem, right? I mean, the
Yes.
police can do that. But you weren't given that information that there was possibly two silhouettes here not waving the police down. Did you hear that? That the officer who got there found it suspicious because the two surviving or living men were not waving anyone down? Did you
No.
hear that?
As at this point, that's true. Sustained.
Well, did you hear anything at all that the two men who were alive from this car were not waving a police officer down?
No.
From the police, I'm talking, not from the individuals. I'm talking from the police.
No.
Okay. So as you sit there today, you can't tell us if there's any casings back here behind the fence area or on the roof of this truck or van or whatever it is. If there's any cell phones back there, any guns back there from this particular case, you wouldn't know, right?
Correct.
Did you ever find out when you were at 550 Teak Drive later in the morning? I know you went there and you told us you helped CSI Alley, you picked up the 6 swabs, and then you went to 550 Teak Drive, and we'll go through those photographs again. But when you were there during that scene early in the morning, you remember finding out there was a gun found about 100 feet from the shooting scene?
Yes.
Okay. And when you found that out, you didn't know whose gun it was, did you?
I didn't know.
Did the lead investigator ever say, do me a favor and go back here now that we found a gun that doesn't belong to Travis Rudolph? Go back here and check back here in this area?
No.
If you were asked that by your supervisors, the detective, the lieutenants, whoever was there, would you have went back there and did that?
Yes.
Of course.
So when you were there, you didn't have any indication there was anything that could have been discarded. Nobody told you, right?
No.
All you did was focus in the lot area like you testified to.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if there was a fence on the other side of this garage?
I believe there was, yes.
Let me see if I can find that picture. I don't know if it's here. I don't see that.
Yeah, a lot of those, I see you in chat, a lot of those looked like ricochet bullets in the car.
Well, that photograph's not in evidence, but you do recall a similar type fence as we saw in that last photo, right?
Yes.
And obviously, well, not obviously, you would agree you didn't go back and search that fence area either, did you?
Correct.
And you didn't go back later on to do it when a gun was discovered later that morning, right?
No.
And to your knowledge, if anyone from the sheriff's office would have went back to 40th and Broadway to search the roofs, the fenced area, would have been you, right?
Not necessarily. It may have, depending on when it occurred.
Okay.
If someone had gone back there during day shift in the morning or in the afternoon, obviously I'm not working, so they would have asked another CSI if evidence had been found to come and document and collect.
So y'all have a 24-hour around the clock. Someone's always on duty or on call.
Yes.
All right. Do you have any knowledge if anyone from the sheriff's office went back to look in the fenced area that we just talked about?
I do not.
I'll show you some exhibits from states number 53 that's been entered into evidence.
That judge looks so much like Coach. You remember that old show, Coach?
Yeah.
Same question.
He
Are you
does.
talking about? Are you talking about
Is this a
Jerry
working-
Van Dyke, the old
Is it-
guy,
is it
or
not working, you don't know? I forgot what you said. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't know if it's fake. It's
you talking about the
labeled
old guy
like
that was on it?
working
Not-
business,
not-
but I don't know for a
Not
fact.
the young,
that
not
it
the
is.
coach, but
Okay.
like his assistant coach?
This
the
roof
old man?
area, you never went up there, did you?
No.
Thought it was the
And
actual
you could
coach.
you could personally do it with ladders, or you have drones, right? You can send a drone up there too, can't you?
Yes.
And there was no reason in your mind when you initially got there to even think about doing it, right?
No, I didn't
Craig
receive any
Nielsen.
information that area.
Oh yeah, he was
Yeah, there you go.
coach. Like his assistant coach was Jerry Van Dyke, the old guy.
I think he looks like Craig T. Nelson. Wait till it shows him again.
Whatever happened to Craig T. Nelson? Did he die? I haven't seen him in forever.
53, E. So would this photograph be the south wall adjacent to the parking area for this gas station or the automotive shop?
Yes.
And do you know what kind of building this is? Like if it's an open building, closed, not open, but at the time, but is it what is this? I mean, what do you remember?
I don't know.
All right. This building is obviously higher than the gas station, right?
It's higher.
Higher, the wall goes higher or similar to it?
I don't know the elevation reference between the two. I don't understand.
No, I'm trying to just get from the ground here. You can't see on the roof level of this building,
Oh,
can you?
no.
And same thing for the gas station. You can't see on the roof from ground level, right?
Correct.
All right, same questions. No, you didn't search the roof of this building here.
No.
And to your knowledge, nobody did. From law
I'm not aware
enforcement.
that anyone did.
Sorry?
I'm not aware that they did.
Okay. So you're 53M. Inside the, let me get out of the way. Inside the black Cadillac. The dash was still on, right?
Yes.
You know if anyone checked if there was a GPS put into this car?
I didn't. I don't know if someone else did.
Y'all have people who can do that at the sheriff's office?
I don't know if our fleet would take care of that or we'd call somebody else out. I don't know.
And in terms of the cell phones, you don't know anything about it, or maybe you do. Do you know anything about any cell phones being checked if a GPS was plugged into somebody's phone on April 7th, rather, of 2021?
That information I wouldn't know about.
You collect the phones, and it's up to the detectives to decide if they're going to do something with them.
Correct. And if something is going to be done, then media would take care of that for downloads and etc.
You have a special department at the sheriff's office for that, right?
Yes.
All right. You heard there was two guys that were in this Cadillac along with the decedent prior to the car coming to its final resting spot, right?
Yes.
Did anyone give you a phone from either one of the men who were in the parking lot that came out of this Cadillac? Did any law enforcement give you a phone from either one of those people?
No, I have one phone from the scene, but that was in the vehicle.
Sure. So you have no knowledge do you know the names of the two men that were out? If I tell you the names, would it ring a bell possibly?
One of them was Tyler Robinson.
He wasn't in the car. It was a guy named Keyshawn Jones.
It was an injured party.
Right. That was back up by Teak a couple blocks away.
Right.
I'm talking coming out of the car, the two guys that were initially in the car was a man named Keyshawn Jones and Chris Lowe. Do you know either one of them?
No.
Any contact with them in this case?
I believe they were on scene when I was on scene, and I saw them conversing with Detective Vanderlyn,
Okay.
but I didn't have any direct contact with them.
All right. Did Detective Vanderlyn give you a phone from either one of those men?
No.
And you also found 2 phones in the trunk of the car.
Yes.
And the phone in the pocket was next to the decedent in the door pocket, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know that's Tyler Robinson's phone, or you wouldn't know that?
I don't know who the owner of that phone is.
All right, let me show you. Fence number 15. It's been admitted into evidence. Is that the phone you found in the door pocket?
Yes.
Is there any, did you find any kind of blood-like substance, human tissue, hair and fiber that may have been from someone who was shot? Anything like that on this phone?
No, just damage to the phone.
And looked to you like it was ballistic damage based on where it was placed in the door?
It's possible that it was based on the holes and the defects in the door.
And was it consistent with the damage to the door pocket of the car getting struck while it was in the door pocket of the car?
Yes.
All right, and this was in, so I'm clear, this was in the passenger door right near the decedent.
Yes.
Okay. Did you know the city of West Palm Beach had cameras that may have captured the path of the Cadillac driving from Teak Drive to where its final resting spot was?
Possible. I know there are neighborhood cameras, but I don't know for sure if West Palm has them in the area or in the path the vehicle may have traveled.
Did anybody that evening ask you to do a search of a possible path that the Cadillac traveled to see if there was any relevant evidence for a jury to possibly see at a later date?
No.
If they would have asked you to do that, would you have been able to accomplish that?
Yes.
And if you needed help, there was plenty of police officers who can help you with that?
Yes.
Anyone ask you to look for cameras from businesses or homes where this car may have passed by, the Cadillac?
Not specifically, but when in the area, like at the gas station, I looked.
Just in that area?
Oh, yes.
Okay, no, give me a second, sorry. I'm talking you know from this case, from doing all the work you did, that the car came from Teak Drive and Lake Park to 40th and Broadway to that business that we just saw in the pictures, right?
Yes.
All right. Did you drive that area at any time to check for cameras or business cameras or house cameras to see if anything was captured on that related to this case?
I did not.
You said you had no indication. The reason why you initially didn't look for guns is you had no indication that inside the car there may have been a gun, right?
Correct.
Well, how would you have an indication if someone got rid of it? How would you know if you don't look around? How would you know that the people in the car had a gun before you got there if they dumped it somewhere, if nobody checked? How would you know that?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
All right.
How do I know what I don't know?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, when I'm documenting a crime scene, I have to go on what is known to the detectives or the deputies at that time in order to process my scene.
Sure.
If I gain more information as I'm processing my scene, I'll add that to my processing menu.
Okay. So if you don't know something,
So if I don't know, then I don't know how to act on it.
of course, I get it. My fault. I'm just trying to get out that if no one told you that there may have been a gun or multiple guns in the decedent's car, how would you know that, right?
Correct.
You weren't there when this incident happened.
No, I didn't receive any information about guns.
Okay. And even when a gun may have been found 100 feet from where this incident occurred, that didn't trigger anyone to tell you to go back and do a further search?
I wasn't asked to go back to the business on Broadway to do a further search.
If you would have known that while you were there, if you got a call from someone and said, "Hey, Miss Brandt, do me a favor. We just found a gun dumped by a fence 100 feet from where this happened, where one of the alleged victims were running." Would that have triggered you to possibly do a further search while you were there on Broadway?
I'm sure.
All right. I'll show you defense number 11. Nobody showed you this or gave you details that there was a gun found right by the fence area through one backyard while you were at 40th and Broadway, right?
No.
Could you go back a second day? Not you personally, but you or somebody from the sheriff's office. Let's say they say, "Oh, wow, you know what? One of these guys who are claiming their victims had a gun. Maybe other guys are not being truthful either. So can you go back once the tape's off? Is there any rule saying you can't go back and check again?"
No, you can go back.
All right. So did anyone ask you or anyone in your department to go back and search the path of travel from the Cadillac the second day?
I was not asked.
I'm
To my
talking.
knowledge, no one else in the crime scene was asked to do that.
Okay. So the 7th, the 8th, or 9th of April 2021, no one asked you or anyone in your department, to your knowledge, to go back to search the path of travel of the car, right?
Correct.
Or 40th and Broadway to search roofs, behind fenced areas, right?
Correct.
Did anyone ask you to photograph for injuries the two gentlemen that were talking to Detective Annalyn, Chris Lowe, and Keyshawn Jones while you were there?
No.
You normally do that if someone's involved in a fight or a shooting?
Yes, but also we get help from the detectives who are able to take photographs if I'm not immediately available or an investigator is not immediately available.
So the police themselves have the ability to take photographs?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't know if that was done. You didn't do it, but you don't know if the detectives did it in this case.
Correct.
And let's talk about photographs of individuals. No one asked you to ever take a photograph of Mr. Travis Rudolph, did they?
No.
And you could have done that when he came out of his home and was in handcuffs. If someone asked you to document his injuries or lack of injuries, you could do that with photographs, right?
If asked, I could have photographed him. Yes.
All right. To your knowledge, do you know if anybody from crime scene did that?
I'm not aware that anybody had contact with him.
How about someone named DJ or Darryl Rudolph? Same questions. Were you asked to photograph him?
No.
You know, to your knowledge, nobody was asked to photograph him, right?
I'm not aware of anyone else who was asked.
Okay. Go back to State's Exhibit number 53N as a Nancy. Get out of the way. This obviously looks like a pen.
Yes.
There's no relevance to this case as far as you know.
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. Did you find anything else on this side? On the floor, on the driver's floorboard?
No.
Okay. (53Q) as in Queen.
I think witness is just as bored with having to go through this as we are.
You've seen hands similar to this in suicides, haven't you? With people holding guns?
I've seen hands in that similar position on several scenes. Not
Talking
necessarily
suicide.
criminal and non-criminal.
I'm talking suicide.
Sometimes.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's been entered into evidence. State's Exhibit number 4. Huh? I don't need closes. I'm fine.
I'm sorry?
I'm fine without clothes unless you want me to put them on.
Apparently, the state wants you to. Not really sure why, honestly, at this point, but
You want me to put them on, Jake?
Yeah.
I'll just say one. Thank you. You have the door to take that off? Oh, sorry. Can you rack it back or I'll do it? Thank you.
Yeah, the judge is like, I don't know why it matters at this point, but go ahead. Judge has been over this trial for days.
I mean, fact of the matter is, it's a first-degree murder trial. You know, tough shit. He's gonna have to sit through it.
You could
Let's
tell
give
he's
it
getting
number
annoyed
4.
when the witnesses were getting
Presented into
attitudes
evidence,
back
no
with the
put in
attorneys.
deputy clerk.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry,
I
you
mean,
said
some of those.
Before, apologize.
right. And the
Some of
last
those process
exhibit
were
you were
crazy.
talking, you said defense as well. Aren't those all state?
Those are all state.
Yeah, everything that you used so far.
Yes, sir.
That's what I thought. Okay, that's okay.
All right. Would you agree that I'm holding this gun like this and I'm going to point it. I'm going to point it this way. Okay? Like, holding the gun this way.
This is the longest I've ever seen it take to put on gloves in my life.
So obviously,
Oh,
if
didn't
I'm
you see
holding
the
a gun
OJ
like this,
case?
right?
You never saw the OJ case?
Can you see this?
Oh yeah, good
Took
point.
OJ a real long time to put that glove on. Oh, I can't fit it on my hand.
Remove it. Does my hand look like the decedent's hand? You don't talk to the medical examiner to try to get information if that was consistent with the decedent's hand with holding a firearm, do you?
No.
You're just photographing and collecting evidence, right?
Yes. Processing.
Would you agree you took about 50 pictures, 30 to 50 pictures of the decedent's hand and the sitting position he was in, up close, all different positions?
I don't know that it was 50 photographs, but he was photographed in situ, so that would mean as I see him in the vehicle, parts of him, and then once again, as he's removed from the vehicle and about to be processed into the body bag, more photos.
Numerous photos indicating where his hand position was at his final resting place.
Several photos of his hands and him.
Okay, even up close photos.
Yes.
Okay. skip around a little bit because pictures are more somewhat. Show you the state's exhibit number 53B. Including the evidence.
Yeah, defense has that many witnesses, but keep in mind some of them have already been called. And they don't have to call everybody.
Now, they're still in the state's case in chief here, right?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
You believe there was
I think
one
they
back
said
there?
this morning Tyler's going to test, or
Possible.
Travis is going to
but
testify, and they
not
have
from
two
my
others, which will
reach
probably be his
through the
mom
housing
and brother.
Into the light assembly.
Wait, so are we
Did
in
you
the
ever find out if
defense's
this light was
case in
broken
chief?
prior
Has
to
the
this
state
incident?
rested?
I
No,
didn't
not
have
yet.
any information that
Okay.
that was true.
All right. Do you know how this was broken? Does
But I think they're getting close.
No, I don't.
it
I
look
don't
like
know
a
if this is
bullet
the
struck
last
it,
one or
or
they
you
have
don't
one
have an
more.
opinion?
The damage that is to the housing, to the headlight housing itself, and not the interior, is larger than you would typically see in a single bullet hole. But that may be because of the material is fragile and it broke apart in larger pieces. So, but I do not know for a fact that a bullet hole caused that damage.
You have an opinion? Based on your training and experience and what you observed? If you don't.
I have an opinion that based on the circumstances, it would not be out of the realm of possibility that a bullet hole caused that damage.
Okay. There was a couple of flat tires on this car, right? And I'll show you 53, states 53X. Would you agree that's the passenger front tire
Yes.
and that's flat?
Yes.
Find a bullet in there?
No.
Did you look? Did it look like a bullet struck it, or you don't know?
That I don't know.
Okay. Was there another flat tire on this car?
No.
How about on the back of the driver's side? Remember that tire being flat?
No.
$53DD. State 53DD. I don't know if you can see it. I can't see it there. Look, may I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
53DD. You see a flat tire in this photograph?
They've had one because of scheduling.
In
Go
the
ahead and
back.
go.
Door.
That's it.
All right. What's this?
That's reflection.
Oh, it's a reflection?
Yeah.
Okay, let me
The,
get.
the door is open this way. Here's the door jamb.
That's the reflection of the front tire.
Yeah.
All right, let me keep looking. Thanks. Did you take a picture of the driver's side?
Yes.
You don't have any photos with you, do you?
No.
I believe it was on the video. Do you remember the video of your walkthrough? Do you remember seeing a flat tire in the back behind the driver's side, the rear tire?
The left rear passenger behind the driver's.
When you say left, so if I'm behind the
I'm
car,
thinking left is driver's side.
if I'm behind the car, it'd be to my left,
You're facing the trunk,
facing the trunk.
so on your left.
Okay, yes,
So-
that side, the rear tire. I thought it was on your video when you walked through that tire.
I don't recall seeing that any of those tires. I mean, they're low profile, so it may have looked like it was flat, but I don't recall. Recall the right front, the passenger front being flat.
We can always look at that again. As far as you remember, you don't think it was?
No.
Okay. All right.
No other casings, but I think that's kind of the point that they've made, is that there was really no searching for anything, no investigation, no
What's that?
nothing.
I'll show you. Not labeled. 1 second. States 12A through G. I don't know which letter this is, but you're right. That's not flat.
No.
Oh. The only flat tire was the one in the front.
Yes.
Did you see, or did you get under the car to see how the engine leaked all that oil where the bullets went through?
I did not.
Do you know if it was through the front of the tire of the car, possibly through the grill?
I'm sorry. It appeared it began under the engine compartment when I first got there. That's where it was concentrated. And as I remained at the scene, the fluid started drifting towards the back of the vehicle.
Sure, but obviously from this case, bullet holes must have hit the pan with the oil or the engine, right?
Oh, no doubt.
Did you get under there to see which direction the bullets came from to hit the engine or the oil pan?
No.
So is there any way of knowing if it came from the front of the car, or the side of the car, back of the car? Can you tell?
No.
Carmen, no, I'm not asleep. Looking at my phone.
The night owl cameras.
I'm told that you guys don't like when we talk through trial, so I'm just going to wait till lunch and then we'll talk. I'm just hanging.
I'll tell you what letters. Let's start with the outside of the house. 54A.
Yeah, Dale John, she's still on there. Still on there. Still.
Was this one of the cameras you were talking about right here on top of the garage?
Yes.
And was there any more here?
Above the front door.
Okay.
All right, come on up. Feel free to stand up, stretch, ladies and gentlemen, remembering obeying 3 of the 4 cardinal rules. No research,
There's an
no
issue with the
discussion,
evidence,
and open mind.
she said. All right, let's see if we can answer a couple questions while they're doing this. Oh, everything just moved. Yeah, the loud side. Have you noticed those, Bob? You can hear the judge, like he's so over this. You can hear
audibly
him sighing. Yes, all the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
I mean,
Okay, so
it's not a good look for the judge. I mean, even if,
Yeah.
even if the trial's irritating him, it's not his role. You know, like that has an impact on
Yeah.
the jury. He shouldn't be doing that.
All right, what do you think that because we know that Travis is going to testify, what do you think that that will contribute to his case?
Well, he's got to tell his side of the story. I mean, typically, it's not unusual in a self-defense case that the defendant testify. It's one of those things where basically you have to, because otherwise there's no way for them to be able to get his side of the story out. So he's going to have to testify. He's going to say from his perspective what happened and what he saw and what he observed and what he was feeling. So, I mean, it's basically going to be the entire defense's case.
Pictures here of the actual
And I'm
front
sure
door. Did you
he's
see
ready
close-ups
for
to the front door?
Yes.
We saw your video. Do you remember seeing the on your video? Do you remember seeing the camera at the front door not facing outwards? It was facing towards the house.
Yes.
I think we're all ready.
That looked a little odd to you. That someone would have a security camera and it's facing to the house.
Yes.
Did you take fingerprints off of that?
I did not.
Fingerprints would possibly, you can compare that if there was a latent print. How would you do that? How do you do that? How do you take fingerprints or try to?
Depends on what the surface is.
You remember the surface on the camera above the door?
Some kind of resin, I assume,
All right. How would you take fingerprints if you tried to?
with mag or black powder.
All right. And then you brush it on to see if you get a ridge detail.
Yes.
Then you could possibly match it up to someone who you have a standard that you knew that what fingerprints they really had.
Well, someone else would do that. Yes.
Sure. I mean, you're not an expert now. You're only an expert in taking or trying to get prints off of something, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can also swab something for DNA, like a camera, right?
Sure.
What's swabbing for DNA? What do you do? How do you do that?
We use, well, our department, our process is we use sterile cotton swabs, which are basically Q-tips. Moisten them with distilled or sterile water. And then you rub the swabs, your moistened swabs, against whatever substrate you're processing.
And your knowledge, when you do that, you have a DNA lab at the sheriff's office. Tell us if somebody may have left their DNA on an object.
If their DNA is present on an object.
To do that, you would have to just take a standard, like a swab of their mouth.
Right, for comparison.
You've taken standards, right?
Sure.
So this way you can see if they match up to an unknown or DNA that's on an object to see if that person who you took the swab from touched that item, right?
Correct.
You didn't do that in this case.
No.
Nobody asked you to do that.
No.
I'll show you states 54C. You said the camera was up here?
Yes.
Two cameras or one?
I believe there were two.
Okay. Facing different directions?
Yes.
When you arrive to this house, when you're outside the home, you don't know if you're being recorded, do you?
Correct.
When you got to the front of the house, you don't know if you're being recorded.
Correct.
While you were in the house watching the monitor, did you think the DVR was recording everything?
I wasn't watching the monitor.
Well, you got a picture of it. You saw there was 5 different cameras, right?
For documentation purposes, I wasn't staring at the monitor.
No, of course not. But you saw there was a live view of 5 different cameras from the outside, right?
Well, there were 5 different camera views. I don't know if they were how last they were live. So,
Well, they were
I'm
live
not
when you were
sure.
in the house, weren't they?
well, there were views on the monitor. Yes, and there were 5 camera views from exterior cameras.
I know you weren't staring at it, but if you would look at it, you could see what's going on outside from inside the house, right?
If they were working and timed correctly, I guess one could, but I didn't view it in that manner. It was
Okay, so you
for
don't-
documentation only.
All right. So you can't tell us if I'm in the house as a law enforcement officer at 3:00 in the morning and I look at the screen, can I see who's coming to the front door? Well, I wouldn't see the front door because it's facing the wrong way. But this camera here, if it was working,
Well, there was a ring next to the front door as well.
but you didn't have access to that on the monitor, did you?
I don't know what the monitor specific views. I know there were exterior camera views.
Okay. So what I'm asking you, let's say these cameras, for instance, if you're in the house, can you look at the monitor and see what's happening outside live? Or you don't know. That's okay if you don't know.
Well, what was on the screen when I photographed it was outside. Live, I can't tell you.
So, okay. No one asked you to check that, right?
No, I wouldn't be pulling that information off media.
All right. Well, if you're there, couldn't you tell if another police officer's walking around the house or outside, rather?
Again, I don't know if they were live or if it was frozen, and I'm not monitoring the monitor. I have a job to do, which is to photograph and start collecting evidence. I'm not looking at that screen.
Sure. I don't want to belabor the point, but nobody asked you to do that, to check if you could see a live view of what's going on outside.
No, that wouldn't be part of what they would ask me to do anyway.
It was important.
Well, we have a unit in violent crimes that deals with all media extractions from cell phones to DVRs.
Okay. I'm going to show you 53E. 53E. Said there was another camera facing the backyard.
Yes.
You never went in the backyard area, did you?
No.
So if there's little chickens there or pigs or anything, you don't know, right?
No,
Okay. And where was this camera? It's kind of hard to see. Was it on the?
it's at the corner. It's facing the backyard, so it's actually the exterior south face of that residence, which is facing the backyard, but it's the extreme west corner of it.
Okay. Would it be up here, like this area?
Yes,
Okay. What's this on the this outdoor patio?
that's a camera.
And what's up here?
Well, there's two, one on the corner
Okay.
there, and then I guess that's a porch. So the cover or roof of the porch.
Okay. You didn't collect the DVR that was behind the screen, did you?
No,
Who did that? Do you know? If you know.
Detective Pychek.
And who is he? Do
He's a homicide detective.
you know why the people from the computer division, like you mentioned, didn't come out and do that?
Sometimes they're asked to respond, and sometimes a detective will collect media instead of crime scene because they can directly deliver it to the techs and the detectives that are going to extract information. With me, if I collected a DVR or any form of media like cell phones, it's a process for me to document, package, and ultimately get that information into evidence so that the correct techs have access to it. So it's just a straight line from point A to point B. If a detective takes media that needs to be downloaded later, instead of waiting for me to be able to get to it.
Is there a way to specifically remove the recording device? Make sure the evidence on it is preserved?
You're asking the wrong person. I don't know.
That's why y'all have experts there to do that, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
You know, if Detective Pychek is an expert in media collection.
No, but it's not out of the norm for a detective to collect a media device from a cell phone to a DVR to a computer to a laptop.
You know if he's an expert is my question.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay. You remember seeing a red light on the DVR indicating it was possibly recording when you photo? I know you just quickly looked at it and you weren't studying
At
it.
this time, I don't recall.
Okay.
So they did take the DVR. She didn't, but Detective Pychek did.
Show you State's Exhibit 35. A.
Mama City, that's one of the biggest questions that everybody's had.
Why didn't police take them all? Yeah, I mean, that's
that's one of
basically the defense's case, that they didn't do the
Yeah.
investigation.
35A. Is this the ring camera that you referred to?
Yes.
Is this the ring camera you referred to?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, we have to make sure it's recorded. Thank you. And that would be, how would you classify it? If I'm walking to the front door, it'd be to my right?
Yes.
A few feet up off the ground?
I'm sorry?
A few feet up off the ground.
Yes.
You know if this camera was working?
I do not.
Do you know if there was a doorbell as part of the ring? Was there a ring doorbell?
I'm assuming they're one and the same. I'm not sure.
Right? Did you ever check if the doorbell was working by any chance?
I did not.
Was this the night owl camera that we talked about that was not facing towards the home?
Correct.
Were there any other cameras in this area?
No, not around the front door.
How about,
The ceiling mount and then the ring.
all right, so we knew there was one to the south side of the front of the house, right?
Yes.
One in the center
Yes.
by the door. Was there any to the? Now this would have been north, actually, right?
North is this way. So you're facing the front door, you're south. So
Okay.
to your right would be west and left east.
Okay. So my right is west.
Yes.
There was a camera to the west.
Yes.
Thanks for the correction. Would there be a camera to the east?
I believe there was one at the far east corner of the residence.
Okay. Was that facing the right direction? Well, meaning right direction, facing out to the street.
Correct.
Where most people would put it.
Correct.
All right. And the one on the west, was that facing out directly to the grass or street area, driveway?
The one on the garage? By the
Yeah.
garage?
That one.
That was more oriented to the driveway. So it's like maybe not true north, but northeast-ish.
Okay. You know if those cameras light up when they're on? Like the outside, if I'm walking by them, can I tell they're on?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, this
I'm
feels
gonna
like
go
Groundhog
back
Day.
to 35B. Does that look like a doorbell to you? If you know from the Ring camera,
That's the ring, yes.
you know if that's a doorbell too, or you don't know.
I don't know.
If I show you the picture, would that help, or you would know?
Well, I don't have a ring, so I don't know all the components and the doodads that come with it. So
Gotcha. Okay, 35C. And this was the monitor you're referring to?
yes,
And you see 5 different screens, different split screens?
yes.
Okay. Did it appear to be working, or did it appear to not be working? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
All of
Something that the
this.
prosecutor put in at the end that you said was Travis Rudolph's brother. Remember that one?
From his bedroom.
Right. There was only one phone in his bedroom, right? And
I believe there were 2 on his dresser.
I thought that's what you said in your direct testimony. You said that, but then we only see one in evidence. Do you know where the other one is?
No, well, then I only collected the gray iPhone.
Why only one?
Maybe it wasn't in play, and the detectives said, no, just take the gray one. I don't know if they were able to differentiate ownership or not, and that's the reason I don't know.
Okay, you took the best one that, according to what the police told you, may be involved in this case.
Yes.
All right. Do you know if that phone was ever checked or dumped or whatever, downloaded?
I don't know for sure, but I think it's a certainty.
All right. It's a certainty that it should have been done, right?
I'm going to say it was all of the cell phones. I'm pretty certain that downloads were done
Why do you think that?
because of the type of investigation it was.
Okay. Okay. You don't know for sure. You're just saying it should have been.
Correct.
Okay. No doubt about that in your mind.
In my mind, no.
All right. You go to homicide. Unfortunately, in Palm Beach County, you go to homicide scenes probably a couple of times a week, don't you? Or at least once a week. Are phone evidence becoming very, very important in most homicide cases?
They're very important in every case that they're available. They hold a lot of information.
You familiar with the triangulation where they could possibly tell where a person was
Yes.
at the time the incident occurring,
Yes.
and where they made the calls from, possibly?
Yes.
You know anything about if calls are erased, if it would pick them up on the downloads, or you wouldn't know about that?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. Remember some football paraphernalia in Mr. Rudolph's room, like a football and a football helmet from the Giants. Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
And you actually, I could show this to you, but do you remember on photograph number L, or letter number L and 35L? Was it that the TV even had a football channel on? I'm gonna show you.
I know it's on, but I just don't know what was,
My approach to it.
You may.
what the information, what channel it was on. Football information on the phone at the bottom. I can't make out what channel it is though.
She's saying how the phones absolutely should have been done, but he kind of backed her into that, saying that she doesn't know if it was done or not. And it
I'm sorry,
wasn't
what
for
sign?
quite a week.
You know the Raiders?
Yes.
So it looks like he's watching some kind of football show.
It could be. I don't know if he's streaming that or if it's a network show. I have no idea what channel it is.
Okay.
It just says football information on it.
That was on when you got into Mr. Travis's room, right?
Yes.
You didn't change the channel.
No.
Of course not. No time to watch something else.
Oh.
Of course not.
Bravo, TLC. Yeah.
All right, then there's some pictures of a cell phone. Was this? I'm a little confused. Maybe you can help me. Was this phone Mr. Rudolph, Travis Rudolph's, or DJ or Daryl Rudolph's?
It was on the bed in Travis's bedroom.
Okay. This phone, was it cracked?
I'm sorry?
Was it cracked? Was it broken?
Correct. Oh, the screen. I'll have to check my report for a better description.
This is the phone that she broke, I believe.
Yes, atop the bed, the black Apple iPhone with a cracked screen.
Of course, the witness.
May.
Do you want gloves to open this cell phone up?
No. They're gonna give it anyway. Thank you. You watching?
Yes, ma'am.
That was professional. Does this?
But I'm much better than me.
She
Do I have to
just
chew
made
it
fun of
open
him
or-
for how long it took for him to put on his
These
gloves.
scissors?
Yeah, scissors.
What is this trial?
There you go. Mr. Shiner. Or,
Thanks, Mike. Thank you, all.
Do y'all in chat, do you remember how long they said it took for them to actually test the phones or get the phones? Yeah, it's a circus. Yeah, she said this is how it's done. She's making fun of him for how long it took him to put on gloves.
I can't tell it's cracked. Where is it cracked?
Up the top, the radiating fractures down here to the front face.
I'm sorry. Can I publish to the jury, Judge?
yeah, sure.
Can I borrow that? Thank you.
You want gloves?
No.
So all the stuff she was saying about absolutely the phones would be tested and all that. He kind of kept questioning her on that because there's a lot of stuff that wasn't done and wasn't tested. And so then he had her saying, yes, it absolutely should have been done.
Yeah, I mean that's not her job though. Like she's an
You could think
evidence
about
tech.
it, if I won't show you what I mean.
Evidence techs literally go and collect the evidence. They'll go, they'll bag it, they'll tag it. You know, I mean that's
All right, that phone
not
that
an
we just
investigator.
saw.
She's not a cop. She's not a cop in the
Did
sense
you
of
try to see if it
not
was working?
investigating the case.
No, but I manipulated it in order to photograph it, and usually if it's on, the screen will light up.
Okay, because we saw pictures of the phone that was in the trunk with the tennis screen. Remember that? The red
Yes.
phone?
Yes.
And that we could see there was a whole bunch of writing on there. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. So normally if you move the phone, if it's working or on,
If it's on, that will activate the screensaver and it will come on.
you don't know that phone got cracked or broken or whatever condition it's in, do you?
No.
Of the people that we've seen, I think that she
Usually
did the most thorough
53.
job on her job, but they're questioning her on things that weren't actually her job.
Right. Or beyond things that, you know, on things that were beyond her scope,
that's
like in
correct.
terms of her determining what's going to be photographed. I mean, like she was saying, like evidence techs are guided by the
How big
cops
would you say the monitor is
that are
in the
processing the
living room
scene,
area?
You know, you got the detective saying,
Rough
I need,
estimate.
you know, I need a tech over here. We got some evidence here. You got to mark it,
Maybe
you know, photograph it. Like that. She's not the
32
one investigating it though. You
or
know what I mean?
smaller?
She's the one
32
documenting it.
inches or smaller?
Different role.
Okay. And behind it, would that be, to your knowledge, the DVR that records or doesn't record? Whatever.
That's the DVR, yes.
And DVR means that's what is supposed to record. So the recording device. And maybe this is just the shadow or not, but there's red dots here. Do you know if that means it's on or you wouldn't know? And I can show you the picture if you need to see it better.
I believe, yeah. I just don't know what that's indicative of. If it's live recording or not. I don't know.
Did you find out subsequent to weeks later that the cameras weren't recording according to the sheriff's office?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you find that they were recording?
After if they downloaded the
Sure, Sam.
information,
I mean, she was
wasn't
there at the same time that the
not
cops
aware.
were
So you don't know the results if
processing
it
the
was working or
scene.
not.
So it's like she didn't have to go off a report. She was there. Like evidence techs always show up at the same time that cops do when they know there's an active crime scene. So they just, you know, they
And
just
you,
did a
and you
shitty
collected
job. Is the
photographs
bottom line.
with the cameras and the guidebook on how to work it, right?
Yes.
And where did you find the letter R and Q as a password, right?
Yes.
Where did you find the guidebook and things like that?
That information was in Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
You know where? Roughly? Like in a drawer? Was it out?
No, I believe it was that and other information that was pulled was in a nightstand drawer next to his bed.
Was it his bed or the mom's room or you
No, his bedroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, she's mentioned that a couple times. That
53S.
other people collected things or did things that.
Yeah, there's a whole team of evidence techs. That's, you know.
This phone case is to what?
It's part of the phone case. I don't know if it originated. I don't know where it originated from. If it was part of the what was on the phone on the bed or not.
Was this in the brother's room or in Mr. Rudolph's room?
Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Okay. See, it was already off the phone the time you got there.
I'll
Right?
explain how all this works
It
because I
was
see
there
people
when I
are
started
not
photographing
getting
the
things right in
scene.
the
All right,
comments.
so would you assume this, based on what you saw, was this case originally?
This woman's
or does it
not
fit
like
that phone that we
an
saw that's cracked?
investigative detective. She's a
There's
crime
no case
scene
on that
tech.
phone,
I don't
right?
know what they call
No.
them in Florida,
One that
but
you
they're
have
the
in
people
evidence.
that process the scene. They don't do the investigation. Like she doesn't do the you know, any of the forensic work on the, you know, the phones or any of the extractions or any of that. She just collects the evidence.
Showing
She takes
some
the photographs,
photographs,
bags it. What he's trying to show with her right now is
I
that
don't
the
know if that
cops were
looks like
digging
C
around
and D.
in Travis's bedroom and the mom's bedroom, but they weren't looking for the guns around the people that had driven up to the house. You know, he's just trying to establish that they did a terrible job investigating this crime. Digging around in bed stands, but they don't go and look where the vehicle was, where the decedent was, and the other guy that was shot. They don't even go and check that area for casings or anything. It's crazy.
Yeah, searching the house when nothing happened in the house is a little bit.
It's
This is on
insane.
top of Mr.
It's
Rudolph's
insane.
closet.
Yes.
All right, so it's obvious he didn't try to take this gun and throw it down a sewer, right?
Well, I don't know if that's obvious, but this is where it was when I documented it.
Okay. You didn't have to go on a roof to find this gun, did you?
Correct.
You didn't use any drones to find it, right?
No.
You just walk right in. It's right there.
That's where it was located.
You could see this. It wasn't hidden, right?
No.
And it was actually made safe. There was absolutely no bullets still in the gun when you observed it, right?
There were no bullets and there was no magazine.
Okay. So this gun was made safe. When law enforcement came in, you didn't have to get anyone to remove the magazine or take any bullets out of the chamber, right?
Well, any firearm that is discovered on any scene is checked anyway for safety by a law enforcement officer. And that was done by Detective Pycheck. He confirmed there was nothing in the chamber and there was no magazine.
All right. That's a smart thing to do when you know the police are coming to your house for a shooting and you just use that gun, right? Take the bullets out, right?
I'm supposed to respond to that. No,
You think it's
I've never had to hide a gun from the police, so I don't know what
See, she's a
all the
civilian.
moving parts are when you're going to
Cop.
do that. So I don't know.
You've been to a lot of crime scenes, right?
Yes,
You don't always see guns right out in the open where someone's accused of killing another human being, do you?
true. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Yeah. Sometimes people discard them, they hide them, right?
Sure.
Right. Even sometimes you got to dig in closets, right?
Sure.
Open up safes.
Look
That's
under
not her
beds.
job, though.
Anywhere
I don't know why the
your
state's
mind can
objecting.
deviate.
It's not
Sure.
her gig.
You can do
It's
it.
not what her role
Absolutely.
is.
Okay. And when you found the drum that holds 100 bullets, it holds 100 bullets, right?
That's true.
That was in the brother's room, Daryl Rudolph.
Yes, under the bed.
All right. Completely on the other side of the house, right?
Yes, opposite ends.
Okay. And it wasn't completely under the bed. You said the produce, you could see it partly sticking out, right?
Well, that was after it was found.
Okay. So did you pull it out?
Yeah, the detective who discovered it, when he looked under the bed, he pulled out the edge of it so that it could be photographed
For real.
before
For real,
being
Marla.
completely removed.
It wasn't
Land
covered by a
plane.
blanket, was it?
Not that I'm aware of.
There was nothing.
It was just covered by the bed.
Sure. And if you look under the bed, it's right there.
Sure.
So
No more
your
questions.
BB 53 BB. Hard to see, but if your testimony, tell me if you agree. Your testimony is that's where the other firearm was, the FN,
Yes.
and it was in a holster.
Yes.
You know if this has anything to do with this case at all?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. You just took it and photographed it because, hey, you never know, right?
Correct.
Any gun may be involved in a homicide case. So you wanted to make sure.
Correct.
Can't go back a month later. Well, maybe you could, but it'll be much harder a month later if you find out this FNN had something to do with this case. It'd be too late to go back and possibly collect it if someone hid it from you, right?
Correct.
He's probably making a bigger, and Bob, you know this more than I do. He's probably making a bigger, like, taking more time to go through this with her because now he has the pictures. So now he's pointing out he couldn't really do this extended
firearm,
with
right?
a lot of the investigators
The actual
because they didn't have
firearm, the-
anything. Now he has
Yeah,
pictures
Banner,
to
those
show and take the time to point out to the jury
The
Correct.
how bad this
236.
was.
Yes.
Right, because these are now in evidence. That's what I was saying. That was really her role in terms of testifying today, was to get all of these pictures, this photographic evidence, into evidence, and they had to do it through her. I mean, she's the one who took the photographs, so she's the witness.
It is.
You may.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you will be able to see that later, but
No problem, Heavenly.
State's exhibit number 3. This is legal as far as you know, right?
I would defer to others on that. I'm not an expert.
You say this is legal as far as you know?
There's no knowledge it's a legal gun.
That's correct.
Oh, yeah.
How about the FN firearm? You know if that's legal?
As far as I know, but I don't know that for sure.
How about the drum? Do you know if that's legal to have?
Objection, relevance. Come on, man.
Don't know for
Somebody
sure.
from the state has to do something. They're just sitting here.
Nobody made you aware that this is any illegal firearms contained in the house, did they?
No.
You also said that Mr. Rudolph had to carry concealed weapons? Permit?
Yes.
You said CZW. Does that mean a permit?
Yes.
Lawfully carry concealed?
To carry a concealed weapon, whether a gun or other.
Okay.
It's a virtue, Carmen. It's a virtue.
Yeah, I think the prosecution fell asleep.
Yeah. I mean, aren't we all a little bit?
In the boxes and in the
Yeah.
information that you found in the bedroom, was there any guidebooks on how to work these firearms as well? Owner's manual?
I'll have to check my report. I'm not sure. That was in the nightstand.
All right. Well, that was found in Mr. Rudolph's house, right?
Yes.
States 53W.
But it wasn't in a gun box.
Oh, okay, no problem. What is this? It says owner's manual, right?
Yes.
So this wasn't, and you saw the boxes with my client's name on it. Mr. Rudolph's name had it on, at least on the one of the boxes that we saw earlier. His name was on the box, right?
Yes.
Even had the date when he probably bought it, right?
Yes.
These guns weren't like from the street at all, right? As far as you can tell.
I don't know that for sure.
All right, but do you usually see boxes and manuals from guns bought hot off the street?
Oh, God. Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Thank you.
You don't know anything about hot
Did he hear
guns or
my
buying
objection?
off the
Did that
street.
just happen?
I think so.
I don't know that.
He's streaming us.
If these
I didn't hear the
guns
state
were,
object.
Or
I mean, in general, you can't tell, right?
They don't do it in the microphone.
no.
Okay. The other police officers do that kind of work, right?
Yes.
Okay. $53 double X. That's the one you said that had Mr. Rudolph's name?
Yes.
PUs, that's probably mean pickup, or you don't know?
I would think that's what it means. Yeah.
And 11/29/2017.
Yes.
This was the FN handgun that was in the holster in the drawer.
Yes.
Okay. There was no children living in that home as far as you can tell, right? At
Not that
550
I'm
Teak
aware.
Drive? At 550 Teak?
Not that I'm aware.
Is any children's clothing or toys and things like that?
No.
Do you remember seeing I know it's been a long time, but any kind of bags near Mr. Rudolph's bed?
Bad.
Training bags that somebody maybe take with them to train to a gym or something like that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. $53LL. These are the two phones you talked about earlier that were from Mr. Rudolph's home.
Yes. In
And I mean DJ or the brother's home. I apologize.
his bedroom. Yeah.
Bedroom. Yeah, sorry. Which one did you take? This one or this one, or can you not tell?
The gray Apple iPhone.
It would be the one.
Oh, I can't tell from when
Okay.
it's which.
Does it have silver edges on it? You don't know.
I don't recall.
Let me show you the phone.
Okay.
You may.
Yeah, I think the judge is just wanting to get this over with before he takes lunch. We've never
For
taken
sure.
lunch this long.
For
Yeah.
sure. It's no question.
Showing you states number 70.
Am I taking this out?
You need close?
John Hanson said the judge wants to take
Can you
lunch
close it?
tomorrow.
Oh, am I taking out of the evidence bag?
Well,
Well,
he's
it's like,
definitely
well,
trying
well,
to
he can tell me
get
which
the
one it
state
is,
through their
so I can
case in
match it up in
chief.
there.
That's for certain.
I don't want to waste time with putting gloves
Yeah.
on.
But he's also got to be cognizant that the jurors are hungry. You know, I mean, he
Need gloves
can't
to be
Yeah.
there,
get
huh?
what he's trying to do, but typically judges really try to
Better
cater
safe
to
than
the
sorry.
jurors. Me too, be
Jeez, I'm
kind.
showing that.
I'm getting hangry as well.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, Carmen, I think she just, she's no nonsense. She did her job well. Like, I mean, they can't have any beef with what she did, I mean, it's not about her. I think he's just using her to try to show that the cops
this-
didn't do their job.
I mean,
Yeah.
this one has a cover. So
Which one is it? Can you
in
tell
its
her?
cover, there's no silver exposed. Okay, so I'm going with right
Okay.
because there's no shiny element on the perimeter of the phone.
Gotcha. And do you know if this phone turned on at all when you moved it?
I believe it did. The screensaver activated.
All right. And this phone here, I know you can't remember, but from best of your memory, someone told you it had nothing to do with the case or it wasn't working.
Well, I didn't collect it, so which is not normal because I collected every cell phone I came across. So I must have been told it wasn't in play.
All right, thank you.
I think we all do.
Like, where was the state's objection relevance? Like, what is going on? The state's helping make this more painful than it needs to be by not
A
objecting.
photograph of the phone, the front of it when you moved it, right?
Yes.
You didn't look at this phone to see if any of this had any relevance, did you?
No, I didn't.
That'd be something for the detective to do.
Yes.
And like you
Dude,
said,
just
dump
ask
phone
the
to find everything
question.
that's in that phone, right?
Right.
He just beats around the bush. All he's trying to establish is the cops didn't do their job. Just ask
Do you
her
think
that
that
question.
do you think that the state is letting it happen so much because they probably know that the jury is bored, so they want them to zone out so that they're not
I don't-
noticing how much he's pointing
mean,
out? I'm
If it is,
curious
it's a terrible strategy. It's not a good strategy. I mean, it kind of is what it is with respect to
Yes.
the cops. They knew that they were going to have to deal with the fact that the cops
Yes.
did a terrible job at the scene. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like going into trial.
No
it wasn't
crime
gonna
having
be a
live
mystery.
ammunition in your house, is there?
Yeah.
You could have 1,000,000 bullets if you want them, right?
Yes.
And I think in one of the pictures you said there was 3 different kinds, manufacturers.
Yes, there's 5 head stamps represented in that photograph, but in the processing of them, I determined there were 3 different makes. No. No.
I don't think that anybody is questioning things. I think it's just the manner of which all of this is going is just been interesting from a strategy standpoint, I guess.
Talk about what you found in the black Cadillac.
Yeah, Sliv, you got to pick, a trial. You got to kind of pick and choose your battles. I mean, I get what you're saying, but I don't necessarily know that he's making any points on this stuff.
Pretty much.
This is an evidence tech.
Well, that
man.
many defects, I'm not real
These are
sure
the
I got.
questions. I'm assuming that he was trying to grill
The ones that were obvious
that
and to
did
the
it,
best of my ability,
right?
I labeled
Like,
in the
heavily.
photograph.
Were they grilling the cops themselves?
And
I didn't see that testimony.
we didn't talk about the outside of the car. Would you agree there was one spot on that car that had blood-like substance?
Yes.
And that would be on the left driver's rear quarter panel?
Yes.
You didn't see photographs of those, did you?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
And it was labeled BLS?
Yeah, Lisa, that's kind
I
of what I was
did.
thinking.
Are you
too.
asking if the photos were published?
Yes.
I don't believe they were published here, but they do exist. I photographed it and labeled it, and
Okay. And let me use this little diagram.
Oh, he put the mic down.
Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, folks.
Stand up and stretch. See, he's still not sending them to lunch. He wants this to be over so that they can move on.
It's for certain. It's 1:15, Florida.
Yeah. And see, normally they've been taking their lunch about 12:30. I think he's just wanting them to get done.
Judge, I'm just going to interrupt briefly to indicate an agreement between the state and the defendant
Stipulations.
to enter States 13, it's diagrams of the defects on the Cadillac.
Very well. Submitted without objection.
These are not your diagrams, are they?
no.
All right. Just using a diagram to help explain where the blood-like substance was. Would you agree it was back here in this area?
Yes.
And I don't know if this particular car had a gas tank here because they're all different, but did you take measurements or do you have an opinion about how far it was from the back seat to where the blood was in the back?
I did not take measurements. Approximating maybe 2 feet.
Okay. And did you take a sample of that blood?
I did.
Why would you do that?
Because it's evidence.
Okay. Maybe important to figure out how it got there?
Yes. Or who the owner is.
I'm sorry?
Or who the owner is.
Okay. And how about the pattern? Did you take specific pictures to see if it was splatter or it was just a drop?
It was more than a drop. There were several drops. And they were photographed.
All right. Do you know about blood spatter? Have you seen that before in multiple cases you've been involved in?
Yes, there's all types of spatter.
Could you tell if this was like spatter that came out of a body because something happened to a person, or could you tell if it was just a blood drop or no opinion?
I'm not an expert in pattern interpretation.
Okay. So no opinion about that.
No.
Are there people who can do that?
Snack time.
Yeah.
I've seen the blood here. Did it look fresh? In other words, did it look like it was there?
Well, it wasn't wet. It was dried.
You got-
And it was still red.
Okay.
So to me, that indicates it didn't have age on it, because then it starts to turn brown
Okay.
after several hours. So
Who would determine if this is going to be tested, this blood? Would that be the lead detective?
yes,
Not you.
no,
Okay. And the rest of the car, I mean, I know you mentioned all the defects. There was no other blood on the exterior of the car.
no, not that we found.
All right. How about the interior in the back seat? You didn't mention on direct any blood that was in the back seat.
Well, on the areas facing the back seat, which would encompass the headrest of the front passenger seat,
Okay.
and the same for the driver's seat, there was small areas of blood-like staining on the backs of those areas, and I believe there was just a small amount of a blood-like stain on the right rear passenger seat.
Did you put a blood like BLS sticker and take photographs of that?
No,
Did you collect it?
no.
It's so sweet, Pantoufle.
My opinion, I don't know for sure, but it's my opinion that we knew who was in
I
the
was
vehicle.
actually thinking about it.
We have all the people that had occupied that vehicle
I've got a nice
At
little
some
salad
point
sitting in the
during the shooting,
fridge.
so there wasn't a need to identify.
You can. I can take your camera off
origin
till
of the
they
blood-like
get done if
stains.
you want me to.
So
No, I'm kidding.
you know, as you sit here today, if
I gotta
that blood
talk
came from a
shit.
man named Tyler Robinson,
I mean, he's
First.
got to be getting close.
the decedent,
Yeah. Well,
That
see,
I don't
you know,
know, but it's my understanding that Robinson didn't make it to the vehicle.
with
That's what
them
we're told
talking
by law
about
enforcement officers.
Yes.
all of the blood or lack of there being a lot of
Stain.
blood in the car,
Did you use that knowledge in determining what you were going to collect?
you know, that shows that they weren't
The
shot
fact that
like,
Mr. Robinson didn't
while
make it to the
fleeing
vehicle.
in the
I'm
car.
asking for the truth, Judge. I don't know if you want to argue that. Did you use that knowledge to determine if you were going to try to find evidence of Mr. Robinson's blood inside the car?
Asked and answered.
No.
Objection. No.
And why-
I don't understand the question.
Yeah, that's a bad question. I'm sorry.
It's a terrible question, dude.
I didn't use the fact that there were blood-like stains in the rear passenger compartment of that vehicle to determine what I collected or documented inside that vehicle.
I'm asking about Mr. Robinson. You said you received information from other officers.
Stain.
I didn't even ask the question yet.
Well, it was the same question that you just said you were going to ask her the same question that you've already asked. You may. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Wiggle, that's a great question. There's been more than a handful of times when we've caught jurors napping during trials. You know, when you're into like the second, third week of trial, you know, and you have a witness like this or somebody who even is like more dull in terms of just laying foundational information to get evidence in, you know, people will drift off. I've had them drift off during like expert witnesses where it's science-y, you know, and they're just like, man. So what we do, because we're not trying to call out the jurors, you know, like, so we don't like say, wake up, you know, but we'll address it with the judge when the jury's out of the room. We'll say, look, juror number whatever seems to be dozing a bit. Maybe you can address it. You know? And plus, the judge has to be cognizant of things like that.
Yes,
you know, if
please
it's
do.
getting too long, if there's not enough
You
breaks,
were not
it's got to
concerned
break.
with trying
That's
to find
part of his
Tyler
role.
Robinson's DNA inside the vehicle.
Yes.
Oh.
So that's kind of a big deal because we heard that, you know, Tyler say he got in the car, he was shot, and then he got back out, and they're talking about how little
All right, let's
blood
talk
there
about
was.
the phones in the car in the trunk.
See, if they could do this in a way where they would make a bigger deal about that and kind of let them know that this is important stuff instead of it dragging on and on and on.
Right. And she's not the witness. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to like let our viewers know is she's not the cop. She's not the lead investigator.
Yeah.
She's like, that's what the cops do. And when they go to a crime scene, they'll call a tech over and they'll say, I got something here. I need you to mark it. That's what she does. So if they didn't go into the car and if they didn't look, they being the investigators, if they're not calling her over saying,
Just the phone you
"We have some
testified was
potential
in the
blood
black
here.
bag.
I need you to mark it. I need you to get
There
a
were two
sample
cell
of
phones
it.
in that trunk. I
You
can't
know,
tell
and we need to
from
process it." Like she's not
the
going to do it
screen
on
which
her
one
own.
it
That's
is.
not her job.
All right, well, let me.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like, Angie.
39Q.
Yeah. 17-minute investigation.
I mean, that's crazy.
I know.
That
I
help you?
know.
That's the contents of the main compartment of the bag, and that screen does not look similar to what was in the bag. The other screen view that you showed.
Oops.
She is, Donna.
Yeah, she
That's what I
said
was
I don't know.
saying. She's
the
not a cop.
officers told Tyler never made it.
If it's on screensaver mode, it should be the same image that comes up if it's locked.
I don't know, Melissa.
There, so
Like,
I'm-
if I'm the state, I'm
Do you have any
objecting
notes that can reflect?
for sure. You know,
There should be
I
another
mean,
photograph of the other phone.
It's just not relevant. It's a
It's
relevance objection
screen.
over and over and over.
You see that, or is it too far?
I can see that doesn't tell me which one
I
it
mean,
is.
maybe
There was a
Brandy's
loose one,
theory
and then
that,
there was one
You
in.
know, she's hoping that that you
in
know,
the section.
or that the state's just hoping that
The other phone.
the defense is losing the jury
And-
because of this line of questioning, so they're just letting them go and go and go.
Yeah.
When none of this is germane to the case, none of it.
Just showing you the pictures. Show you all the pictures of the phones. See? Maybe this one. There's a lot of pictures. How about H?
The red Apple iPhone was laying on the
think.
floor of the trunk.
You would think.
And the blue Apple iPhone was inside the satchel.
But just because a trial's being streamed doesn't mean that you're going to get good lawyers. Not how it works. There's no auditions. Hey, we're going to televise this trial. Are you
Yes, that would be the front of the red phone.
So the phone that was in the satchel that we had identification
Mike,
of the decedent, Mr.
they're not
Jean-Jacques.
released as a witness. They can be called back to the stand.
That would have been in
but
his bag,
typically
right?
When somebody gets off the stand and there's a
Not this one,
possibility
the
they'll
other
be
phone.
called later.
The blue one
was in the bag with
Situation
in
like
the
this,
satchel.
Pop had
Mr.
testified
the
early.
decedent's
and
ID was in there
not
too,
a
right?
bunch we
Yes.
could get into because of the evidence wasn't there for him. At that
You,
point,
you didn't
at the end
investigate
that
any of these messages,
examination,
did you at all?
the defense would say we
You don't know who
reserve the
Ghost
right
is
to
or
recall this
Roxy or
witness.
TY is, do you?
No.
Or boarding a flight to LA, your boarding pass available, you don't know
Definitely
about that, do you?
No.
I think she knows. Like my wife's got a lot of fangirls. these
She's
days.
awesome. She's
Yeah.
awesome.
You don't know who owns this phone, the one with the tennis rackets on the screensaver.
No, Sheila, like we missed
No, that's the
one trial
blue
that definitely
one.
would have been televised as Garcia,
You can
but
guess that it's
they didn't have cameras approved in the
Uh,
courroom at that time. They
the
approved it a
decedent,
week
because his
after
ID
that
is in
trial
there,
was
but I don't
over.
know for sure.
Everyone would have hated me anyway. I was
No.
so aggressive with some of the witnesses.
Yes.
I mean, it was a death
Well,
penalty case.
It was in the
And
satchel with
they
his
kicked
ID.
Allison off the case. So, like witnesses that I would typically have
Police
Allison
determine
cross-examining,
who the
like
owner or who used that phone,
I
right?
prefer to have a woman cross-examine a
Yes.
woman witness because it comes off if a guy is questioning a woman and he's coming off like shitty.
I would think that would be
You
part
know,
of the investigation.
People feel like
yes.
that they're demeaning the witness, and it's easier to have like if we have a witness we have to go hard
My
at.
opinion, yes.
I always prefer if it's a woman witness that Allison do it because they're not going to get the same vibe. You know what I mean? Like
People
with
talked
me, they'll be like,
Yes.
"Oh, this guy's just picking on this
Does that
poor."
look
you
like
know,
this was
poor
in
witness.
the bag with the decedent
Yeah.
stuff?
Yes.
Okay. This is different than the phone with the tennis rackets, right?
Yes, that screen is yes.
Okay, so
Right,
this phone is
Carmen.
more consistent belonging to the decedent because
Especially
it's
with
in his
this
bag with his
exactly what I was
identification.
thinking of when
Correct.
Dick was
Yeah.
going at the ME. Everyone hated him.
I was just thinking
when,
that.
Yeah.
So 3 total phones found in this black Cadillac.
Yes.
You don't know how the
Can't
phones
Souffle,
got
that
in
was
the
almost a
trunk
work of
the
fiction,
black
that
Cadillac, do you?
Dateline. Are you talking about
No.
my Dateline episode for Garcia? Yeah, they took some creative liberties because we gave them like war room access. So they were in with us when we were preparing for trial. They were supposed to be like a fly on the wall. They irritated Allison though.
Dates 36 A through M.
Beautiful mama. There's going to be a link to my link tree, and it's got everything. It's got we're
Photograph
not
of
live streaming
himself
yet on
as he
YouTube, but the podcast, all my socials, that's all on there. Our store, we opened our store. We have merch. Any of our fans of our show.
Consistent with someone picking
Go
up a
buy
rock
merch.
or a boulder and breaking a window.
It could be a bat, stick.
Okay. You have no idea who broke this, do you?
No.
That'd be a crime if somebody got caught breaking another human being's.
This guy.
That may be true, but I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead. Answer the question if you know the answer.
It'd be a crime to somebody break another person's window if they didn't have
You
permission,
said it
right?
could be. That's obvious then.
Yes.
You don't know who broke it.
Isn't
do you?
it Pantoufle?
Nobody checked this car.
How I
for
read it.
Any DNA or anything that
Pantoufle.
possibly could have done this. No way to do that, right?
Well,
No way to
I would
tell.
say there's no way, but it wasn't done.
All right. But how would you possibly check who did this window if there wasn't a video or a witness? How would you do that?
The only thing left
Oh.
for me is latent processing and DNA swabbing.
Okay.
Is this the same?
No one asked you to do that, right?
Bob?
No.
I mean, for a sloppy judge, like it depends. Like if a witness has been subpoenaed, Okay. It's different than like, and typically, like in our cases, we subpoena every witness in the event that they don't show up, that we've got some ability to be able to drag them into court. So if they've been subpoenaed in,
Don't believe I
you're
was
typically
informed
asked to
of ownership.
enter,
I don't
enter and
know
continue the
that for
subpoena
sure.
so that they can be recalled. So, I mean,
Showing
if
you
those
photograph,
conversations were taking place,
36I.
it's hard to know.
Exhibit. Presented as evidence. It's the black shirt that you found in the front of the yard,
Yes.
size
Yeah,
large.
they keep asking. If you look on my little
Anybody
picture,
check
there, it says
DNA
Bob
from the
Mata of Defense Diaries. That's my podcast.
neck or in the shirt to see whose it was?
In case you
I
guys
don't know if
forgot.
that was submitted for DNA analysis or not. But again, any request for DNA or follow-up analysis would come from the lead detective.
Okay. But you collected it.
Yes.
Oh, and you put it in evidence, and it's here today, right?
Yeah, if you
Okay.
exclamation point Bob, it'll come up. The link.
Notes,
Link
isn't
tree.
it true that it was a
Yeah,
cold,
Linktree's
or a
great.
cool evening that night?
Yes.
Let's see,
What's
Bob, the way
cool
they
mean to you? I know
placed
Florida,
her.
cool means
Fuck
different
off.
than in New York. So what's cool here?
Cool
Yes,
for me is
exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Pantuflay. Like Allison,
that.
like she talked about it on our pod when I brought up Dateline in relation to the Idaho 4 case, because I was raging on that Dateline episode that they did on the Idaho 4 case, which of course brought up our episode of Dateline.
65 would still be okay.
Do you remember the temperature by any chance this day? No. This night.
No.
But your notes reflect it was cool.
Yes.
Does that sound weird for anybody else, or is that just me?
Yeah, Brooklyn. I watched some of Dominique's. Like I saw the question where the lawyer asked her if she had plastic surgery. And she got all. She didn't want to answer it. I was just thinking, I'm like, oh man, this chick's hating that question. Stream trial. Now everyone knows she had plastic surgery. I wanted to know what. I was curious as to what she had work on.
We heard a Brazilian butt lift.
Oh, I mean, come on.
Why is that? Why do y'all do that on these type of cases?
Oh,
Because if there's any trace evidence that we don't know about,
That's not us. That's the court rebelling, telling us they need lunch.
Handled and transported.
Well, one good thing is we're not missing anything really interesting. I can guarantee you.
From fibers to hairs, glass fragments, dirt, whatever the investigation.
And we have the captions. So.
If somebody gets into a hand-to-hand combat, is it possible to get trace evidence like DNA of somebody's hand?
Sure, we can swab the hand.
It's the remix.
Old school.
How about the fingernails? You aware that the medical examiner swabs into the fingernail and takes samples from that?
They don't swab, they actually clip all of the nails. That's part of the autopsy evidence that comes over to me.
Why?
Again, for trace.
So you know the deal, the way that it works is that after the state's chief, I'll just wait till they're done. Like I'm gonna hang here until this is done, so people can actually hear me and ask questions. Hopefully the judge calls pretty soon.
Collected and checked.
We are begging for a break, Sheila. It's not just the jury. What about us? Don't we matter?
How about for DNA? Do you know if any DNA was attempted from the decedent's hands or wrist?
Oh yeah,
No, well,
I
I
didn't
did
come
not
here to
swab them.
read. Did you see
I'm
that
with you, Mike.
testimony?
I'm with you.
Did you
for postmortem?
Did you see that? I got to mute that for a second. That is giving me a headache. Did you see that testimony where he said, "I didn't come here to read"? Did you see that? Oh my gosh, it was hilarious.
Oh yeah, you're talking about from yesterday.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. He was a very antagonistic witness.
They can ask for one of us to come over, but I believe that was part of the process.
This sound is weird to everybody. This is law. This is their feed. This is not us. This is their feed.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can come in. I'm on a YouTube feed, but you can definitely come in.
See why you you told that?
Yeah.
All right, I'm muting this for a second because it's giving me a headache.
Me too.
There's nothing. We can't hear anything on it anyway.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna turn.
Hopefully
Allison has to change real quick. So you guys. Why do I have to turn the camera off then? Sorry, it's
I can
behind
remove you.
the Mata house.
I can remove you.
Because of the contamination.
The audio is still doing that. I have no idea what they're doing. That's all them. So we'll unmute it when it gets better. Right now, it's just giving us headaches, and you can't hear anything they're saying anyway. So as soon as they can fix their feed, we will do that. Yeah, Kathleen, you are absolutely right. The jury muted it an hour ago. Bob, can I bring you back on? Give me a thumbs up if I can. Okay, I didn't know if you needed me to keep you.
Yeah, no, she just said that she's got court, so she's heading to court.
Okay.
Now. She has a real job, Brandi. She has a real job. Unlike me.
Yeah. Yeah, at least this is all jury and stuff, and we could.
The question is the judge aware that they're having
listening.
the technical difficulties? Because maybe that would spur him on to, maybe breaking for lunch.
Go ahead and call lunch. Yeah, that would be nice.
That would be nice.
Yeah. So what other questions y'all have, since we can't hear anything with them anyway?
Yeah, start hitting me up with questions, because it's really tough for me to talk over the guy talking, and I don't know if you guys can hear me, and it's rough. Oh,
JT will unmute if it gets better.
What's the things over which this one? Yeah, this is definitely their feed for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think the state has enough evidence to get a conviction?
Oh, good. This is the question I wanted to get to. So what's going to happen, and I know you guys watch a lot of trials. So typically what happens at the end of the state's case in chief, the defense will make what they call a motion for a directed finding. And that is basically where the defense will argue to the judge that the state has not met their burden as to the charges. It's rare to see a case get dismissed total. In my 20 years of practicing and doing trial work, we get counts dismissed. But in terms of getting the whole case dismissed, the judge is typically, he's going to err on the side of caution, and he's going to allow it to go to the defense. And whether the defense is going to put a case in chief on or not isn't really pertinent at all, because we've seen recently a few trials where the defense didn't put anything on after they lost the directed finding, so they're not going to win a directed finding, if that's what you're going to ask. They're going to make Travis get on the stand is the way that I figure this.
Yeah, and they've said that he will. I think we're all excited to hear that part.
And look, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like in a case where you've got self-defense, it's one of those rare occasions, because they always say if you can avoid it, you don't want to put your defendant on the stand, because typically all it can do is hurt you. Like if you get a juror that feels like he's a jerk, or, that he's a smart ass, or he's getting defensive when he's getting crawled, like all those things are being perceived by the jurors. So it's risky. But when you have a self-defense case, and when that relies on the perception of the defendant, what they were feeling, what they were seeing, the only person that can testify to that is the defendant. So he's going to have to get on, because they're using self-defense. He's going to come on and he's going to tell his entire side of the story that no one else has been able to tell. You know what I mean? Like in these self-defense cases, it's extremely rare, unless there's like video evidence that shows exactly what happened and like every detail of it, they're going to have to put the defendant on. And I'm sure he's dying to get on there. This is a tough case for the state. Like I have not followed every witness, but my pick right now on this is it's going to go not guilty. Like they stormed the guy's castle. You can't come in full deep into somebody's crib and, either with guns or without guns, and like that type of thing. It doesn't sound like they were able to establish definitively that these guys had guns. But
at least one of them, because there was one gun that was found, so they know at least one of them did, but they think that more did. And see, I think that's the way that they're going to try to do the whole. Because if the gunshots in the back, okay, were in the back, but we don't know the ones who weren't shot, or the ones we don't know who was facing where when it happened. And I guess that's what we'll hear from him. But if one of them is pointing a gun at him, that's, presenting a threat still being there.
100%. And kind of what plays into that, Brandi, is what you were talking about with the text message from Dominique. Come and shoot. Like, what was the exact, do you remember the exact wording of the text?
Go shoot his shit up is what she said.
All right. So like even though in terms of what his mentality is, that doesn't help. But what it does help is show that more likely than not that these guys had guns when they were pulling in. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm the defense, that's what I'm arguing. Yeah, my client didn't know that text message existed in terms of his mindset. But what it tells you, it substantiates the fact that one or more of these guys had weapons and that was what they were coming there for. So that really plays well into the whole self-defense thing, because you want them having guns. You want the guys who storm the castle having weapons. You want them pointing them out the window of the vehicle as they're driving away, because then he's still feeling threatened. The question is, could he have retreated into his home? But his brother was still out there, right? He was coming out to help his brother.
Yeah. And his mom had come out because his mom had the Ring video footage trying to say, look, she lied. Here's the video. She was the aggressor. She was the one coming after him and he didn't do anything. So she was trying to show them the video. So, they were, mom and brother were both out there.
Right.
Yeah. And this was the other text. Sheila says he was a walking dead man. That's what they sent back. That's what Dominique had texted Keyshawn, and that's what Keyshawn sent back, that he was.
Yeah, and that's like powerful. Not again, like, you can't know, much like this witness said. Are you expecting me to know something I don't know? Like same with the defendant in this case. If he didn't know that those texts were existing, like in his mind, because remember, with self-defense, you're always thinking about what matters is what was in the mindset of the defendant, and was that reasonable? Under the circumstances, like was him shooting reasonable? Like, if you've got a guy that's trying to start a knife fight and he's 300 yards away, and you've got a guy with a gun, him shooting and killing a guy that's 300 yards away probably isn't reasonable in terms of self-defense. Now, if you've got two guys in the car in the caddy and they're pointing weapons out while he's still out there trying to help or assist with his mother and his brother, and he sees guns, then it's reasonable for him to shoot. And I think the jury will probably feel that way. And again, like, the fact that they came to his spot is going to be huge. It's not like he went and sought them out. You know what I mean? They came onto his property and they picked the fight, really. Like, she involved people that she shouldn't involved in their dispute. And, this is what you get.
Yeah.
Bob, can the defense call witnesses? Peter, are you from the UK? You got that UK spelling of the defense, which I love, by the way. I actually prefer it to the American spelling. I like that they spell it with a C. Can the defense call witnesses on the prosecution's list, even if the prosecution doesn't call them? Yeah, you can. I mean, they would have had to have listed them as a witness. Like, a lot of times we'll have, because before a trial, both the state and the defense, we have to submit our witness lists, because we want to have the opportunity, if they'll talk to us, to go and interview witnesses that they have. And that happens long before trial. People will get added if they find out new information along the way. But yeah, a lot of times there's the same witnesses on both sides of the, both sides of the aisle. So it's not unusual to see that, and it just, in terms of whether or not I'm going to call a state, what would be considered a state's witness. Like, if it was somebody that I was expecting them to call and they didn't call, but they had some information that I wanted to get out. I mean, you're calling them and it's kind of, you're like, you're going in blind, which is scary. It's like, you want to be able to know what your witnesses are going to testify to and what their answers are going to be. It's like the first rule for the defense attorney is on cross-examination, never ask the witness a question that you don't know how they're going to answer, because that can explode in your face. Like, that's why you never ask like open-ended, like a good cross-examination. They'll never ask the question why, because it leaves way too much room for the juror to just go on to like a 5-minute diatribe, and you're not going to be able to control what they say, because cross-examination is all about controlling the narrative of the testimony that's coming in on cross. You're wanting to ask yes and no questions, not how and whys.
Yeah. For those of y'all asking to hear it, we're not just muting it for fun. It's there's the audio right now is so messed up you can't hear anything. As literally the second it's not messed up anymore and they give us actual feed, the button will be on, and JT's listening so that we don't have to listen to it in headphones. He's listening, and as soon as it's good, he will add the feed back in there. But right now you can't hear anything. He's listening in real time. Y'all will get it as soon as it comes back.
Who are you pulling the feed from?
Long Crime, I think, is
Long Crime. It depends on, like, if they've, like, I don't know how many pool cameras they allowed. Like, a lot of times, like, sometimes they'll only have one pool camera, and then that camera, they give the feed to all the other agencies.
Yeah. Thank you so much, John Hanson. We were looking at, before I announce it, we're going to make sure that we have feed for it. But JT and I were talking this morning about the one that we're looking at next. So we got to make sure that there's going to be streaming for it. Yep, it's Long Crime and it's still bad. I would rather not.
Yeah, and the problem is if you switch to Court TV, I don't even know if they're televising it. They're so delayed over there. Their feed is like, they take so many commercials. Their feed is rough.
Yeah, it's hard to watch anything on that one.
Yeah, they're always like an hour behind. Like when I'm on
but
Court
I think
TV,
this one,
like
I don't even think they have. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and I don't even think they have this one. I think that I think this one's just Long Crime, so we're kind of like at their mercy as long as their feed is messed up. I'm surprised that the judge has still not sent them to lunch.
He might not be aware. He might not be aware.
But even with timing, I mean, it's almost, what time is it? It's almost 1 o'clock here, so that means it's almost 2 o'clock there, and they haven't even given them like a full break. There's just a couple stand and stretch. So right. I'm surprised that he hasn't sent. I mean, I know he wants to get this done, but those jurors.
Got to think about the jurors.
I can't even. Yeah. Let's see. Here's a question. Will the number of total rounds that were fired, 39 shots, carry?
Who would check the neighbors for cameras and doorbell ring cams and things like that? Beside,
typically deputies would assist in doing a canvass, and the detectives would look.
It sounds like on my phone they've got it fixed. I don't know though.
Zip code where I'm documenting. I like to include that information. If it's in close proximity to my scene, I like to include that information in my scene photos. But this time, close proximity to the scene.
and you know if any of the houses right
So weird.
where that car was parked had any cameras,
That I don't know.
and you suspect they didn't. Otherwise, the deputies would have asked you to document them.
Usually that's the norm. That's what happens.
You know if any of the houses right there where that car was parked had any cameras. When you suspect I approach her.
Hey.
So it takes a
Yeah,
number
it's-
27. Then to the evidence says, what was it, Mr. Sebastien?
Yeah, it's not
Contents of
fixed.
Sebastian's pockets.
See, now on my phone, it's clear.
You open that and show us, please.
Are you in real time on your
I think
phone?
so. Yeah. I can't go forward or backward when I'm watching the stream on my phone. Like, it sounds like it's fixed. I don't know.
Because on hold on, let me
What's
mute my
JT
microphone so
saying?
you don't.
Let me
That
see.
on his phone and on this is still bad.
It's jacked. JT saying it's jacked on his phone. That's so
Yeah.
bizarre.
How would you describe what you're holding?
Yeah, I think.
It's
Are you sure you're in real time?
Yeah, I'm watching her do the same. Like
You hold those up for us?
I'm 5 seconds behind, but it's
It's two keys,
Here,
one of which
listen.
has a Toyota insignia.
turn down your sound.
Anything else? How would you describe the dimensions so the record's clear?
See?
Approximately. I know you don't have a ruler. Just a rough estimate.
Couple inches.
Okay.
So the Toyota one is at the key fob.
Right.
And then an additional key, and I'm not sure what that's from. It's a door key. I don't know.
Okay. You can put that back. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I mean, if my sound wasn't like 5 seconds behind, we could just use my sound from my phone. Does it sound super tinny though? Probably.
On the ground, right?
See, on mine, it's
bad.
still, yeah.
Have you ever seen Defense Exhibit number 5 from the doorbell ring cam?
No.
When you saw the decedent, you saw him obviously in the car and also on the ground, right?
Yes.
See, people keep saying it's fixed. It's weird. I mean, you pay for the subscription for Law and Crime, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was
it's
thinking
good
maybe
now.
that-
Let's see.
Isn't that true?
It's still choppy.
You don't know what's in his pocket or in the decedent's
So
pocket.
weird.
In this photograph, do you?
JM's is good too. Sounds good on my phone. Yeah, so it's weird. Like phones are coming through, but it's YouTube. Are you streaming it through YouTube or the Law and Crime app? JT, if you can hear me, maybe try going to Law and Crime and logging in and then running it through there as opposed to YouTube. Because I'm watching it on the YouTube or the Law and Crime app, not YouTube. They're two different things. Melissa says I pay for Law and Crime too. Their audio is messed up. Yeah, mine's clear as a bell. Huh.
See, I pay for it too. Mine's messed up. I don't know.
Is it bad on your phone, Brandi?
Yeah. Yeah.
So weird.
And I pay for it too. JT says he's working on it right now. See if we can get a different feed.
Whole body when he was laying on the ground.
Yes.
And his pocket, his right pocket.
Somebody needs to just text the judge and tell him, send everybody lunch. Everybody's hangry anyway.
Yeah, for real. Let me see.
See.
Happens.
Oops. At least this is happening during the least exciting testimony of all of it. All right, looks like they're talking. Maybe they're going to send them to lunch.
Judge is like, the word on the street is the audio is really bad. Oh, they're in verdict watch on Belief Nick. Okay. Yeah, prediction on good old Tim Belief Nick. big time guilty.
Yeah. You've been on court TV a lot about that one lately, right?
Yeah, that's the one. That one and Murdoch Light until that one was done.
Yeah. We streamed that one here too, the Richard Merritt.
Yeah.
That was where the murder happened.
So unfortunately, we're going to have to take that lunch break now, but I am promised.
He said,
assured
unfortunately,
that redirect shouldn't take longer than 5 minutes. So we'll double that and call it 10. Now, question is, how much time do you've been very patient. And I appreciate it very much. How much time do you want for lunch? We'll start with an hour. Is that good? Yeah, it looks like almost. Okay, now it's unanimous. All you got to do is wait long enough. Oh, there you go. 2 votes for 1. There. Okay, so please be back here at 2:55. 2:55. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. You won't run into me out there, but if you run into anybody else from this trial, duck us, we'll duck you. Keep an open mind. No research, no discussion, even amongst yourselves. See you at 2:55.
all right, hallelujah. So we got an hour now.
Heyo. Finally.
About time after everybody is hangry. I cannot believe it is 2:00 there and they're just now going to lunch. Okay, so now that we finally have lunch break, all right, let's see. Y'all can ask your questions now. We can.
Yeah, and let me just let y'all know who I am. So I've been a criminal defense attorney for 20 plus years. A couple of years ago, I started a podcast called Defense Diaries. My dad was John Wayne Gacy's attorney back in 1978. That was kind of the thing that like drew me into podcasting. I had these tapes that my father had given me all those years ago. So I started the podcast, did the Gacy season. We're in the getting towards the end of our second season, which is the Anthony Garcia case. And we do a side pod called The Docket, which we handle all kind of current events. And we're defense attorneys, so I actually know how the judicial system works. So we try to educate our listeners, not in a boring way, but in a way that's, entertaining, about what the hell's actually going on. So our pod's really good. I'm pretty proud of it, pretty proud of what we're putting out there. And, for all those people out there that think you hate defense attorneys, I'd ask you to listen to our podcast and then come back to me. And if you still hate defense attorneys, well, then that's fair. But I think that you'll have a very different opinion on defense attorneys if you start listening to our pod. And we cover everything. We crushed Vallow. We did 12 episodes on Vallow, and that was with me and my wife, who also happens to be my law partner, Allison. And that was more of a banter thing. My normal pod is serialized. It's a long form serialized podcast, and they're very deep dives. Like if deep dives are not your thing, my pod's not for you. Stick with Wondery. You can do your 12 episode Wondery pods, and the ones that we all see because they force their way onto the top page of Apple Podcasts. They have the money. So let's see. That's right, Jennifer. It was my 21st birthday present.
The 39 rounds thing was one of the questions that. Do you think that will play into whether or not they look at it as self-defense?
I mean, it depends. We've got a moving vehicle. We have 2 different windows potentially rolled down, theoretically, with guns sticking out of both of them. I mean, he's squeezing the trigger. You know what I'm saying? Don't look at it as like 39 rounds of like there's a victim laying on the ground and you're doing overkill and firing 15 rounds into somebody who's already on the ground. He's firing, and I'm sure it was a semi-automatic, right? What was the weapon he was firing?
AR-15.
I mean, that's like I'm no gun expert, but that's like a 3 pulls, 39 rounds. You're getting, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's not like he had like a 9mm and like took his emptied his magazine, put a different magazine in it. I mean, that's like was kind of rapid succession in terms of that. Yeah, I don't think that that's going to hurt him as much as the state thinks it will hurt him. I think what's going to hurt the state is the fact that these people came to him, came onto his property, were threatening his health and safety and that of his loved ones. I think, people that are, care about their themselves and their property are going to defend it. And there's going to be people on that jury that are going to feel that way. If somebody rolled up on my crib 4 deep, and I know they're not coming over to like sing Kumbaya with me, it's going to get ugly. And it's exactly what happened. And somebody asked a question, if I were the state, and I'm going to preface this by saying, I have not heard all of the evidence. Somebody's telling me, like, when they're not putting the lead detective on the stand during the state's case in chief, that like screams at me that they have an absolute shit case. Like, is that true? Did the lead detective never testify in this case?
Well, that was kind of the thing that was weird about this one, because it's like there never seemed to be a lead detective, and there were different detectives that testified, but it seemed like nobody
was like fessing up like I was. Yeah, no one wanted to be the lead on that one. It's like they did a 17-minute investigation. No one's like, oh yeah, I was lead on that. Yeah, that was my shit. Nah, no one's doing that. I can see why no one said it. Did the defense probe into that? Like, that's the kind of stuff you want to see the defense doing. Okay, like, look, I would have been hammering home the point that, that it was a 17-minute. I would have said that like on repeat. It would have been on a loop. So during this 17-minute investigation, did you do this?
Right.
So during that 17 minutes, did you go and check in the Cadillac to see if there was any blood? During the 17 minutes, just hammering because it's like, that's ridiculous.
And with them being at 2 different locations too, because they had the responders to Travis's house, and then they had the responders to where the guys ended up in the car. So it's like 2 different areas too. So it's almost like, instead of having one, big, clean, thorough investigation, it was 2 shoddy non-investigations, really, from everything we've seen. So
there's no question. Look, 17 minutes. I don't have to have heard any of the testimony. No one's doing a competent job in terms of processing a crime scene in 17 minutes. Now, Barb, I have never shot an AR-15. I'm not necessarily a gun guy. I don't know if that's true. Where you're like an AR-15 is like that fires bullets rapidly, from what I understand. Who on here has shot an AR-15 who can give us like the straight dope on that? Because I hate guessing on stuff.
There was one of our viewers is real into guns that said the other day it would take about 10 seconds for that to happen.
For about 39 rounds to get fired?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
he said it would take about 10 seconds.
Now, do you have to keep pulling the trigger, or do you just keep the trigger depressed and the bullets fire out? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I've never shot one. So you know what I'm saying? Like, are you having to pull the trigger for 39 times, or with an AR-15? Or are you just like pulling the trigger and it's just firing? You know what I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I don't own one and never have. I can tell you about revolver, and that's about it. But they're saying each trigger is 1 pull, but
I've shot an AR-15 shot per pull. So I think it's Gailey May, if I'm mispronouncing that, sorry. So you're saying for the 39 shots, there would have been 39 trigger pulls. Yes.
Yeah, and they're saying it feeds faster. Like, click your mouse 39 times. How long does it take? So that would be kind of the
10 seconds. 10 seconds sounds about right. Yeah, in the scope of like you feel like these guys are going to kill you. 10 seconds isn't that much, but in that moment, that 10 seconds probably felt like an hour. You know what I mean? You know how that thing when we're involved with some kind of traumatic event, how like time slows down. for him, it probably seemed like the whole thing was going on for, what took place in 15, 20 seconds, seemed like it was going on forever.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. I listened to the clown yesterday on the stand. Crazy that his behavior is allowed. Yeah. There was a lot of behavior that's been allowed in this trial that I am surprised by. Let's see. He had, everything keeps moving on me fast. He had to load it when outside too, per the boys, was struggling loading it, they said.
Who are the boys? Are the boys the victims, or are the boys like his people? Like who said that? Do we know?
I don't know. They'll answer us. They're let's see. Conscious thinking turns off when you are in fight or flight mode. He more than likely didn't think he fired that many rounds. Yeah, that's kind of
Totally
what Bob was
agree.
just saying. When you're like in that mode, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
especially with his
stands
mama out
still.
there,
It's
and
like-
his, they're
everything happens in slow motion.
I
remember I was like,
yeah, the victims.
I was like, the victims. Okay, so I mean, can we trust them? You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, as a defense attorney, when you have these guys, are you going to tell me that you think that you would trust what they thought they saw when somebody's shooting at them? I mean, like, who's standing around looking at, like, oh, I saw him have to I mean, like, I'm not buying that. I'm just not. Like, if somebody's shooting a guy, like, I'm hiding. If somebody's like pepper spraying me with with an AR-15, or like peppering, my car with bullets, the car that I'm in, I'm ducking. I'm not looking at the guy that's trying to kill me. Doesn't make sense to me.
Susan Bilberry says, I think that was bull testimony because it was a 100-round drum fully loaded except for discharged bullets.
Oh, there you go.
911 calls mentioned far fewer shots were fired.
I mean, did they even pick up like the spent casings? Did they even do that? Did the cops even get to that? Is that like, where are we coming up with this 39 number? It has to come from somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And when you look at the car, this is something that everybody was kind of talking about yesterday too. When you look at the car and the damage that was, they called like, the defects, whatever in the car, some of those look more like ricochet than actual.
Yeah, you can't trust that anyway. I mean, there's going to be shots that didn't hit the car. Like, you know what I mean? You have to look for the spent casings. That's how you find out how many shots were fired, not by how many bullet defects are in the vehicle, because it could be, like you said, ricochets, or he simply missed the car 15, 20 times. You know what I'm saying? It's like people shoot and miss all the time, especially if they're not trained with weapons. I mean, like they should, if they would have taken more than 17 minutes, they would have combed the entire crime scene, and found every spent casing that was there. And they would have found if there were spent casings that came from a different weapon. Yeah. Like it's got to be not guilty on this. Like there's reasonable doubt all over the place on this thing. That's what my opinion is.
That's kind of where I was saying, because even if you don't necessarily believe that this is self-defense or whatever, there's so much doubt that to convict on this would be
I didn't see that. Like, how did you guys feel about the concept? Like, if there is the possibility that one or two of the victims had a weapon there, it's reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
It's because everybody that's testifying on behalf of the state that was actually there, they have a motive to lie. Obviously, they're coming off like they're the victims. So, I mean, like, you have to give that the weight. The jury's going to give that the appropriate weight. That's why it's so crucial to know whether or not they had weapons. Because if they're retreating, it's a different thing. If you're retreating with guns, that's not really retreating in the sense that it's retreating. Yes, they're running away from the scene, but they still have weapons in which they could turn around and be firing, or get in the car and roll the window down and be firing. That's not retreating. You know,
Yeah.
like it sounds like I didn't hear the stand your ground hearing, but it sounds like the defense attorney screwed that up. Like if they didn't get that in, because like with a weapon, like when do you consider yourself retreating? Like when you're gone, like away from the scene, like whatever distance you can shoot somebody from, unless you're like beyond that distance, to me, you haven't retreated, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like to me, it's just reeks of, oh, you know the deal. Well, you should listen to my podcast first and foremost. I give you all the answers in there, but it was insanity defense. That's what that was with Gacy.
Yeah, if y'all haven't listened to Defense Diaries, you need to. It's so good. So good. Let's see. Yeah, Tyler said, did you see that part, Bob, where Tyler, when he was on the stand, he said he didn't care what the jury thought? Probably not.
I did see that. I did that. You know, like none of the witnesses that the state put on that I saw did the state any favors at all. You know what I mean?
No.
It was like I get being combative with like the defense counsel. I get that, but like even on direct, they just seem disinterested. You know, like the feeling I kept getting is we're just looking at a bunch of witnesses who have no desire to be in court trying this case. That was that's the way, it's absolutely how it came off to the jury too. Like, and the jury's gonna be like thinking, well, like if these witnesses and these victims, like the surviving victim doesn't give, like if he doesn't give a shit, why do we give a shit? You know what I mean?
All right. What about this one? If he's found not guilty, will he be able to press any type of charges against them and Dominique? Even
yeah, the state is the one who presses charges. I mean, you can go and make a report, but like the state is ultimately the one who is going to decide whether or not they're going to try a case and prosecute somebody. It's like, I don't know if you've ever had the Sarah on your bucket list. Does that mean that like you have to do it sometime before you die? Like there's no time like the present. Listen to Defense Diaries. Let's see. Yeah, no, like as far as that goes, like say you feel that you've been wronged and you go to the police station, you make a report. All you're doing is making a report at that point. If the cops think it's enough to call a state's attorney and say, look, is there a case here? Then they'll do that. But ultimately it's the prosecution that decides whether or not there's going to be, like there's going to be charges that are going to be pressed, not the cops. Like people have that misconception, like in every crime, unless it's like a shoplifting, where, a store owner calls and that, but if it's like any kind of major felony, there's always a prosecutor on duty. When the cops make an arrest, they then are calling the state's attorney's office. So like when you see like somebody who's been arrested and they're sitting in an interrogation room and they're sitting in there for like an hour, that's because the cops are talking to the prosecution. They're saying, okay, this is what we have. What should we charge them with? Because there's a misconception that the cops understand the law. And they really don't. Like, and I know that sounds weird because their job is to enforce it. But, I mean, they know the bare bones, but they don't know what it takes in terms of proving elements at trial. It's because it's a completely different thing. You know what I'm saying? So like anytime charges are going to be levied against somebody, it's always coming from the prosecution's office, never the police. So the defendant here wouldn't say, like, that's not to say that he couldn't be saying, well, why aren't you charging them with something? Where's the trespass? Where's the attempt murder on me? Like, why weren't they charged with anything? So it's like, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. But what I'm saying is, if this case is going to go poorly, the fact of the matter is that 17-minute crime scene investigation is still going to exist there. So you're still going to have the same problems in that trial that you're having in this trial, except with maybe Dominique. Now, Dominique's an X factor. Like she was the instigator, like we were talking about early on. I mean, maybe there's a charge that we can get her. Like I saw somebody had texted something to the effect that maybe, they could try to get her as that she was soliciting murder. I don't know if we go that far, but I mean, maybe it depends on what the full, context of those text messages was. I mean, if it's just like a sister hitting her brother up, saying this guy's put hands on me, I don't necessarily take that the same way as like, look, I need to take care of somebody. Can you make it happen? You know what I mean? And it's like, that would be a tough case to prove for the state, I think, like in terms of just because of the relationship of who ended up showing up there.
What about civil trial, like, or civil suit, like the one that Sebastian's mom, because Sebastian's mom filed a civil suit. What about, would he
Civil
be
trials
able
are
to
whole.
do?
Yeah, they absolutely they can file. Civil suits are completely different. Civil suits are brought by the plaintiff. Like, so, in this case, it would be him. If he wanted to sue them, or if he wanted to sue the police department for doing a faulty investigation, if he wanted to try to but filing suit against the government's tough because they typically have immunity, but unfortunately, did I hear somebody say that he is currently on home arrest? Like,
Yeah.
he's not in.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did that for a reason. Like, the state didn't fight that, because typically when you have a murder, you're in custody, you're in jail. Like, the fact that they let him out on an ankle monitor tells you a lot about how the state felt about the strength of this case. Because when did this go down? In 2021?
Yeah, April 7th, 2021.
Yeah. So, they weren't about to keep this guy on some bullshit in custody for, 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, just look back. Any murder trial, people are typically not out on bond or on house arrest. They're typically in custody in the county jail, or in some circumstances in the prison. But let's see. Wait, Tango Crochet. Bob, what days are your podcasts live? So, Baseball Dad, podcasts or audio? We do have a YouTube channel, which we have not started streaming. We are going to start doing that. I have so many friends that stream that I have to try to figure out a way that I'm not competing with my friends though. So we're going to try to figure that out. Like this friend here that I'm with now. Let's see. Somebody said that Tango Crochet asked a great question. Do we see it? I don't know how far up it was, because I love great questions. They're my favorite. Oh, yeah, that was the question. I think we just addressed. Tangle, did I answer that sufficiently enough for you?
I keep having to mute my microphone because they're drilling again. One of my neighbors just has a drill that they like to play with every single day. Every single day.
I mean, they're builders, they like to make things.
Yeah. There's only so much you can make in a condo.
I mean, you would think. Only so many repairs you can make as well.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Okay, Bob, do you think his NFL career was part of the decision to charge? I don't know. I mean, maybe. I think that you have a situation where there's somebody died, that in terms of the political pressure, if there were no charges that were brought, I don't know what was going on surrounding the case, at that time back in April of 2021. I don't know. It's funny. I don't even remember hearing about this case. Typically, when NFL or ex-NFL players get into something, it's pretty big news. I don't know if I remember hearing about this case at all.
There wasn't a lot of coverage on it at all until, there was a little bit from, local Florida stuff, whatever, but this wasn't like a, there wasn't a lot of national coverage.
Well, it's not weird. It's probably because they're all people of color, so the news didn't think it was important. It's probably our answer.
Oh, yeah, this is a good point too. The girlfriend that talked her boyfriend to commit suicide, Michelle Carter, she was convicted of, I can't remember what the final thing, maybe
I forget too, but yeah, I know exactly. I've watched whatever the 2 docs they did on that, and yeah, I mean, and if you watch the documentary on that, you knew the state talked about how risky that was, that there had never been a case that they had tried like that, because it was really kind of a fascinating case in that sense, because she was obviously at home in bed, but just absolutely trying to convince this kid to kill himself. Why haven't you done it yet? What are you waiting for? You should do it. You wanted to do it, so I don't know. It's a tough case. It is. Cause like I'm saying, they're going to be coming off of this case. And if it goes the way that I think it's going to go, which is going to be not guilty, they're not going to be like very anxious to go back and mess with this case. Like I would not be surprised if nobody is charged. I will be surprised if everyone isn't sued unless they don't have money. The first thing they teach you in law school is you don't file a lawsuit against somebody who doesn't have money, because what's the point? You're not, you're not just going in for the principle of the thing. You're trying to collect money. So,
Yeah. Did you hear that? I got to mute.
I mean, it sounds fun. It sounds very relaxing to sit around with that going on.
I was laughing earlier today because it literally starts as soon as I start my stream. And so I was laughing. I was like, they're watching the stream and it's somebody that's in here and they're like, hey, let's see if we can hear it now. And they do it to, just.
Melissa, no, you cannot recover legal fees if he's acquitted. But
how likely do you
But
think
if Travis files civil suit, he could certainly try to recoup his legal fees there. That's a different thing, though. But again, as we heard during Dominique's own testimony, she doesn't have a pot to piss in. So what are you suing her? like I'm saying, like you can't squeeze blood out of a turnip. So, if she doesn't have any money, they're not going to sue her.
Yeah. She's a realtor who's never sold a house, I guess. So.
Yeah. How likely do you think it will be Travis found not guilty on all counts? I think it's very likely. Based on what I've heard, like let me just preface, based on the limited testimony that I've heard and what people have been saying about this case, I think there's reasonable doubt as to the fact. It's like, because ultimately they're going to have to land on whether or not, and when I'm saying reasonable doubt, it's a reasonable doubt as to whether or not these people were retreating. Because I just don't think that they were retreating. It sounds like, because like from his perspective, if they're in the car and they're driving away, he seems like he was a pretty measured guy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like in terms of what I heard from the testimony with him and Dominique, where she's losing her shit on him and he's like, you're cheating on me. Like you can just imagine what that scene was like. Like she was playing it off like, oh, I wasn't angry. Like they kept asking that same question. Like, what would she say? She's like, I wasn't angry. I was disappointed. And
she was hurt. So she smashed all of his stuff because she wasn't angry. She was hurt.
Right.
I'm like, okay, you don't smash somebody's stuff because you're
all their shit. So, but he didn't lose his cool there. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's very telling. Like, she didn't walk out of there with him trying to say, okay, I'm going to physically pick you up and move you and put you out of my house. To me is not abuse. That's his right to get her out of the house. Did she have any kind of marks? Did he strike her in any way? Did he do anything that could be construed as domestic violence?
No, she had said something about how she had bruises, but then there was testimony that there were no bruises, that she had, basically lied about. But keep in mind, she had surgery 6 weeks before. So there was some old bruising on her. But
where's the bruising? I care about like bruises on your eyes or your face, the broken nose, broken jaw, huge bruises on the arms or anything like that. Like any signs of domestic violence. My point being that in the face of what was going on with her, he doesn't strike me as an overly violent guy. Cause a lot of these football players, and I happen to think that it's directly related to CTE and the concussions, they're prone to domestic violence. It seems I'm obviously not going to say a majority, but in terms of how many pro football players there are in the world, which is a very small number, there's a lot of them that seem to have problems with it. And, and until they really start cracking down on the domestic violence in general, with the league saying no tolerance, if you touch somebody, you're done. It's your career's over. Until they finally did that, it was pretty prevalent, and God knows how many that we never heard about. They're in a violent sport, but that CTE and those blows to the head, there's a real correlation there that no one's going to tell me that it doesn't exist, because I know that it does. You can't, when I was playing football way back in high school, they just called it ringing your bell. You'd be seeing stars. When you hit helmet to helmet, and imagine these guys that are built like freight trains coming at each other and it's helmet to helmet hits, like there's going to be brain damage. There's just going to be. And the helmets back then aren't nearly what they are today. So my point being that this guy seemed like he still had his emotions under control, meaning that I believe him in the sense that that he saw these guys with weapons. If I'm the jury, that's what I'm taking all those things into consideration. And I'm certainly arguing that if I'm the defense, because essentially what you have is a he said situation, because you have surviving victims who are all going to be lying because they want this guy going down. You know what I'm saying? It's like I wouldn't trust any of those witnesses. I'd give them zero credibility because they have a motive to lie. They want this guy going down for killing their homie, period. You know, so it's I mean, hopefully this defense attorney doesn't suck as badly as I think that he does, because his closing has to be powerful. I mean, there's a lot here that you can work with in terms of establishing that my client felt that his life was in danger, period. I don't care that they were going towards their car. I don't care that they were in their car. They were shooting at me from their car. Unfortunately, law enforcement didn't do their job, so we'll never know, how many other guns were fired because they didn't collect all the spent casings from all over the property. I mean, it's like there's a lot there that they can argue. It would be a really tough case for me as a juror to find him guilty of first degree murder on.
Yeah. Also with the closings, I hope that they let the I can't remember her name and I should know it, but the female defense attorney, I think she does a fantastic job. I hope they let her do it. She did the opening statements, and she does a really good job. Okay. Do you think that her Googling accessory to murder a few hours after the incident will impact a decision by a jury, in your opinion?
It's funny because the weird, and when I say funny, not like ha ha, I mean like it's an interesting question, because the murderer is not the person she solicited. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's where it gets tricky. Like, typically it's like, had she hit up Travis and said, yeah, my brother's coming over here to beat my ass, can you handle that? And Travis killed him. Then yeah, they got a pretty strong accessory to murder. However, she's texting other people to come and to come and handle this guy. And it's the guy that she's having her people come to handle is the one that killed the other people. So how is she an accessory to that? You know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't fit. It doesn't play out that way. There's got to be, I'd have to dig into the statutes in Florida to see if there was something to try her with. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's weird, because Travis is the one who did the killing.
Right.
And she was the one, if she was trying to get him killed, it went the other way.
Yeah.
So the bigger thing would have been like somebody who brought it up, like maybe soliciting a killing. I mean, maybe that's the charge. I don't know. It's a really unusual fact pattern, to be honest with you.
Yeah. There was another question. Oh, somebody had asked about his, like, all the good that Travis has done in the community and stuff like that, if that will impact it. But I know that they had filed a motion for none of that to be allowed, like for them to not be able to talk about
bolster his character, right?
Yeah, like leaving, because that was one of the things in those papers they had that we went over this on the stream during one of the breaks. I pulled it up. But some of the things that they were wanting left out were, anything that goes that's positive.
It shows that he's a good guy. They want everything that shows that he's a good guy. They want it left out. Of course,
they want it left out. And then all of the things like for the four guys who showed up over there, like they have reputations for violence and social media pictures of them holding guns and stuff. They wanted all of that left out. The fact that Dominique was married and possibly worked at a strip club, they wanted that left out. So they have like all these things that, basically anything bad. They wanted any character stuff left out.
Right.
Some of the stuff ended up coming out anyway. But
like what came out? What did they get out?
The fact that she was still married.
Yeah, I heard that. So that came out. Do we know what the ruling was as far as the judge allowing any of his character evidence to come in? Travis's?
I couldn't find anything on the ruling. I found the
Well,
motion where they had filed that, but I couldn't find anything on that.
We'll find out when he gets on the stand, because that would take place during direct. Like, his lawyer would say, well, do you work in the community? What's some of the work you do in the community? If they object and say, Your Honor, we handled this in, pretrial and a motion in limine, then we'll know that the judge didn't allow it, which is bullshit. Like when you have a case like this where you're, because I always get upset because most of the time I'm not able to bolster my client's reputation unless it's specific to what the crime was charged. You know what I mean? Like you can't just go in there and talk about what a great guy he is, like in general, but like if I've got a client that's been charged with a violent crime and I've got character witnesses that are going to come in and testify, I've never seen him do anything violent ever, that's allowable. But for them to come in and just talk about he donates 50 hours of his time, per month at the church. And, he does he feeds family at Thanksgiving, like all the charitable stuff that he does. They're typically not going to allow that. Like I always feel as a defense attorney, I'm like, it's inherently unfair because when you're trying to judge the character of the witnesses, to me, that stuff's irrelevant. It goes to the type of person they are outside of the courtroom when they're not on that stand, So it's just one of the many things that's frustrating about being on the defense side of it. I mean, the state typically has all the advantages, and that's one of them.
The social media stuff, I know that they had, they did a motion for supplementary evidence with they had like a Snapchat thing, wanting the Snapchat. So I'm assuming that's what that was about. I don't know who worked at the strip club. There was just mention on that one motion about you can't say who it is, or you can't say anything about anybody, involved working at a strip club in any capacity.
Right. Like that kind of stuff, they're not going to allow it in. Like they're not going to allow them to assassinate her character because she was an exotic dancer. You know what I mean? It's like that type of stuff they'll never let in. But if like they could find a witness that said that, look, this is the third time that Dominique has called her brother on an ex-boyfriend. Like that's a guy that you could bring in. It's like two ex-boyfriends come in and testify on behalf of Travis. Yeah, I was dating her and we got into a little argument. All of a sudden her brother's at my front door. That's something that I would argue is relevant and should be brought in because that shows that this woman, this is what she does, so.
Yeah. All right, let's see what other questions. Oh.
So what is the temperature in here? Do most people think he's guilty or not guilty?
I can do another poll. We've done a few polls, and so far, the vast majority. Oh, I have to do it on my computer. Let me see if I can get it pulled up.
I mean, helping different strokes for different folks. You know what I mean?
But also, I don't know if it was her. It just said somebody, so it could have been. It could have been anybody. I don't know who worked at the strip club, but she and plus she's a beautiful girl until you know anything about her.
Right. Like she's beautiful externally, but like not so beautiful internally.
No. All right. Start a poll. So this is based in, I always make a point to say so far, based on what we know so far, because, we can't make a full decision until we hear everything. So based on
the deal asks, can you make a case for him being found guilty? Look, the biggest thing that you have in your favor is that they were all in their car theoretically driving away. I mean, the state's got to lean into the fact that they found no smoking gun evidence that these guys actually had weapons with them. They were in their vehicle. They were leaving. Was anybody shot outside of the vehicle?
Well, yeah. See, that's the thing is we think that they had to have been shot outside of the vehicle because of the lack of blood inside. So we do know for a fact that Tyler had a gun on him. He said that he ditched the gun in the bushes because he was scared that he wouldn't get medical help if he had the gun still on him. So because he was one of the ones who got shot, but he lived. So he ditched it in the bushes or whatever, and then they ended up.
Did he make that admission at trial? Did he had a weapon with him?
That's
a huge admission.
He talked about because they found it in the bushes. So this is like, so we
Did it have his prints or his DNA on it? Do we know?
Yeah, I believe so. Because that his gun is also in evidence. But see, one of the things that's interesting too, he said that the whole reason he ditched it was because he thought he was not going to get medical attention if he had it on him. So he said that on the stand. But he also said on the stand that he got in the car and then he decided to get out. That he was in the car and he decided to get out. So that's when he got out and went on his own. But if he was shot and there's so little blood inside the car, that also doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, people are answering. Yeah, it was registered to him. He tossed it. They had video of it in his pocket.
Oh yeah,
he admitted on the stand. Yeah.
So.
Here's the stripper. Chris was the bouncer. There you go.
Did the car leave the? So here, give me some of these facts because I don't know them.
Sure.
So the decedent, the guy who died.
Yeah.
Okay. Was he in the vehicle or was he on the property? Did he die on the property or did he die in the car?
He died in the car.
Okay. So did they actually make it off the property? And that's what you're saying. At some point, the car crapped out.
Yeah. They drove, they made it off the property, but Tyler didn't. Tyler said that he got out of the car. But I don't know. You know
what this case reminds me of, except like more violent? Well, equally violent is the TikTok guy who was like doing kept driving, like bugging the shit out of his neighbors. And then they all came over to his house and he ends up stabbing the dad to death while they're in his property. So that was a self-defense. It's a very similar fact pattern. Like those guys all had the opportunity to retreat. The dad came back in. I don't know. It's a tough case for the prosecution. It really is. I'll be stunned if they come back with a guilty. I really will.
Yeah. Cause see, the car was,
yeah. Zach Latham. Thank you, Frankie's.
Yeah. That's the name. The car was a couple blocks away. So when they left, I think it was like 5 miles. Y'all tell me in chat. When I'm chatting with everybody, I don't write down all the facts like I normally do when I'm doing my charts and stuff. So some of this stuff gets past me, but they're on it. They remember everything. But I think it was 5 miles. But they passed a hospital sign. So that was one of the things too that they made sure to point out because he's in the car where he'd been shot and they didn't go to the hospital.
Right.
They drove.
It's a big deal. It shows you where their mindset is.
Yeah.
Right. And if you're shot, like I'm saying, well, save my life, bring me to a hospital, unless you're worried about getting arrested. Because you just bum rushed this guy's crib, and got into a gunfight with him. So, yeah. The TikTok guy,
the deserted building.
Yeah, Latham was not guilty. That's right. And he shouldn't have been.
Yeah. Yeah, and they didn't call 911, so delayed care. And then they made a point to point out this today too, that they didn't wave down the police when police were going by. So even still, so it's not like they were trying to get help,
Right. Did any of them call 911?
No.
Of course not. Nah. Yeah, this guy's getting off, and he should. I'm all for this guy getting found not guilty. He didn't start the fight. I mean, they may not like the way it ended, but this guy clearly had the ability. They're showing all the pictures of he had a pretty serious armory in his house. He was the wrong guy to mess with. They should have thought about that before they jumped in their car and drove over to his house at midnight. It's like you reap what you sow.
Yeah. Connie Munster, I wish they were done with the CSI lady today, but they said they have about 5 minutes of redirect when we come back from lunch. I think they're supposed to be back about 5 till. So we got about 15 more minutes till they come back. But
the state was finally, or the defense was finally done with their cross. Is that true?
That's by the time we finally got audio back, that's what it sounded like. Because the judge was saying, when they come back, that they have been promised that the redirect will only take 5 minutes. So he said, I'll go ahead and double that and make it 10 or count on 10. But that's all we were able to hear. So I think so, but with the audio being so messed up, we didn't get to hear how it all ended.
So Brenda's asking if Travis wins this case. I mean, he's got no criminal record, but it sounds like he was trying out for the Canadian Football League, which is obviously not the NFL. So I think his like NFL career, like notwithstanding this case, was probably over. So he was trying to get into some different leagues. You know, I mean, if he could make some money in the CFL, he was going to do that. But yeah, I mean, he could certainly do that.
Yeah.
Like he's got no criminal record if he walks away from this with a not guilty, you know? I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, Ray Lewis, like back in the day, I don't know how old your subscribers are, but Ray Lewis, who was like a absolute badass linebacker for the Ravens, Baltimore Ravens, there was a whole thing where there was a shooting in a club and he was thought to be somehow involved. And, you know, it's like he ended up playing his entire career and that kind of went away.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we got a Bob's fan. Bob's are great, Dee. It's a dead name, though. No one names their kid Bob's anymore. It's all Robbie. I was in New Orleans for Jazz Fest this year, and we were staying with some people I didn't know, and they were from Turks and Caicos. And the guy's like, "Oh," he's like, "I'm not going to call you Bob. I'm going to call you Rob. Is that okay?" I'm like, "No, man, it's not my name." I'm like, blame my dad. Yeah, kids these days, they don't call him Bob anymore. If it's going to be Robert, it's Robbie or Rob.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jimmy.
So far,
see, look at all the Bob. See, it's all dads. All the dads are Bob. I want to see. Oh, my kid's name is Bob. Then I'll know what's up. Yeah, then I'll be wrong. Then I'll be proven wrong that that it's not a dead name. It is a dead name. People don't name their kid Bob anymore.
I had a fish named Bob. If that helps at all.
That's awesome.
So far our poll shows 87% right now are leaning toward not guilty as of
Okay, now who are the 13% that think he's guilty? I want to hear what your theory is. Type it into the comments. I want to hear why you think he should be found guilty.
Yeah, we have 9% that say guilty and 4% that are still unsure as of now.
All right, so that 9%. Let's hear it. What do you got? So like state your case to me. I'll be the juror. Make your case that this guy should be found guilty.
See, most of the stuff that we've heard when people are chatting in here has been the 39 rounds.
Yeah.
And the shots being in the back or while they were leaving. Those have been the most common things that we've heard in chat. So
but if there's multiple guys with weapons, you know, I mean, I don't know what kind of shot this guy is. If you've got 2-3 guys with guns aiming them at him, and it's midnight, it's dark. What was the lighting like at this particular property? Was it well lit where this gunfight is taking place? I mean, I don't know. I don't care if it was 39 bullets. Like, to be honest with you, like it's not a thing. Like you're not counting your bullets if you got 3 guys or 2 or 3 guys like pointing a gun at you. I mean, are we going to pretend like you can't turn around and be firing when you're running away from somebody? I mean, you can. I don't know. Like, I'm not buying it. But I am a defense attorney, so.
Yeah, there you go.
You know.
We've also had at least 2 or 3 on here that said they accidentally hit the wrong button and hit guilty. So
there we go. It's down to 7. We're making headway here.
There's some of it. And, you know, as far as like the still unsure, if you had heard all the evidence, still unsure is not guilty. You cannot convict if you are still unsure because that's reasonable doubt. So the still unsure I threw on there just because if you are literally torn either way as to what we've heard now. When we do our final poll after we've heard everything, then I won't put a still unsure on there because still unsure is not guilty.
So Kathy was saying, where was it? The car was faced towards the Rudolphs, so they weren't driving in the other direction. Are you saying they were driving towards the house when they were leaving? Like, I don't know what the situation of the property was. So do you see that comment? The car was faced towards the Rudolphs, so they weren't driving in the other direction. Can somebody translate that for me? Because I don't know the layout. The car was faced toward. Who are the Rudolphs? That's Travis's. That's Travis's house.
That's the house.
Okay.
That dang drilling.
I mean, that's even stronger evidence of the fact. I mean, they were facing the guy when they were pulling out. They parked towards the house, so they would have to pass it when they left. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a big NG, kids. Big NG. That's my prediction.
See, Frankie's World, this is what my thing is too. And I think Bob kind of said the same thing. The 39 shots don't have weight for me because of everything that was going on in that situation. So to me in that moment, if my mom is standing right there and, my family,
it's game on.
Yeah.
It's game on.
My thoughts aren't going to be, about that. So to me, that specific part, which everybody's different. That's why they have a jury of 12 and not one person. But to me, that specific part does not hold much weight.
Do y'all know if they, because an affirmative defense is defense of others. I mean, do you know if they filed that affirmative defense in this case? Like you obviously he could be defending his brother's life if he felt that his brother's life was in danger as well. So, I mean, there's like, but I'm assuming that at some point he gets these guys off of his brother. These guys are all hauling ass towards the car, right? So like the question is always going to be, are they turning around? Are they pointing guns at him still as they're running towards the car? I mean, in my world, they were. In my head, they are.
Yeah. Yeah. I keep having to mute my microphone because the drilling. Let's see.
Yeah, but Michelle said, Bob, I'm also unsure because I think the four men were off the defendant's property. But if they had a gun, could the gun reach him if they fired a good shot from wherever they were? Like his property is irrelevant to me at that point.
And also, his brother was now off the property too. So his brother was getting jumped off of the property down closer to where the car was. So they were off of the property, but his brother was getting jumped by two of them off the property.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on there. And, I mean, the fact of the matter is, are you going to take the calculated risk if you're fairly certain that the intruders have weapons, that you're going to just, okay, I'm going to turn and I'm going to run to try to get back in my house and potentially get shot in the back myself? Or are you going to, I think you have better odds of having them take bad shots or missing you or not shooting at all by firing at them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Bob, does Tyler searching Travis Rudolph injury prove motive against the talk narrative?
Oh, yeah. So I don't know if you heard this part yesterday. I know you were busy yesterday, but they had some of in the cross-examination, they pulled up the Google history, and before they went over there, Tyler was Googling Travis and his injury. So it was kind of like presented as you were seeing, what you were dealing with before you went over there.
Oh, so like he had an old football injury.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
He had torn his ACL, which is why he was out of the NFL for a while. He had been doing rehab. He got the contract for Canadian Football League, but all of that was because he had torn his ACL. So he Googled, Tyler Googled Travis's football injury to kind of
Mike, I would 100%, if I'm the defense, be definitely arguing that 100% shows that they had, they weren't coming there. Like I said, they weren't coming there to sing Kumbaya. They weren't having like a peaceful sit down. They were coming to cause trouble and or worse. So yeah, I think that's actually powerful evidence, Mike. For the defense, not the state, obviously.
Yeah. Let's see. CJ Martin says no testimony or evidence any of them shot at Travis. Other than the neighbor. The neighbor did say that it sounded like he heard two pops before y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Like I said, when I'm chatting with y'all, I don't take notes the way that I normally do, but I believe that the neighbor said that it sounded like he heard that. I know in the video, it looks like there's some firing, but it's.
I don't necessarily think that. Look, I mean, how many times have we heard about justified shooting by police where they said that they thought that somebody had a weapon, and we know that person that was killed by the police never shot their weapon?
Yeah.
The mere act of pointing a gun at somebody else is considered, like it's going to be an appropriate act for you to be able to shoot back at them. Look, if you want to live in a state that's got loose gun laws like Florida, you're going to have gunfights, period. I mean, that's again, you're going to reap what you sow.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought, guys. Yeah. The neighbor said that it sounded like that. And in the video, it looks like you can see lighting, but the video's in such bad quality that you can't really tell if it's, a reflection of something, or if it's, headlights, or if it's whatever. It looks like it could be gunshots, but it's not one of those things where you can say definitively
It's
this
definitive.
is,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's kind of,
Well, and I mean, like, I'm countering that point that somebody said that there were 39 shots fired and no evidence that anybody shot at Travis. Well, how do you know? They did a 17-minute crime scene investigation.
right.
That's where that problem comes up, that they didn't do a thorough investigation. They didn't check the property for other spent casings. I mean, I find, like, to be honest with you, I find it impossible to believe that if these guys had weapons and this guy's firing at them, that they're not firing back.
Yeah. Melissa, it looked like muzzle flash to me too, but again, I can't say definitively. I think, that because it's not a great, quality video to see. That's what it looks like to me, but I could definitely be wrong. But when you pair that with the fact that the neighbor, who has been one of the most reliable in this whole trial, what he heard and saw, that's what makes me, question all of that.
Pantoufle, so I don't know if you were on early when I first got on, but there's going to be lesser included within the statute under first degree. So if they could find second degree or even manslaughter, I mean, they didn't necessarily have to charge them separately for that because those are contained within the first degree charge itself. So they, I'm assuming that they're going to give them those instructions. But like, I always tell my jurors, I'm like, look, you have to use your common sense. All right. Like, let's think about this. Like, let's use it like an Occam's razor type situation. Like, if these guys are all rolling over to this guy's crib at midnight and the sister's saying that he's beating on me or whatever the case is, do you think that they're coming there and they're armed? Let's assume that they were armed. We know that one of them definitely was armed. Okay. And this thing goes down. Does your common sense state that if one guy's firing, that they're not firing back? Does that sound reasonable in any world that you live in terms of, these are a couple of people that both or one group that definitely are weapons owners, and you've got another weapons owner, and it turned into a gunfight. Like, gunfights, both sides shoot at each other. That's facts. I mean, who's to blame here in terms of us being a little cloudy is law enforcement. Like, law enforcement should have done the job properly. They should have closed that scene off. They should have given it the time that it deserved in terms of there was, somebody lost their life, another person was shot, and they sloughed it off. They did 17 minutes. Like, that's bullshit. I can't even understand that. Like, I'd be suing the department if I was the victim, the guy who died. If I'm his family, I'm suing the department for, failure to investigate properly. I mean, it's ridiculous. They did nothing. The fact that the lead detective is hiding and not admitting that they're the lead detective tells you everything you need to know about that investigation. No one's trying to pick up that turd. I mean, it's rough.
No one's trying to pick up that turd. Oh, we have movement. They might be coming back. Oh yeah, it says 2 more minutes till they come back. So I guess they're coming back. Any other questions y'all want to get in for Bob before they start back with the witness? Get them in now.
Yeah, and if not, y'all, I come on here. Brandi's my girl, JT's my guy. So it's not a one-time deal. It'll obviously be for a different trial. Yeah, I do, Chandra. I think that they overcharged. I don't think that they should have come at him with this. It's like the problem with overcharging, even though it includes the lesser included, that's where the jury's mindset is. You know what I mean? It's like they're once they reach the point that they're thinking, okay, they did not prove first degree murder here, he's going to walk. It's because that's the point of not overcharging them with too much where you're not going to be able to prove it because it's a bad look for the prosecution. That's why they have to be very careful about what they can charge, even if the ability for the jury to find him guilty on the lesser included exists, because it's all a mindset. Everything. Yeah, Michelle, they did a terrible job. 17 minutes. Thanks, Donna. There's an A at the end. It's Bob Mata. Mott's is a good applesauce, though.
Yes.
I've
If
loved
y'all
that
put in
flavor.
exclamation point Bob, it'll pull up his link tree too, so you can find all of his stuff. And if you have not listened to Defense Diaries, you absolutely must. It is so good.
Yeah, you guys, I get into this kind of stuff pretty heavily in terms of my podcast. It's good. And it's from like we typically don't get to hear from defense attorneys. So I'm kind of like a voice in the wild, but start reading the reviews on Apple. You'll see I've been changing a lot of people's minds about what we really do, because people misconstrue what defense attorneys do in our society. Just remember this, kids, and I'm going to leave you with it, that we defense attorneys represent the people of this country. The prosecutors and the cops, they're the government. Always remember that. We police the police. That's what we really do at the end of the day.
Yes. You change. I've been more open to you than I have with any other defense attorney.
Yeah, I mean, look. If I've got a guy that they've got the evidence on, he's going down. Like this bizarre notion that, defense attorneys with silver tongues are getting people with like super strong evidence off. It doesn't really happen. It's like, even when you look at like the most shocking verdicts that we can think of, like OJ, we know why OJ was found not guilty. They told him, we've seen the interviews with the jurors, like they acquitted all the cops who beat the shit out of Rodney King. It was literally revenge. And then you look at a case like Casey Anthony. Like we all are like, oh my God, like we hate Casey Anthony and she's guilty. But it's like, when you look at kind of the evidence they had in terms of how they put the case together, I mean, if people are going to follow the law, man, I mean, it's like, you got to follow the law. And if they don't meet the burden, they don't meet the burden. That's it. So.
Well, we appreciate you so much answering all the questions, and
always love the hang.
I know you'll be back on. We'll announce it again when we have Bob back on. But thank you so much, Bob. We appreciate you.
Yeah, and I'm so excited that I don't have to sit on for the CSI woman.
I know you are. I know you are. All right, thank you.
Take care.
Almost ready.
Bye.
Can you quickly come up and do it now? All right. And in the meantime, I have made arrangements, thankfully, with Judge Rose. She's been good enough to take my morning docket tomorrow. So we're going to start the trial at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Also, I'm instructing you, if you want to have lunch tomorrow, you better bring it with you, because what I'll do is we'll order the jury lunches tomorrow. First thing they do when they come in, they'll order lunch. And when those lunches get here, that's when we'll break. We'll all take about a half an hour, and then we'll get back to work.
Trial starts at 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, and they're only doing a half-hour lunch. They're trying to get through this.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
He is serious about getting through this. Yeah, so far it seems like the audio bugs are gone much better. So far, so good. Nope, we're not done. They're coming back from lunch now. We are going to hear the redirect from the CSI lady, and supposed to be about 5 minutes, maybe 10, the judge said, but that's, hopefully that drilling is going to drive me nuts. I don't know what they could possibly still be working on in drilling. I'm about to start just knocking on doors and figuring out where it's coming from, who's doing it, why they're doing it. There's nothing else that I live in a condo. This is not a construction zone. Like, there's only so much you can do.
Your redirect, do we? Did you get that, whatever it was you were waiting for? Did you bring up whatever it was you were waiting for? Okay, perfect. Okay. Mr. Clausy has it? Or who has it? Miss Ellis has it.
It's driving me nuts. It's working. It is working. When you hear this off and on all day long, for what has this been, 2 weeks now? I don't understand. What could they still be doing? It's getting louder. Maybe I'm hangry. Maybe I should have gotten a snack during lunch instead of just the Q&A. Yeah, I feel like it. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know what it is. Like, this is not, we live in condos. There should be no.
Just about got it? Okay, all right.
And we're in the
good.
busy season,
All
so
right,
there
we, ready to bring the
construction
jury in?
should have been gone. I don't get it.
Okay, let's bring them in. Excuse me.
The good thing is I live on the beach, so it's like this old concrete building, so it would be almost impossible. And I have shiplap on my walls. You can see behind me I have shiplap on my walls, so it would be nearly impossible. I know Mr. Bob, who lives, Mr. Bill. Now I've got Bob Mata on my head. Mr. Bill, who lives next door to me, is not doing construction because he's not capable. It might be whatever they're doing for the fiber stuff that they've been putting in the building, because it sounded over there yesterday and now it sounds over here.
All right, thank you for your punctuality, folks. All right, everybody be seated. You may, where is CSI Brandt? She's coming in? Okay.
And now there's hammering. I do not hide my reactions.
No, she doesn't need to be sworn. All right, CSI Brandt, you're of course still under oath. All right, you may begin your redirect.
All right, good afternoon, CSI.
Good afternoon.
Just a few more questions. In terms of the cross-examination, the phrase out in the open machine, would it be your characterization that the 6-hour rifle that was found, was that out in the open in the Rudolph household?
No.
Where was it located?
On a shelf in the closet in his bedroom.
Do you remember if the closet door was open or closed?
It was open.
And then in terms of the handgun that was located and submitted into evidence, would you characterize that as being out in the open?
No.
Where was that located?
In a drawer of a dresser in Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
And when it comes to the drum magazine with the remaining bullets, would you characterize that as being out in the open?
No.
Where was that located?
On the floor, under a bed, in the northwest bedroom that was identified to belonging to Travis Rudolph's brother.
And for clarification, the photos that we introduced showing it kind of top down on the bed, is that where the drum was, or did that have to be pulled out in order to take that photograph?
It had to be removed, part of it removed from underneath the bed in order for me to take that top-down photo.
Now, in terms of inside of the Cadillac, do you recall seeing any type of blood splatter in the car itself?
No, there were small areas of blood-like stains, and then a large area of blood-like stains on the right front passenger seat.
And that would have been right below where Sebastien was sitting.
Correct.
Now, do you recall approximately how long you were at 40th and Broadway before you moved on to the next area, approximately?
Approximately 4.5 hours.
Okay. And Mr. Shiner had talked to you about on cross-examination about what, if any, information had been relayed to you while you were on that scene. So from your memory, and it's not for the truth of the matter, but simply whether you heard this or not, when you were on scene at 40th and Broadway, did you ever receive information that Daryl Rudolph had claimed those individuals had used guns at 550 T?
Well, it is outside the scope, but that doesn't apply. Yes.
He's just not using his microphone.
Whether that information was relayed to her at all, and what, if any, effect it had on her investigation?
Overruled.
So when you were on scene there for about 4.5 hours, did you ever receive information that Daryl Rudolph claimed those individuals at 40th and Broadway had used firearms?
I'm also going to object. It's a bad faith question.
I guess you'll have to. All right. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't do anything about the sound. He's not using his microphone. Bob is gone now, but one thing that he said is defending somebody that you know is guilty or just not taking the case. You take the case. He said it'll take the case because everybody deserves a fair trial. But defense attorneys are not necessarily defending what their client did. It's defending their constitutional rights. Making sure they got a fair trial and all that. I think that was one of the things that he was talking about. His dad, who was Gacy's defense attorney, you know, that he obviously wasn't defending anything he did. He was basically just defending constitutional rights. I keep having to mute it every time they start drilling again. Right now, this is the, I need to change the pinned message. I forgot, or pinned comment of what's going on. I think it still says we're at lunch. This is the redirect. I think that they are saying possibly Friday, depending.
Once again, CSI Brand, when you were on scene at 40th and Broadway for that 4 to 4.5 hours, did you ever receive information from anyone that Daryl Rudolph had claimed those men had used firearms at that location?
No.
Did you ever receive information when you were at the scene for 4 to 4.5 hours that Linda Rudolph had claimed those men used firearms at 550 Teeth Drive?
No.
Did you ever receive information that Tyranny Coleman had informed officers that firearms were used by those men at that location?
Overruled.
No.
Excuse me.
So at no point when you were standing at 40th Street and Broadway doing your work, did you ever receive information that any of those 3 individuals that were present, the one deceased and the 2 living, had ever used firearms at the location you eventually made your way to?
Asked and answered is sustained. All right. Next question.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
No further questions.
All right. Very well. CSI Brandt, you can go on about your day. Thank you very much. Stay safe.
Thank you.
All right. Who's the state's next witness?
Dr. Osborne?
All right.
Well, if the verdict is in on Family Feud guy, then he's definitely guilty. I mean, the verdict is definitely guilty for it to be that fast.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
All right, doctor, would you please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record and the jury?
Marlon Osborne, Marlon Osbourne.
Thank you very much. And it's Marlon, Marlon, you said?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, you may inquire, Mr. Clausey.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
We could just start out, if you could introduce yourself to the members of the jury and say what you do for a living currently.
I'm an associate medical examiner at the Palm Beach County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you been at the Office of the Medical Examiner?
September will be 4 years.
How long? I'm sorry.
September will be 4 years.
Now, tell us a little bit about your educational background to be able to get you to do this type of work.
I graduated from Rutgers University with a degree in biology. I then went on to what is now known as New Jersey Medical School. Got an MD degree. After that, I did a 4-year residency program in anatomic and clinical pathology at what was known as Hahnemann, H-A-H-N-E-M-A-N-N, University Hospital Drexel College of Medicine program for 4 years. After that 4 years, I did a 1-year fellowship at the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office in forensic pathology.
Okay. And then following that fellowship, did you then take a position with the Office of the Medical Examiner here?
No.
What did you do after that?
5 years I worked at Philadelphia Medical Examiner's Office, 5 years, from September of 2009 to 2014. From 2014 to 2019, I worked in the Broward County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. And then in 2019, you made your way to our county?
Yes.
All right. So in total, how many years of experience do you have as an assistant medical examiner?
13.
Okay. Now, in terms of continuing training, are there any types of, continuing education courses that you take or participate in throughout the course of your career?
To maintain my license and for the board status, yes.
Okay. What does that entail?
That entails they have a maintenance of certification program that you have to do for your boards.
Okay. And how many classes do you have to take? Is it a certain amount?
It's not classes, the amount of it's credits, and it accumulates. You have to report every 2 years a certain amount of credits that you have taken over that period of time.
And are you up to date on all those credits?
Yes, I am.
All right. Now, over the course of your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed? Approximately.
Well over 2,500.
Okay. And that's up north and including down here in Florida, right?
Correct.
And so when it comes to this case, did you conduct an autopsy on an individual that you came to know as Sebastien Jean-Jacques on April 7th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
Recall what time of the day you did that autopsy?
If I may refer.
Okay. Just let me know when you're ready.
Autopsy began at 9:30 in the morning on April 7th.
Okay. Now, what are the very first steps that you take when performing an autopsy like this?
In this office, the body is received in a sealed body bag. The seal is broken once the doctor's in the room. Initial photographs are taken of the body as it is. Then there's a protocol for collecting routine evidentiary samples for every homicide. Once those are collected, then photographs of any injuries are taken after the standard photographs are taken.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
Yes.
And in terms of photographs that you take, is there a point in time that when the body comes as is, you take photographs of that, but then do you clean up the body per se to be able to get clearer views of the injuries that the individual sustained?
Yes.
They're really hard to hear.
Council Judge states 41A through double H.
All right.
Yeah, for those of y'all asking about the Family Feud verdict, Recovery Addict will be airing that when it comes in. I guess the verdict wasn't in, it was just a question. So, but when that happens, when it comes in, Recovery Addict will be streaming it. And yes, we have night court tonight, 8:45, 7:45 Central.
All right, thank you.
The state will seek to admit 41A through double H.
All right, 41 is A through double H is admitted without objection.
And Dr. Walla, we're doing this. While you're doing the autopsy or shortly thereafter, do you also use a diagram to show where all the injuries are after the fact?
I document when I see an autopsy, yes.
Okay. Showing what has been pre-marked as states 40A and B.
Thank you. It's admitted without objection.
State will see to admit 40A.
It's admitted without objection. Yes, you may.
Yes.
What is that?
There are copies of my diagram.
And does it accurately depict all of the different injuries that you notated during your autopsy in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to start out with 41A. What are we looking at here?
It's the photograph that's taken initially as the body is received, showing the toe tag and the seal. Well, they'll follow up with photographs of the actual seal on it and the toe tag.
This is 41B. So what is this?
That's the toe tag that's on the body bag.
Okay. And so this is how it originally comes to you in terms of your autopsy, right? How it's presented at first.
Correct.
Now, you do the preliminary photographs and then the body is cleaned up. And then do you start to notate either in a report or to yourself all the different injuries that you start to see on the body?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm going to show you, we're going to start at the beginning of that process. This is 41C. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
It's a close-up photograph of the defect to the back of the right side of the back of the neck of the decedent.
Okay. Now, in terms of, it's okay.
Hey,
So
y'all.
in terms, this is what G is referring to, right? This injury right here.
Yes, the wound right below it.
Okay. Can you tell if this was, based on your training and experience, whether this was an entry wound or an exit wound into his neck?
That's an entrance wound.
Say again.
As described in my report, it's an entrance wound.
Okay. Approximately how big is that injury?
It's described as being 1.1 by 0.7 centimeters.
Okay. In terms of either soot or stipple, can you explain to the jury what soot or stipple is, or both?
So when you fire a gun, what leaves the end of the gun is not only the bullets, there's also particles of burnt gunpowder that have been expended and to help propel the bullet from the barrel of the gun outward. If that burnt gunpowder can end up being gray or black, ends up on a surface, it can be seen on the surface, potentially if the surface is not black or gray. So if it's on the skin, you can see black or gray discoloration around the actual wound as the bullet enters, if it's close enough for the burnt gunpowder to fall there. And that's called soot. Additionally, there's burning particles of gunpowder that haven't been completely expensed, and also particles from the barrel of the gun that are expressed as the bullet passes through it. Those particles can, because they have heat, they're hot, and they have energy, they can travel a little further than the soot and can fall on an object and or the skin and cause abrasions around the satellite abrasions around the wound, which are called stipple.
Okay. And in terms of this injury, did you notate any soot or stipple on this injury?
This injury, no.
Okay. Now, how far did the bullet go into this neck?
The wound path is through the soft tissue and muscles of the neck, and that's as far as it went.
Okay. Were you able to recover anything from this wound?
The formed piece of jacket from a bullet was recovered from that wound.
And whenever you find basically a jacket fragment or a bullet fragment, do you make sure that you keep that evidence? You don't throw it away?
Yes, it's photographed, packaged in a manila envelope, and then placed on the evidence sheet.
Okay.
They have it on the screen, but they have it blurred because
Going to
it's
show you
the graphic stuff.
41D. What's this a picture of?
If I, that's the fragment that I recovered from that wound.
Thank you, Tilly T.
Now,
I
in terms
appreciate
of
it.
that gunshot wound, was that a fatal gunshot wound?
No, that one was not.
Now moving on to 41E. What are we looking at here?
The back of the decedent's neck and the gunshot wound labeled F.
Okay. Talk to us about gunshot wound F. What did you find during the course of your autopsy in relation to that injury?
The wound was 1 by 1.5 centimeters. It had no slit, stipple, or muzzle imprint. It went through the posterior neck muscles. It fractured the first cervical vertebrae, and it passed through the left paraspinal muscles. And a fragment of a bullet core was removed from the hypopharynx area.
Okay. Now showing you 41F. Is that the bullet fragment that you pulled from that wound?
Yes, it is.
And in relation to that neck wound, was that neck wound a fatal gunshot wound?
It had the potential to be, because it caused a fracture of the first cervical vertebrae that creates instability in the high cervical area. That could cause potential compression of the cervical spine at that level. It was only on one side. It didn't transect the spinal cord, but it could cause compression. Additionally, because when a whole bullet or projectile passes through, it's bringing a lot of energy with it. So it creates what we call a potential cavity. So it causes more destruction because of the energy as it passes through. That causes rupture of blood vessels that can lead to bleeding, and epidural or subdural hemorrhage around the area of spinal cord, which was present, could affect higher cervical functions, especially at the cervical medullary junction, which is one of the areas that controls, respiratory rates and heart rates. So it potentially could be. I can't say definitively that it did or did not.
Okay. Now, in terms of the direction of travel of the bullet, were you able to tell anything about the direction of travel for wound F?
Wound F is described as going from back to front, right to left, and downward.
So back to front, you said right to left.
Yes, and downward.
And a trajectory going downward.
Through the wound tract itself, yes.
Let's talk about 41G with the marker H there. What can you tell us about this gunshot wound right here?
That irregular gunshot wound had no slit or stipple. It measured 1.5 by 1.9 centimeters, and it went through the soft tissue muscle of the back and the infraspinatus muscles. Along the wound tract, there were a fragment was collected.
Okay. In terms of the path of this bullet, was there anything you could determine about front, back, left, right, downward, upward?
It's right to left, back to front with minimal deviation in a horizontal plane.
So when you say that last part, minimal deviation, there really wasn't an upward or downward track. It was pretty much on the level for the most
Correct.
part.
Yes.
Now, in terms of this H gunshot wound, was that fatal or could be fatal?
No.
41H. What are we looking at here?
Those were the fragments collected along the wound path in the muscle.
And that's for wound H, correct?
Correct.
.41I. Looks like we have two markers here. Let's start with the one labeled A. Is A referencing this larger wound right here?
Yes, it does.
Tell us what you were able to discover about this wound right here.
That one's described as a graze wound, meaning it just breaks the superficial skin. It doesn't enter the body at all. So whatever caused that wound just broke those superficial layers of skin and muscle. At times you can have skin tags that can direct you into or point in the direction that the object came from. So this had rightward facing skin tags.
What does that mean?
It came from the right side of the body going to the left.
Okay. In terms of trajectory or anything like that, could you tell just based on your autopsy?
With the graze wound, there's no penetration into the body, so there's no real trajectory to discern.
Got it. And then in terms of this wound, wound A, I might be assuming this, but was that wound fatal?
No, it was not.
And in terms of wound A, since it was a graze wound, did you find any projectile fragments in that wound there?
No.
41J. A little bit close up than what we just were looking at, but talk to us about this wound here that's labeled with a B.
That's a 1.5 by 1.5 round wound on the lateral aspect of the right upper arm. It goes through the deltoid muscles, and a projectile fragment is found at the end of the wound track.
Okay. And then in terms again of up, down, left, right, back, front, were you able to make any determinations about that bullet wound?
It's right to left, slightly back to front, and upward.
And then in terms of both A and B, when we talked about soot or stipple, did you notice anything on those wounds right there?
No.
Hey, y'all that are just
Then I may
joining
have
us,
asked
welcome
you this
in.
already, but for wound B, would that have been fatal?
No, it would not.
Now, you did say from wound B, you were able to recover a projectile fragment?
Yes.
This is 41K. Is this the bullet fragment that you removed from that wound that we just saw?
Yes.
This is 41L. We have a wound mark letter A. What can you tell us about this wound?
That wound is on the right side of the back. It's 2 by 1.1 centimeters. It does has an abrasion collar from the 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock position. There's no slit, stipple, or muzzle imprint. It goes through the 9th intercostal muscle, fractures the right 10th rib, enters the right pleural cavity, lacerates the inferior aspect of the right lower lobe of the lung. It then goes through the diaphragm, lacerates the right lobe of the liver, perforates the right kidney, goes through the perforates the 11th thoracic vertebrae, and transects the spinal cord.
I'm going to start with one of the first things you mentioned about an abrasion. Can you talk to the jury about what you had mentioned there?
So sometimes the wounds have a discernible abrasion collar. It basically just means instead of going in perpendicular, it went in an angle and it like grazed the skin as it entered. So sometimes you just describe what abrasion collars you see. This one did have one from the 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock position.
And so when you're talking about this collar, are you talking about this area kind of right outside of the bullet hole?
Yes.
All right. And in terms of, again, trajectory, front, back, up, down, what were you able to notate about this injury right here?
Right to left and downward with minimal deviation in the coronal plane. So it kind of went straight across the body instead of going anterior posterior.
So that is the reverse of kind of what we were talking about before, that in terms of it either going more out the front of his body or more out the back of his body, it pretty much just went through his body, right?
Correct.
And quickly, I'm just going to show you 41M.
Thanks, y'all. We have it as loud as it'll go. They're not talking into the microphones,
Those are
and I can't do
fragments
closed
collected from the
captions.
abdomen associated with that wound.
This is
And
the only
in
feed available right
regards
now.
to this wound, is that a fatal gunshot wound?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
It causes laceration and contusion to the right lung. Well, first of all, the lungs themselves need to be in a space where they can expand. So in order to do that, it's a protected space that creates a negative pressure. You disrupt that by any means, then the lungs can't expand. So just the fact that it went through the muscle, it brought the outside air into that space. So that right lung can't expand anymore. Additionally, it causes injury to the right lung, which will cause it to bleed into that space, which will also occupy the space where the lung should expand, but it can't. So it's called a hemopneumothorax. So you have that on the right, which would push, in this case, it pushed the organs and the center of the chest to the left, which would compress the left lung, causing it to have sort of a pneumothorax on that side, because stuff is moving from the right side to the left, taking up the space where the left lung will be expanding. Additionally, it causes hemorrhage in the peritoneal cavity, in the abdominal cavity, because it went through the diaphragm to the liver, the kidney, and into the thoracic vertebrae. And when it did that, it transected the spinal cord at that level. So it paralyzed him from that level downward. Additionally, causing any kind of injury to the spinal cord could lead to spinal shock, whereby the spinal cord and the brain are basically the central nervous system. And when you cause that to happen, you can get flash pulmonary edema and other things that go along with spinal shock and can lead to cardiogenic shock and death. So those things combined led to his death.
And in regards to this gunshot wound alone, how long would you expect someone to be able to survive without any medical intervention with that type of wound?
It's variable in minutes, hours, depending upon, I can't really say specifically.
41N as in Nancy. What are we looking at with J right here?
Well, it kind of starts as a continuous one path through both the right and left buttock. So that's the, I guess, final exit of that wound path.
Got it. So, and we're going to show more pictures now, but at least J you would characterize as an exit wound from a bullet?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we'll have additional pictures. Is this K and L right next to them?
Yes.
41O. Then I'll show you 41P. With the letter M. Talk to us about letter M.
So M.
There.
Ovoid, 2 by 1.5 centimeters. It goes through the skin and soft tissue of the right buttock. It passes through the right gluteal muscle. Then it exits at L, and then re-enters the body at K, which also passes through the left gluteal soft tissues and muscles, and exits the body at J.
Now, during the course of your autopsy, are there certain points in time where you use almost rods to be able to see if that trajectory works out?
Yes.
Showing 41Q. What are we looking at here?
That's the trajectory rod that shows the pathway of the bullet through those wounds.
Okay. So for, I guess, these 4 wounds in combination, what can you tell us about what you learned about potential bullet trajectory, back, forward, up, down, left, right?
The entire wound path is from right to left, back to front and upward.
So back to front and then slightly going in an upward direction.
Well, definitely going in an upward direction.
Right. Going up to, I guess, out of his fatal.
No.
And for this injury, any bullet fragments collected or anything like that?
No.
Going to move on to 41R.
I hadn't heard them say how many shots. If y'all have heard it,
We have
put it in chat.
markers C and D. Let's talk about C first. What did you
How
find?
many
with
he was hit
injury
with?
C?
With injury C, it's a 2 by 1.5 centimeter ovoid defect that goes through the skin and soft tissue of the right hip, and it goes into the right gluteal muscle. And I got a bullet, the form jacket of a bullet from the wound tract.
Okay. Any soot or stipple on those injuries there?
No,
Would C have been a fatal wound?
no,
This is 41S. This the bullet fragment that you took out of wound C.
yes, it was.
Yeah, this ain't me, y'all. This
Talk
is
to us
them
about
blurring it.
Wound D right next to it.
D is a ovoid 1.5 by 1 centimeter skin defect that has no soot, stipple, and muzzle imprint. It goes through the skin and soft tissue of the right hip, goes into the right gluteal muscle, perforates the right ilium, which is the large part of the hip bone, and then passes through the right iliopsoas muscle. And a fragment of a bullet core was recovered from that wound path.
Looking at 41T. Is that the bullet fragment from D, wound D?
Yes, it is.
And then in terms of, again, trajectories with C and D, were you able to notate anything about that?
They're both going right to left, slightly back to front and upward.
Do you recall, was there any bullet wound that you notated with these letters that ever went left to right?
I don't believe so.
U. It's a little hard to see with this if I shade it. Can you tell us about this wound here that's labeled with an E?
That's on the anterior aspect of the right thigh. It's the regular 1 by 0.6 centimeter wound. It basically just goes through the skin and soft tissues of the right thigh. And at the end of the wound tract, I recovered a fragment of a bullet core.
Looking at 41V. That the bullet you obtained from that injury?
That fragment, yes.
And in terms of E's trajectory, back, front, left, right, up, down, what, if anything, were you able to determine?
It's slightly right to left and upward with minimal deviation in the coronal plane. So it's not necessarily going up or down. Just kind of just goes in.
Going in kind of straight in.
Yeah, and upward.
Okay. Would this have been a fatal gunshot wound?
No,
What type of damage did this bullet do in terms of his leg?
just localized hemorrhage in the skin and soft tissue there.
41W. Talk to us about this area of the back here, here. Kind of what, if any, notations did you make during the course of your autopsy in relation to these injuries that aren't labeled?
The unlabeled wounds are a collection of injuries I describe as other ballistic injuries. They're caused by fragments of either bullet or something else that causes abrasions, and then potentially may not be any fragment recovered. A few of them did have fragments of debris and or bullet that were recovered. So for the back, if I may refer. They say there's 4 ovoid lacerations and give measurements of them, and a fragment of bullet core labeled projectile fragment back is removed from the largest laceration, which I guess is the one closest to the number.
Close-up version 41X. What are we seeing here?
The largest defect and the fragment that I collected.
41Y. What are we looking at?
Other debris that was collected from the back defects that were described.
And in terms of kind of the unlabeled injuries that he had on his back, any of those would have been fatal?
No.
All y'all do that. All y'all hit that
41Z.
wrong button.
What are we looking at here?
Another ballistic injury in the scalp itself would not be fatal. I don't believe I recovered anything from that wound.
41 AA. What are we looking at here?
There's a defect close to the top of the ear and behind the ear. I don't know. It depicts what I describe as pseudostipple on the right side of the neck, extending from the angle of the mandible behind the right ear. So it should be, and what pseudostipple is what I said there's stipple, and it is it usually is a symmetrical kind of pattern of abrasions around a defect, a gunshot wound. So they're usually about the same size, about the same shape, and they're distributed pretty much evenly. When you have pseudostipple, that's caused by something else, caused by whatever the bullet went through, and those fragments travel with the bullet and hit the object itself and cause abrasions. So they could be any shape, any size, and they don't necessarily cluster around the wound itself. They're associated with the bullet going through something else before it got to the body.
So could glass be an example?
Glass, metal parts, plastic parts,
Something else.
something else other than from actual real gunpowder stipple.
41 BB.
That's what this is showing. Those irregular abrasions that aren't the same size. That's pseudostipple.
Are you talking about this area up here?
All of them. The one above it, the one below it, the three below it, and the one above it.
Right here.
Additionally to the abrasion on the back of the ear.
That we just saw.
Yes.
41 CC.
He sounds like CeeLo. That
What are we looking
raspiness.
at here?
Abrasions on the right cheek. Additionally, I would classify them as pseudostipple as well.
Okay. So similar to the previous injuries we saw on near his ear in terms of a bullet going through something and then causing these types of irregular abrasions.
Yes, whatever that something is causes irregular abrasions, and there's smaller ones down by the angle of the mandible, by the between the ear and the back of the chin.
This
There,
area right
that
here.
area, yes.
I have the witness's
41
name
DD.
pinned. It's pinned at top of the chat.
What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of his hand. I believe it's his right hand. It's a close-up photograph. I can't tell. I don't believe there was any injuries to his hands. I think that is blood, because we take photographs as is or from when the body's transported from the scene. They put, or a lot of times they put handbags to preserve any evidence on the hands themselves. So when we take them off, we take a photograph of the hands as they are. So I believe that's what that is.
41 EE. What are we looking at here?
That is the right hand as well. And that, I believe, is the pseudostipple.
Y'all get your
that
votes in. I'm
covers the
about to end
back
the
of his
poll.
hand.
So in terms of all these blood marks, what's your professional opinion about what's the cause of all that?
They're punctate abrasions. They can be caused by anything: shattered glass, plastic, metal fragments, you name it.
So in terms of an actual kind of bullet wound to his hand or either hand, did you notice any type of bullet wounds to his hand?
There's no penetrating or perforating wounds to the hand.
41 FF. These marks on the fingers, can you tell the jury what those are?
More pseudostipple.
41 GG. Which hand are we looking at now?
That is the left hand.
Okay. What, if any, notations or observations did you make in relation to this hand?
There's some pseudostipple, like we saw in the fingers, and towards the thumb on the left hand on the back side.
And the last photo I have here, 41 HH. On that same hand, is this the pseudostipple that you're talking about?
Yes, some of which we already saw in the previous photo, yes.
Okay. Would you expect a hand that was closer to either shattering glass or plastic or whatever to have more pseudostipple than a hand that was further away?
It's likely that it would happen that way, but not necessarily. I can't say definitively that it would happen that way.
Okay. Now, doctor, in terms of your overall, we went through all the photographs of all these injuries. Is there anything that you notated that we haven't discussed about during your autopsy? You noted something of significance?
No.
Now, have you ever heard of something called a death grip, doctor?
Colloquially, I can figure out what you mean by that, but no, I've not specifically heard that.
What do you take that, I guess, two-word phrase to mean?
He's wanting to make it go against the
It is, yeah.
expert
I
witness
was just gonna
yesterday.
use that word, as a matter of fact. So overruled. Go ahead,
doctor.
He said he'd not heard that term. Yeah, you may.
So, Lord, you know, they don't always talk in the microphones, but Lord knows they cough in it every chance they get, and it kills my ears. Yeah, so this is I know it was down for the poll, but this is the medical examiner that we're hearing from now. And the witness that they had from the defense that went out of order yesterday, who testified, he's a former medical examiner, and he testified that he was doing, that Sebastien was doing a death grip where it looked like it was consistent with him having a firearm in his hand. It sounds like he's going to try to get the medical examiner that's up here now to go against that testimony. But it doesn't seem like he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, they still have to finish all this. I know that the judge was saying that there's another trial coming up, but he can't rush this one. He's going to have to end up pushing the other one. I think he just doesn't want to have to go through all that, but he can't just tell them, you know, that they have to rush through it. I know that with their medical examiner having already gone, I think now they just have the 3 witnesses for defense. Those audible sighs he does, he is over it.
So, doctor, in terms of what you know, if anything, about the phrase death grip when it comes to your profession?
I don't specifically use that I don't use that in my practice, okay. But I believe it means that it's the grip of, or positioning of the hand as if it was holding something when the person died.
This is day 5. That doesn't include the jury selection.
Approach, Judge, if I may.
Yep, go ahead.
What's already been admitted as dates 28, D as in dog.
All right.
This is still prosecution.
Certainly.
Which hand of this photograph?
His left hand.
Based on this photograph alone, what, if anything, can you tell us about whether or not the victim in this case, Sebastien, had a gun in his hand?
I can't, unless someone tells me that they found a gun in his hand. He could have been holding something or nothing at all, and his hand's just in that position. or he could have been holding a can of soda, cigarette lighter, cell phone. I have no idea.
So in terms of the positioning of his hand, is it possible that a gun was in that hand?
Certainly possible.
Is it possible nothing was in his hand?
That's also possible.
Is it possible that as he was dying, his hand just fell that way?
That's possible.
Now, in terms of rigor mortis, when someone dies, what's the earliest you've ever seen rigor mortis set in?
Depending on what they were doing beforehand, it could be minutes. Typically, we say 2 to 4 hours. It starts post death, but usually, I mean, once you die, so rigor mortis is stiffening of the muscles, and it's because your body is running out of the energy source it needs for the muscles to contract. And you need that energy source for the muscles to contract and to relax. So whatever state you're in, when you run out of that energy source, is how your muscles are going to be. So some muscles are going to be flexed, some muscles are going to be extended. It depends on what you were doing before you died and what position you're in. So not knowing how much energy you expended before you died, you can't really tell how long it's going to take somebody to go into rigor. If you're running a marathon and then you drop dead, you may go into rigor within a few minutes when somebody gets to you, because you've expended all your energy during the marathon run and there's nothing left to supply those muscles to do anything after you die.
Or if
So
you're
when you run out of all your
physically-
ATP is what it is. That's when the muscles are stuck in their position. It starts in the smallest muscles. Well, it's most notable in the smallest muscles first, but it happens in the entire body at the same time.
if he used all his energy fighting,
How easy is it, for example, let's say that rigor mortis set in at this point. How easy would it be to open up those fingertips?
If it's set, then it shouldn't be easy.
And so if it was easy to open these fingertips, for example, to take photographs of the inside, would it be your professional opinion that rigor mortis had not set in?
It could be the beginning part. It may not be fixed, which means that it's been there for at least 4 to 6 hours.
Right. So would you expect within 20 minutes that it would be of such a rigor mortis state that you would not be able to pull the hand open without using some force?
Again, I would point to the scenario, the circumstances of how the person died beforehand to know. I mean, it could be possible depending upon what the person was doing before they died. If they were just sitting doing nothing, then they weren't expending a lot of energy. So they should still have some ATP. So that means rigor mortis is not going to set in that quickly, because the cells themselves are not going to break down instantaneously when you die. And so that person may be going into early rigor. You could note that when you look at the appendage or the part of the body you're looking at, you can feel a little tension, but you'll be able to break it. It's not fixed.
Would you expect rigor mortis to set in quickly if it were a 3 to 4 minutes of activity? Physical activity?
Again, it's a process, so there could be some, but I don't think it'd be fixed lividity at that point. I mean, fixed rigor mortis. Sorry.
And what does that mean?
That'd be difficult to break.
If there was a lot of energy expended and then we see the hand like this, that even after 3 to 4 minutes of strenuous activity, if rigor mortis would set in, it would be difficult to open up those fingertips.
I don't believe it'd be extremely difficult.
But it would take some force to be able to do.
A bit more than it would if he was doing no activity before he died. Yeah.
And in terms of his left hand, this is going to be 28A, or excuse me, take it back. This is 28A, which is his left hand.
No, I believe that's his right hand.
His right hand. So the first image we saw was his left hand, right?
Correct.
And we just talked about it. His left hand, given just the position of it, could have had a gun in it, right?
Possibly.
Could have had nothing in it.
Possibly, yes.
In terms of his right hand, is it possible that a gun was in that hand?
It's possible.
based on the orientation as it is while he's on the kind of body bag at this point?
It's possible.
Okay. It's possible a cell phone was in that hand.
That's also possible.
Possible he was holding maybe one of the car door handles before he died.
Possible.
And in terms of this hand, again, possible there was just nothing in his hand when he was inside of that vehicle.
That also is possible.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I remember they said yesterday that it couldn't have been the door. The expert said it couldn't have been the door handle because of the glass, where the glass had broken and all that. So it couldn't have been the door handle. I don't think that the DA was expecting that answer about how it could be minutes if he had been using all his energy for something else.
So if you can tell, doctor, how many total entrance wounds did this victim suffer?
There were 10 gunshot wounds.
Okay. And how many, I guess, exit wounds were you able to find?
Of the 10 gunshot wounds, there was 1 graze and one perforating gunshot wound path.
Say that last part again, doctor. Didn't hear.
1 graze wound and 1 perforating gunshot wound path.
Okay. And in terms of cause of death, I know you have terms in your profession. What's the official cause of death that you determined in this case?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Manner of death. What was the manner of death in this case?
Homicide.
And in your professional opinion, why is it that Sebastien died based on these wounds? What caused his death?
He was shot by another person or persons.
And what primary gunshot wound was the one that would have led to his death based on your training and experience?
The most fatal one would have been the gunshot wound to the right side of the back that went through the right thoracic cavity, right lung, the liver, the right kidney, and thoracic vertebrae.
Then just for admission purposes, this is 40A. What are we looking at here?
It's a diagram that depicts the measurements I took for the wounds that I described in my report.
So this is just kind of a memorial of everything we just talked about in terms of all the injuries and where they are located on his body.
Yes.
And then for B, what are we looking at here?
The right side of his body with the wounds on that side of the body.
And then just for clarification, did you notice any type of entry wounds on the left side of his body?
No.
That's something that we've talked about. If he could have been saved, if they had gone to the hospital.
Last question. If you had to summarize, would you say that all of the gunshot wounds that you observed during the course of your autopsy were from either back to front or they were going in horizontally, I guess on that even plane?
If I may refer?
Yes.
Most of them have, Bobby Swain. Most of them have.
I'd say yes.
Okay. And then in terms of a right to left or a left to right trajectory, did all those wounds have a right to left? Did some of them have left to right? What would you say at the conclusion of your autopsy?
All were going right to left to some degree.
So that would mean that any of the bullets that entered into his body, based on your review and your training and experience, would have come somewhere to his right.
Based upon my autopsy with the body and its composition, yes.
All right, there's no further questions. Permission to get these photographs. I don't know if the defense counsel needs
Yep.
them.
Well, go ahead and retrieve them now. All right. Thank you very much for the direct exam. Who's going to do cross? All right. Mr.
Randy
Shiner?
J, the fellow yesterday, he was a former medical examiner, but he was there for the defense as an expert witness. He wasn't the actual medical examiner who worked for the medical examiner's office there. He was an expert witness that was there to testify about the grip that Sebastien had. They had him out of order because
Yes,
of
sir.
scheduling.
Please do.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
John C. Riley's back up.
You've done 2,500 autopsies approximately?
More than that, yes.
At least 2,500.
Yes.
15 years, 5 in Philadelphia, 5, roughly 4 or 5 here, 5 in Broward, a year in Miami, right?
Yes.
All right. So have you done cases where a police officer has killed a decedent?
Yes.
All right. And when you do those, is that also, whether it's justified or not justified, do you still term that a homicide?
Our determinations of manner, we have to pick from 5, and it's for statistical purposes and statistic purposes only. And it basically just, our definition of homicide is death at the hand of another.
All right. So if a police officer shoots someone, pulls a gun on them, shoots first, doesn't shoot at all, just points a gun, and the officer shoots that guy or a woman and kills them, whether it's justified or not, you would still consider that a homicide.
That's correct.
And same thing in this case. You don't have any clue what happened, do you? In terms of the actual moment that this man, the decedent, got shot, do you?
Other than the information that was gathered from circumstances, no.
Okay, and some of the things you use is investigator Julio Languasco to help you out, right?
He was the investigator who went to the scene, yes.
All right, and he determined that rigor mortis was very light in this case, right?
I believe that's what his report says.
Okay, and very light meaning it was starting to set in, and right?
Yes.
But you could still move the fingers?
I believe that's what he, if you interpret that to be that, yes.
Well, you interpret it that way, don't you?
Based upon his description, it wasn't set, so it's not fixed rigor mortis.
Okay, it was just starting to.
Yes.
And you saw the photographs he took for you, didn't you? The scene photographs where he was able to manipulate the fingers?
To show the palms, yes.
All right, if somebody wanted to take a gun out of the decedent's hand before the police arrived, it wouldn't be that hard to do, would it, sir?
I don't believe it would.
You don't have to break the fingers. It's not frozen in there. It's light rigor mortis, right?
That's correct.
You didn't see any soda cans in the car, did you? The
I
investigator took pictures, and you didn't see any, did you?
From the photographs I reviewed, I did not see them, no. I didn't see anything.
Okay, and you didn't see. Well, I don't remember what your words were. You said it could be a soda can. What else did you say? It could be a lighter?
Lighter, cell phone, I don't know.
Any lighters in the car?
From the limited photographs that I have, no, I did not.
Okay, and the cell phone, did you see any cell phones?
From the photographs, no, I did not. From the photographs I've seen.
What? You're aware that the decedent had 2 keys in his pocket, right? Upon removal by your investigator and the crime scene personnel?
I'd have to refer to see if that was in the report.
You want to look? It's in his right front pocket.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is the medical examiner. The one from yesterday was an expert witness. He wasn't the Palm Beach medical examiner. I knew they were going to pounce on that rigor mortis thing with it being just minutes. That was him saying that on the stand. Even though he was up there for the state, that was one of the things that worked out better for the defense. A lot of the state's witnesses have turned into defense witnesses. Unintentionally, I suppose. Yes, he used those things as examples. But I think the defense attorney's trying to point out that there wasn't nothing else that it could have been. And we heard from the defense expert witness yesterday that was the medical examiner from Harvard and all that, we heard that it couldn't have been the door handle like they were trying to say because of the glass, the shattered glass stuff. Yeah, state didn't do a whole lot of research on any of this. Sarah Hicks, that is a miracle in and of itself.
You may.
Let me show you this, maybe save a little bit of time. State's number 27. I don't know if that would help you. 2 keys that were in Seaton's pocket.
Okay.
Does that help you a little bit?
In terms of, I'm sorry, what's your question?
That your investigator, Mr. Longuasco, found 2 keys in the right pocket of the decedent on removing him from the vehicle.
Yes, he says we took photographs of all personal property and then proceeded to remove the clothing. So, he said, but he was referring to what he was wearing. He doesn't specifically say what he removed from his pockets.
Well, those photographs, do you remember reviewing the photographs before you came out today from Investigator Longuasco, removing 2 keys from the pocket of the decedent?
I reviewed the photographs, but I didn't focus specifically on the property that was removed from the clothing.
Okay. Did anyone from law enforcement ever come to your office and show you a ring video or photographs, not this big probably, but of anything like this in this case?
Upside down.
Pardon me.
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And there's been testimony that this is the decedent standing there, the guy near the white sweatshirt. No one showed you this previous to today, right?
No, I don't remember seeing that.
Okay. You don't know what's in his right front pocket, do you?
I have no idea what that is.
Does law enforcement sometimes confer with you and bring you evidence to say, hey, what do you think of this doc? Does it match this scene? Does it not match this? Do they ever do that?
They may, at times, depending on the case.
But they do, right? It's not unusual that they've done that.
No, it's not.
But no one did it in this case.
No. I recall.
The picture that I just showed you, defense exhibit number 5. Do you agree this is not consistent with having those 2 car keys in his pocket, the decedent?
Sustained.
I can see there's something in his pocket. I have no idea what is in his pocket from that photograph.
Nobody asked you to recreate it, right?
No, that's outside the scope of what I do.
He's wanting to go through this
Well,
to show
if
that
you
it looked
were
like there was a
told,
gun in the pocket.
hypothetically, that he may have had a firearm that night, pointing it out the window at 2 people, the decedent. Would that be possible evidence for you to consider if his hand possibly had a firearm upon his death, before his death?
I don't know how that's relevant to my determination of cause and manner of death.
Don't you determine, your investigator goes out there and asks, hey, what happened? Please tell them what they found, right?
Correct.
But don't you determine the circumstances also, as well as the manner of death?
No, we record the circumstances as were given to them by the investigating officers, but we, in the determined cause and manner of death, whether he had a gun or not is not relevant.
Of how he died, right?
And for me determining cause and manner of death, it's not relevant.
You asked a question by the prosecutor a few minutes ago, and he asked you that it was consistent with many other objects. Wouldn't you want to know what object was really in his hand before you can answer that question, if anything?
As I said, it could be any object or no object at all.
Okay, but if you were told by the police that this man had a gun in his hand, I know you weren't, but if you were, would you consider that, or you wouldn't even pay attention to it?
As I said earlier, it's possible.
Okay. Well, what if they told you that?
then it would be the gun. I would presume it's the gun, but again, that's not relevant to my determination of cause of manner of death.
You can't say it's a gun unless you see a gun in this man's hand, right?
That's the only time I would say there was a gun in his hand.
You disagree it's consistent the decedent's right hand with holding a firearm. You disagree it's consistent with that.
No, as I said it was possible.
My question is it consistent with holding a firearm prior to his death? That's my question. Not possible, consistent.
It may be.
All right. Well, did you ever use a firearm?
Maybe once or twice in my life.
Did you ever, in a case, ever put a firearm or a fake firearm in your hand and then pull it out and see if your fingers are on the exact same shape as the decedent's hand in this case?
No, I've never done that.
No one asked you to do that?
No one's ever asked me to do that.
You don't have that much experience other than what you read in the literature about firearms?
And the hundreds of homicide cases I've done over the years.
Sure, but I mean personal experience in firing guns and...
No, I don't have personal experience in firing guns.
Now, if somebody's in a fist fight and kicking and lasts for 10 minutes, is that possible that it would build up some lactic acid? Or I think your word was, what was it, RSD or something?
No, I was saying that you use up your energy stores, which is ATP.
All right, I apologize. ATP, is that similar to lactic acid?
Lactic acid is a byproduct of you using up your energy sources.
So if I'm in a fist fight, a severe fist fight for 10, 15 minutes, right before I get shot, and I'm using my fist and my legs, would you consider that a buildup of the, I'm sorry, I don't remember the three letters you said. What was it?
ATP, using it?
Yep.
You could potentially use a decent amount of ATP to do that.
That would possibly bring on rigor mortis quicker than a person who was just sitting in a vehicle doing absolutely nothing.
Agreed, yes.
Okay. And the other extreme you used was a marathon runner. If somebody was running a marathon and they passed away right away, they can go in full rigor mortis right away.
But I mean, they can go rigor mortis quicker than you normally would. I wouldn't say instantaneously, but within minutes, probably you could have significant rigor.
Within minutes.
Yes.
Anyone ever give you any facts in this case law enforcement give you any facts about how long, or even if there was a fist fight from the decedent?
I don't specifically recall. I may refer to the investigative report.
Sure.
See, that's huge for defense. This whole thing has been huge for defense. And I don't think they were expecting that. Yeah, that's one thing about John C. Reilly. I'm sorry, I can't remember his real name. I've been calling him John C. Reilly because he sounds just like him. But he will get them uncomfortable up there on the stand.
You want to see Investigator Linguasco's report?
I have it here.
Okay.
He said, I have it here. Everybody that testifies leaves here mad. Pam, you might be right. It might just be how his voice is.
He mentions a scuffle, but he doesn't say specifically who was in the scuffle.
Okay, so you weren't really given any real details about what may have occurred
Scruffle.
prior to the shooting, right?
Apparently he wasn't given specifics as to, other than the driver of the vehicle and two other acquaintances were visiting a residence.
I want you to read it. I just want to know if you received any if you received any information that there was a fight and how severe it was prior to the decedent getting shot.
No, those details are not here.
Okay. So you don't know?
Other than there was a scuffle, no.
Okay. Scuffle can mean a lot of things, right?
It could. It doesn't indicate who was in the scuffle.
Or how long it
Scruffle.
lasted or how severe it was.
That information was not recorded in his report.
Okay. You went to medical school. That must have been very difficult, right?
It was medical school.
A lot of work,
Yes.
a lot of money,
Cost a lot. Yes.
a lot of sacrifice.
Thank you, Kim.
Yes. Some.
And what I'm getting at is you get paid to be here, right?
Yes.
You get paid by the state.
By the county. Yes.
You make more than most people. I'm not going to ask you how much, but you make more than most people don't in average jobs, don't you?
I would say yes.
Right. And do you do consulting on the side?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
When you talk to the prosecutors before this trial or any trial, do you charge them?
No.
Why'd you charge me $500 to talk to me for an hour?
That's the office policy. I personally did not charge you that. That's the office policy.
Well, before I was allowed to talk to you, I had to stroke you a check for $500, right? For 1 hour of your time.
As is the office policy.
Okay, so why would I have to pay, but they don't? What? How is that fair?
I don't make the rules.
But you're cold and neutral. You're not working for either side, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't know why the defense lawyer, me, had to pay you to talk to you, right?
As per office policy, that's what it is.
Never asked anyone why? How is that fair? That one side has to pay and the other one gets it for free?
No, just sustained. All right, move on.
He's doing all this because they did it to the expert witness yesterday. He's making it a point that both medical examiners who are testifying are both getting paid by
Intermediary
different
target.
channels.
Does that mean that this particular car was an intermediary target before the decedent got struck?
I would say yes.
And when a bullet goes through a car, it breaks up. Like in this case, right? It could break up.
Yes, it can.
In this case, every bullet pretty much broke up that you observed. They're all fragments.
That's correct. They're all
Little
fragments.
tiny pieces, right?
Yes,
And obviously they can do a lot of damage. It's no joke, right?
correct.
All right, so when the fragments are coming in, could you tell if they're bouncing around or if they deflect and they go different directions? Is there a way of you telling if they're hitting objects in the car and bouncing off of it?
I can't say specifically, no.
It can go anywhere, right?
Yes, I can only describe wound paths as they go through the decedent's body based upon my observations with the body in its own position.
Is there anything inconsistent with the man standing 5, 10, 15 feet near the car in a standing position, shooting into the car? Is there anything inconsistent with the wounds that you found on the decedent with that?
I can't tell range from those wounds because A, there's an intermediary target.
Okay.
So they wouldn't be inconsistent, no.
All right, because every shot or every piece of bullet fragment came from right to left, right?
Correct.
Obviously, the person who was shooting was standing on the right side.
That's correct.
How could somebody's buttocks get shot in a chair? Is it because their buttocks is exposed in that part?
I can't tell you where the person was or in space. I can tell you if they were squirming, turning to the left, to the right, while the bullets were coming in. I mean, my observations are as the body is laying flat on the table. So,
Sure. But I'm asking, like in this case, if somebody's sitting up in the anatomical sitting position when they're being shot at, have you seen that before or heard about that in cases? Sometimes people sit up, they don't duck.
yeah, well, yes,
And if somebody sees a bullet or a gun coming at them, sometimes people duck, right?
they may, yes.
All right. So would this decedent's right buttocks, where the bullet entrance wound went in that we saw in the picture, be exposed?
If they were sitting straight up in the chair,
Yes, sir.
not particularly, but again, as I said, it went through intermediate targets. I don't know how it deflected. It could have gone through the door and then deflected into the buttock from the seat, or the body positioning of the person. I don't know. Even though he was seatbelted, he could have been turned slightly to the right.
Okay.
I don't know.
And you don't know if he was seatbelted either, do you?
I believe in investigator Langwatzko's report, he was seatbelted.
Okay.
before he was removed from the car.
And this man had a gun pointed with his right, hypothetically. Would that possibly account for the wound on his shoulder and all the stippling on his hands? His hand was straight out while the shots were coming in?
Straight out through what? The open
Windshield,
door
straight
or
ahead.
the windshield?
Windshield, straight ahead. He's pointing the gun, hypothetically, straight forward.
You mean the side glass?
Nope, the windshield.
The windshield itself.
I mean, he's the front passenger. I'm asking if his hand's straight up. Wouldn't that be consistent with then getting shot in the shoulder area and the stippling that's on the hand? Because his hand's exposed.
I don't recall any defects in the front windshield.
I didn't ask if there was defects. I just said if his hand is straight out, hypothetically, his hand is straight through the windshield. We know the shots came from right to left. We just talked about that.
Correct.
If his hand is up, would that likely cause more of those marks we saw that you said stippling on the outside of his palm?
Likely.
Okay. His hand was, if he was ducking on the ground, the stippling on the palm would probably not be there, right?
It may not. I mean, there were defects in the door and the actual side glass. So,
all right. Well, the left hand, assuming that was not holding a gun, had way less stippling marks than the right hand, didn't it?
correct.
And the man also had some wounds up on the shoulder area and the arm area, right? The upper arm.
Yes, correct.
This is important.
Would the wounds on the shoulder and the right arm and the right shoulder be inconsistent with his arm being raised at the moment he's being shot?
No, they wouldn't be inconsistent.
I'm clear there was no whole bullets found, like full-size bullets.
No, everything was a fragment.
And you have no idea what the shooter in this case was seeing. There's no way you could tell us what he was seeing when he started shooting, right?
No clue.
And you have no evidence at all that the shots came directly from behind the decedent, did you? Do you?
I don't recall any defects in the back right passenger or the back windshield. I can't recall those.
You said they're all right to left, the wounds, right?
Yes, and from reviewing the scene photographs, the defects are on the right front passenger door.
No, I'm talking on the body of the decedent. They're all right to left, every single wound, right?
Yes.
So you would agree that, I don't want to turn my back, but let me just do that quickly. You didn't see any straight bullets that came directly into the decedent's back, like my back's turned to you. There's no bullets. Where you're sitting, hypothetically, you didn't see a bullet go straight into this decedent's back, correct?
I mean, there are defects in his back. They're going from right to left, but I don't have.
Oh, that's huge.
So I don't understand your question. You're asking.
You have no evidence whatsoever that the shooter was standing directly behind the decedent at any time when he was shooting at him and shot him.
Yeah, I can't say. I mean, the end of the gun was at some point for those back wounds behind him, but I don't know because in space, everything's moving. I don't believe that he stood there and the car was sitting in one spot while this was going on.
Of course, but you have no evidence that the shooter was directly behind the decedent and kept shooting into his back. The bullets are inconsistent with that, right? Or the fragments.
That's huge. This is so big.
They're coming from the right to left and they're going from back to front. So at some point, the barrel of the gun was at this position.
Okay.
In reference to where the decedent was.
So it would be slightly behind him.
Slightly behind him.
Walking directly behind him. That's what I'm asking you, the way I just turned from you.
No, there's no indication of that. There's no wound path that depicts that.
Okay.
So if I'm a passenger and I'm shooting
match up the,
like this,
fragments
bullets are
to the
coming at
actual
me
holes in the door. Is there?
No.
right to left.
No.
Nobody can do that as far as you know, right?
As far as I know, no.
That's
You guys,
huge.
meaning the medical examiners, you take hair standards, DNA standards, fingernail clippings, right and left hand, right?
Yes,
Why do you do that?
standard protocol.
Well, you take fingernail clippings to see if possibly it may be important to see if someone's DNA is underneath the decedent's fingernails.
It's part of the standard processing of a homicide case.
Is that
Palm
why
Beach
it's
County.
done?
Hmm?
It's not done for fun. I mean, there's got to be a real reason. What's the reason for it? The nail clippings.
Nail clippings, potentially, that's what could be discovered.
Transfer evidence from another human being.
Yes,
You don't decide if it gets tested. You just actually clip it, right? Well, not you, maybe your assistant or you. Somebody clips it, right?
correct.
You're not the one that determines, hey, I want to match this up to see if this guy was in a physical altercation.
No.
That's the law enforcement's job.
Yes, it is.
Did you ever check the decedent's clothes for blood?
Clothes did not come into the office.
It goes directly to the sheriff.
They were collected at the scene.
Okay. You have no role in searching or checking clothes at all.
No, not in this case.
Some cases, the police bring the clothes to you to see if there's stippling on there or the gun is consistent with the damage to the hole in the shirt or pants.
At times, but the majority of cases, clothing is taken by crime scene
So
if there's a scene.
sometimes I bring it back to you for your opinion, right?
If there's a question, yes.
Of course. When the police come to talk to you, there's no bill for them, is there?
No.
I don't want to miss anything. We'll talk about it when they take a break.
Remember seeing on the decedent's right hand, do you remember seeing a mark on his finger? Like an abrasion?
I don't know if I could describe an abrasion on his finger. Let me just refer.
That's CeeLo on the stand. So
I did not describe him.
I'm sorry?
I did not describe him.
I don't want to talk over
Tell me
it.
if there was a wound or abrasion on his hand.
Besides the pseudo stipple that was described, no, I cannot.
Let me show you. It's been entered as defense exhibit number 19. You see any wounds on or any abrasions on the finger on this photograph?
No, I do not.
And I'm talking about the index finger, the one that's pointing out the furthest.
I don't know that I can call it an abrasion. I have no idea.
What do you call that?
I don't really see anything other than a crinkled finger.
Okay. And do you see anything on the palm in this area under the thumb? Do you see any indentations or any marks that mean anything to you?
It potentially looks like lividity,
What's that?
pooling of the blood in that area.
How about a pressure mark? Would you disagree that's possibly a pressure mark from holding something prior to death?
Cause blanching, and lividity fills in the spaces in between. So there wouldn't be lividity if it's a pressure mark.
Possible this is a pressure mark on the palm?
It's an indication of lividity. I can't say anything more than that.
So you agree or disagree that it's possibly a pressure mark?
I wouldn't describe it as a pressure mark. It looks like lividity to me.
Describe that in your report that there was lividity in the palm?
No, I generalize lividity in general areas of the body. However, I don't specifically say each individual area I see lividity and diagram it in a case like this.
Thank you for the gifted membership. Nurse for God, appreciate it. I see a bunch of y'all asking questions. I don't want to talk over anything because we don't want to miss anything. So as soon as they stop, we'll go over it.
The decedent in this case also had tested positive for cannabinoids or THC.
He tested positive for a metabolite of cannabinoids in his urine.
What's that? What's cannabinoids?
Marijuana?
Okay, so you can't tell what effect, if any, it may have had on him.
There was no marijuana present in his blood. This was a metabolite in his urine.
All right, how long does that stay in your urine?
Days.
Tell when the guy last used marijuana?
No, it could be days or weeks.
Maybe hours or sooner?
No, because hours or sooner would present with actual THC and or earlier metabolites in the blood, which was not present.
That had nothing to do with this case.
No, it did not.
You asked a question about a death grip, and you said that you don't use that term, and you only, it's a colloquial, how you say that word?
Colloquial.
Thank you. What's colloquial? What does that mean?
Lay common phrasing.
Right. During your training for a medical examiner, I know you were never in a war, right? I mean, you never did autopsies on soldiers, did you?
I have not, no.
You ever read any articles on that or literature about soldiers maybe holding a firearm or have what's called a death grip upon their death while they're on the battlefield?
I specifically have not, no.
Do you know where the term death grip comes from?
No, as I said.
Okay.
I mean, they ain't gonna be friends going to get coffee after this. He's so with the bullets at coming right to left.
Use the term death grip. Do you have another term for it?
Hold on.
For what?
Well, a colloquial term, death grip. Do you have another word that you use?
I would just be descriptive of the rigor mortis I see.
All right. So you've never testified in a case about a possible person holding a weapon before their death or during their death?
I can't specifically recall an instance of that.
Do you have any way from your autopsy and your experience, do you have any way of showing the position the decedent was in when he was shot? Do you actually know?
No.
And you have no way of. How about suicides? You must get tons of suicides in Palm Beach County.
Yes, there are quite a few.
You ever get them where the decedent has a gun in their hand? Or by the time they come to you, it's taken out by law enforcement probably, right?
Correct.
Well, the scene photos from your investigators, do you ever see photographs of the decedents holding guns?
At times, yes.
All right. And when the guns are removed by the law enforcement, I know you're generally not there, right?
That's correct.
Does your investigators ever take pictures of the decedent's hand after the gun is removed?
Yes, they do.
And do you sometimes see people in rigor mortis and see them holding the fingers remain on the hand remains in the same position as it looks like it was before the gun was removed?
I can't specifically call a specific instance, but I'm certain that I've seen the hand before and after the gun was removed.
Usually not an issue in a suicide because it's not usually being challenged in court, right?
At times they want to see other things on the hand to see whether or not they shot the gun.
Okay.
So that's the reason for the photographs.
What other
Usually.
things in the hand? What do you mean?
With the revolver, any kind of cylinder gap or backsplash or anything like that from
Backsplash, what's that?
not backsplash. Spatter.
Okay. How would that show if someone had a gun in their hand?
There'd be void points where the gun was sitting, and then around it would be the spatter.
Okay, in the outside of the palm of the hand?
Or palm or on the back of the hand, or in the cupping portion between the index and thumb.
The shooter in this case, you have no way of knowing if he was acting in self-defense or not, do you, sir?
I do not.
All right, thank you, Judge. I attended the witness.
Any redirect?
Cool.
All right, very briefly.
Use the microphone.
Pay you more money based on your testimony here today?
Noted.
We pay you less money based on your testimony here today.
God, I hope not.
Who does pay your paycheck, I guess?
County of Broward. Sorry, Palm Beach County now.
Okay.
Sorry.
And for that deposition, did you demand $500 from defense lawyers for being there?
I did not know.
Who did?
The office.
Did you make that policy?
No, I did not.
Now, in terms of the pictures, the deceased right hand, the stippling or pseudo stippling that you saw, or stippling on his right hand, talked a lot about what would be consistent, what wouldn't be consistent. Would that stippling on his hand also be consistent with, as bullets are flying in through a window, him putting his hand up to shield himself?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right. Doctor, thank you very much. Watch your step getting down. Stay safe. All right, you have another CSI, right? How long do you anticipate on direct examination? Okay, good. Let's do it.
Okay, so here's the thing. This whole time we've been hearing
Folks,
that he
while
was.
that witness is being made available, you want to take a restroom break before he or she gets on the stand? All right, then yes? Oh, I see yes. Okay. Then let's take a 10-minute restroom break. Be back in at 4:45, and then I'll fill you in on what we're doing tomorrow, okay? 4:45.
Okay, so this whole time we've been hearing
Yes,
that
please.
they were shot. That they were shot in the back as they were fleeing. So the reason why this is important, and the reason why they were kind of focusing on all of this, is that they were saying that everything went from right to left. So if I'm in the passenger seat of a car, which is where Sebastien was, if I'm in the passenger seat of a car, the car was facing toward Travis's house. So when they got in the car to take off, they weren't driving away. Because of the way that the car was facing, they were having to drive past where he was. So if he's got the stuff is going, like if the wounds are going from right to left and everything, when he's talking about him hanging out the window, if it's consistent with him hanging out the window with a gun, that's him hanging out the window, pointing a gun at Travis as they drive away, is a lot different than them driving away as Travis is chasing them down the road. So that's, I think, why they're making such a big deal about this, because he wanted to make sure that the jury heard that yes, there were wounds in the back, but it wasn't from the back. Everything's going right to left. So if I'm running away to my car, go over there after midnight for a cuddle puddle, it didn't go how I wanted, and I'm wanting to get out of Dodge, and I have, I'm being attacked from behind, that's going to be shots from behind, from back to front, not from right to left. So the fact that the bullets are, the entrance and exit wounds are showing right to left, and they're talking about the, stippling and stuff on his arm, all of this is what he was saying is consistent with him hanging his arm out the window as they're driving by Travis, not Travis chasing them down and shooting them from behind. Does that make sense? Okay, yes, cuddle puddle. Cuddle puddle, talk, whatever they said. So I think that's why we're all saying that this is huge. If the medical examiner had gotten up here and said, everything is from, the back to the front and all of that, then that's consistent with him chasing them as they're trying to leave. If the fact that the car was parked towards the house, they had to drive by the house or by him or back towards him, even if they did, U-turn right there, they're still going to have to come toward him. The fact that everything is right to left, and that's the position he was sitting in. Plus, all of the stuff that they're saying about the rigor mortis, that's one of the things that they were saying yesterday, that, that takes so long to set in. But he just testified that if you've used all of your energy for something else, then it can set in within minutes. They just had their big old scruffle out there. What the neighbor said, piles of people out there fighting. He just used a lot of energy for this, a lot. So that's the same, I won't say the same as running a marathon, but it's the same general concept as if, like he said, if he had run a marathon. So if he used up all his extra energy, jumping Travis and his brother and going through all the fighting and stuff, that's how the rigor mortis can set in quicker within minutes. And that's how his hand could have been set in that position. Does that make sense? This is something that we have been fussing about in this chat for the entire time. Okay, scruffle. So for those of y'all who've just joined us, when Dominique was on the stand, she called it a scruffle. So that's what we've been calling it now. I don't know how they couldn't, especially with her, because it's on the ring camera of her whooping up on him. Yes, that was Sebastian's hand. I think that even if that's not the way, you see it, or the way that they're wanting it to, if that's not the story that they're wanting to paint, that to me would give more reasonable doubt than you could possibly convict on. Yes, they'll be able to remove the gun.
Well, you got to wait for the juries here. Yep.
That's one thing that has been frustrating everybody. If there was definitely instigation on that end. He went back in. He had the gun inside. I think they said that he had brought it up toward the front of the house, but he didn't have it out there with him. And he went back in the house to get it. I think they were still, during that time, still beating up on his brother. Yes, we stream every day. And actually, in the evenings too, we do throwback trials in the evenings on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We call it Night Court. And we have a lot of fun with those. Right now we're doing Jodi Arias. And so we'll be on tonight at 8:45, 7:45 Central doing that. Our Night Court is a lot of fun. So we do the live trials during the day and the throwbacks in the evenings on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
And as I told everybody else, you weren't back at that point. if you're going to want to have lunch tomorrow, make sure you bring a bag lunch or something like that, because the first thing I'm going to have the jury do when they come in is order lunch. When the lunch gets here, we'll take a half an hour break, and that's when we'll all eat, including the jury, and then we get right back to work. All right? Speaking of updates, have you heard anything more on our other trial?
That's the email I received that I relayed, which was generally that council wanted that status check tomorrow morning.
But nothing more than that? Okay. Well, that status check, that's a good time to bring that up. That can be in front of me, but my entire morning docket is going to be in front of Judge Rowe, but then have Mr. Feingold come down and join you here for a quick status check.
He was requesting Zoom, you might recall, Judge. I guess he could also appear via telephone if that's not convenient. I'll ask him.
Yeah, would you please? And then, and I don't know, maybe it's something that you two can discuss, because Steph will be down there, pointing the wrong way. Steph will be down there in Judge Rowe's courtroom anyway, so maybe that's something you all can work out down there. I don't know.
Cover their hearing.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Are we ready? Okay, let's bring them in.
Yeah, Judge has been ready to wrap this up. This is not his most fun that he's ever had. Yeah, Judge looks like Terry Bradshaw. Yeah, we've had so many that sound like other people in here, and so we start calling them by their nicknames. No, he can make breaks shorter and he can start earlier, but he can't rush anything.
All right,
Or else they
everyone,
could do-
take your seats. Thank you for your punctuality, ladies and gentlemen. What was it you wanted to do before this witness comes in? You want to do something else in front of the jury?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Sorry, thanks for the reminder.
Sure.
There was a diagram that had several pages. It was referenced to throughout the testimony.
Diagram of a car, right?
Diagram of the car.
Okay.
Relating to the Cadillac. It was placed into evidence at the time as 13. However, there was already a set of photographs that are already states 13. So this is being renumbered 14. So this is just the reference to the diagram.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So that's being renumbered to States Exhibit 14. Got it. Okay. And the next witness is?
State calls CSM Brandt.
All right. And she's on her way up.
Bronson, I'm sorry. Whew. Long day.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth?
So it's going to be another CSI one.
All right, CSI Brunson, will you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Sure. My first name is Danielle. That's Danielle. My last name is Bronson. That's Bronson.
Okay, that answers that question. Bronson, not Brunson. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay, you may inquire, Miss Edwards.
Thank you. Ms. Bronson, what do you do for a living?
Yes.
I am a crime scene manager.
And how is that different from other crime scene investigators that the jury might see?
I manage a group of crime scene investigators. I also still do some of the crime scene work. However, I'm more at an administrative position.
So you're supervising, but you also assist.
Correct.
I want to take you back to April of 2021. How long had you been with the department up until that point?
Up until that point, I was there for about 16, going in my 17th year.
And all of that time as crime scene or doing crime scene work?
Yes.
When there is a scene like this, one that involves several different places, what is the general thing that happens? One person goes to all places, or how do you divide that supervisory role so that everybody gets to where they need to be?
Well, it generally depends on how many investigators are working at that time. At that time, I believe we only had 2 investigators working and myself. So myself and CSI Brandt went to one of the crime scenes where the decedent was located. And then once I realized that there was another scene to go to, I then asked another CSI, that would be CSI Ali, to go to that particular scene.
All right. Did there come a point that you assisted CSI Brandt with demarcating or doing a diagram of the Cadillac in this case that was at the original place where you went?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a part and parcel of the search of that vehicle?
Yes, it was.
And what exactly were you doing the diagram for? What was the purpose?
Just another set of notes. It was already like a computer generated picture of a vehicle that matched best to the Cadillac vehicle. It had 4 doors. It was just an easier way of doing notes rather than literally handwriting everything.
And so as the jury goes through states 14, can you tell us what they will see? And if I could approach the witness.
You may.
Start at 8 tomorrow, 8 Eastern.
Thank you.
I won't have you describe it up there. I'll do that so that the jury can see each item. But just generally, what defects are you marking down on the vehicle?
Pretty much CSI Brandt is the one searching the vehicle. I'm on the outside assisting her with the written documentation so that we're not cross-contaminating. Also, there were numerous defects within this vehicle, so it was just a more efficient way of doing it. She would tell me where the defect was located, and then I would note it on this particular diagram. It's of the driver's side, the passenger side, both exterior and interior. And then again, that was noted on the particular diagram or picture. You'll see markings such as D1E. The D refers to defect. Obviously, I give it a particular number. And then if it's E, that means it's exterior. If it's given an I, that means the defect was interior.
Do you also mark on the diagrams whether or not the view of the vehicle and the markings that are there are an exterior and interior separately from those E's and I's?
Yes. Also, the vehicle description is also marked on each of the pages, such as the tag, the VIN number, the type of car, as well as if the location of the defect isn't self-explanatory just by looking at the diagram, then there's also a written description on that particular page.
So will we see your handwritten notes as well of where the defects were?
Yes.
May I retrieve the item, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Night court tonight is 8:45, 7:45 Central.
Yeah, you may.
He's wanting to rush it, but he can't rush the witnesses or the questioning. He can make it start earlier and end later and take shorter breaks, but that's about all he can do.
Starting with the first page of the diagrams, could you tell us what area of the vehicle is drawn here and whether or not there were defects on this area, if you recall?
This is the exterior driver's side of the vehicle. I believe there were some within the driver front window in the exterior. I don't think you can see it just because it's a photocopy of the particular diagram, so it's difficult to see. I think there were 4 defects.
You saw the diagram just now. You're able to see them with your natural eye. Is that correct?
I can't see those defects on the window, no, but other than that, I can see the handwriting.
Sorry, let me make sure my question is clear. When you look at the actual page, not here on the screen, can you actually see the little markings on there indicating the defects?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the jury will be able to see that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated that they were on one area of the vehicle exactly.
Correct.
What area?
This area would be the driver front window.
Okay. And do you recall there being 4 defects in the driver's side of that vehicle?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Moving now to page 2. What area of the vehicle are we looking at?
This is a top view of the Cadillac.
And the defect that's demarcated here is where exactly?
I believe it is on the rear windshield on the passenger side.
So for reference purposes, Is this the general area that you're referring to that would have your marking?
Yes, ma'am.
Page 3 of States 14. What area of the vehicle?
This is the exterior passenger side.
Okay, and there are clearly a lot of marks here. Are all of those marks indicative of a defect from a gunshot penetrating this vehicle?
It's a defect. I can't tell you for certain that it was made by a firearm. Through my training and experience, it appears as it is, but again, we just document them as defects. They're a hole in the vehicle.
Okay, let's start with a tire. What tire was this?
That was the passenger front tire.
Okay, and was that deflated?
Yes, it was.
And you indicate that by saying flat here?
Yes, ma'am.
What about the light towards the front passenger side?
There was a defect. It was broken.
And then several defects on the door of the passenger front?
Yes, ma'am.
And then also, of course, the window of the passenger front?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also are indicating several other areas along the side of the wheelbase, is that correct?
Correct.
And then also the frame of the rear of the passenger side door.
Yes, that would be the C pillar. Yes.
Okay. And again, you indicate these are all exterior.
Correct.
Yeah.
Page 4. Is this what you mean by notes? We can see obviously there's more than just the demarcations now and more sentences and words.
Correct.
Okay. And for instance, can you tell us what area of the vehicle this is such that we can understand generally what the notes mean?
This is the interior of the driver's side.
And I know I asked you whether or not you did anything besides the E and I's to indicate interior and exterior. Is this that general area where you indicate what part of the vehicle this is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were there defects to the interior of the vehicle?
Yes, there were.
And this is on the driver's side?
Yes.
Were there defects on the seat as it appears to be on this diagram?
Yes.
And then several on the interior door?
Correct.
Okay. So wherever we see something demarcated, that's exactly where it was seen and you indicated it here.
Yes, a written explanation is also written there just in case it wasn't, for the interior of the vehicle, it's very hard to tell where exactly the defect is. So that's why each has their written description of where it's located.
Okay. So let me select one for identification. D36I, I indicating the interior here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And within rubber stole, what does that mean?
Seal.
Oh, it's seal. Okay, rubber seal of compartment door around driver. What does that mean, door?
Around the driver door, the seal, the rubber seal that you see there on the compartment, it's probably easier to look if you see it in the photograph.
So is that just sort of the cushion between metal in the door frame itself?
Yeah, that rubber. Yes.
Okay. All right. And those are sort of your handwritten notes about the areas, and they will be fairly self-explanatory for the rest of them, right?
Correct.
All right, page 5. What area of the vehicle is this one?
We are still on the interior driver's side.
Okay, and are there still defects to be noted?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, your notes?
Yes, this time it was difficult to put it on the actual vehicle diagram. So again, they were more written in this particular instance.
Did you note any defects to the windshield of the vehicle?
I would have to refer to the diagrams, but I believe so.
Okay, if you could go ahead and actually, can I refresh your recollection with CSI Brandt's report? I think that might assist you.
Yes,
Witness Judge?
he will.
Mhm.
He is also on the witness list, and so is their mama. Travis's brother and Travis's mom are both on the witness list.
Doesn't appear to, no.
Okay. So none of these demarcations are indicating the front windshield. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So these are all other interiors of the vehicle then in this particular page, which I believe was 4 or 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moving now to the last page. Sort of similar question. Where in the vehicle are we looking at?
This is the interior passenger side.
Okay. And again, are there defects? And if so, where?
Again, I'd have to read exactly what the location is. It looks like they're the ones that are labeled on the vehicle are in the passenger rear compartment. And then again, numerous other ones with an actual explanation of where it's located.
Okay. And again, aside from the single defect that you noted to the back windshield, no other windshield, not the front or the back, besides that one in the back.
Again, not that I recall, but I would have to look at the diagrams.
Please feel free to look at the notes.
Yes, I am Southern, and I say Southern words. 8:45 tonight Eastern time.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So that no ma'am is a response to what exactly?
No other defect other than that one that was located in the rear windshield and none in the front windshield.
Okay. So none in the front, just one in the rear.
Correct.
All right. Thank you so much. I will tender the witness, Judge.
All right, very well. Any cross?
They didn't test their hands. They didn't test
Okay.
their hands for GSR.
How you doing?
Good, sir. How you doing?
Okay, so was there any blood on the outside of this vehicle?
I don't recall.
Anything in your notes will help you refresh your memory?
In my notes, no. In my report, no.
Were you there when CSI Brand was checking for blood on the outside of the vehicle?
I was there when she searched the vehicle and we saw it on scene. I know there was blood inside of the vehicle. I don't recall if there was blood on the outside.
How about the diagram on states number 14? Do you have it on there if there was blood on the outside?
I think that was mostly for the defects and if we've recovered any metal fragments or whatnot. I could look at them if you'd like me to. I don't recall.
All right, well, how about your notes? You have a lot of notes beside the diagram also, don't you?
I do. I don't have the notes in front of me, though. I do not.
Yeah, the neighbor said that it sounded like there were a couple shots before Travis started shooting, but the defense has not said that. That was just from neighbor's testimony.
So you did this diagram, right? Would it possibly be on here if there was blood-like substance on the outside?
There might be. I can check, but that was again mostly for the defects. The duct.
Would that refresh your memory possibly?
That's not in there.
It wouldn't be there?
It's not in there, no, because I, if I may, I did the notes. However, the description of the vehicle and everything inside or outside is going to be in CSI Brand's report.
Okay. So
Okay.
she's the one we should ask if there was blood on the outside of the car.
Yes, unless you want me to check my notes, but yeah, it would be in her report if there were or weren't. Okay.
Thanks. So you didn't collect any blood. You would just there take notes for defects, is what you were saying.
Yes, I was helping her with a description of the vehicle.
Okay. What do you remember the VIN, the VIN number was partially obscured on this Cadillac?
I do on the front windshield, yes.
What was obscuring it? Do you know?
Some type of piece of paper. I'm not 100% sure what type.
How it got there?
I do not.
Were you able to remove it or you just left it there?
I didn't remove it, no.
You noted that in your notes?
That it was obscured in the notes? Yes.
Okay.
We said that earlier, Cliff Clavin, and he also sounds like
Remember
John
there
C.
was,
Riley.
You remember any blood in the back seat of the car?
I don't recall, sir.
You have notes that there was blood-like substance on the passenger front headrest, driver's front headrest. There was a defect. Blood-like substance on the driver's seat bottom and back of headrest. Remember that?
As you're reading it to me, yes.
All right. And I'll show you notes. I don't see anything in here about blood on the passenger seat. Would you like to see the notes?
No, I believe you. If it wasn't documented, then I believe there was not blood back there.
You have also, there was a bottle of H2O in the middle of the rear seats.
Yes, sir. As you're reading it to me. Again, I don't have a copy of my notes in front of me, so.
I'll show it to you.
Yeah, I trust you.
And you do hundreds of cases, so it's hard to remember every detail, right?
Well, again, yes, and since I was assisting Brant, all that information, all that detail is going to be in her report, not in mine.
You remember a cell phone in the door pocket?
I remember there was a cell phone in the door pocket.
You don't have any knowledge that there's any blood on there or ballistic pieces of metal from a gunshot, do you?
I know it had some type of impact mark, but other than that, I do not.
You didn't see any hair or skin or fiber possibly?
Not that I recall, no.
You can hear the judge sigh. He's so over it. He wants to go home.
When you were at the scene over in West Palm, you said you went there, 40th and Broadway.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree the weather was pretty cool that night?
Yes.
Breezy?
If I recall, I'm not sure. I have to check the notes exactly what I documented it as.
All right, we'll stick with cool. You agree with that?
Sure.
And when you were at, I know you're the manager, but was CSI Brand basically in charge of the first scene, or were you supervisor?
Both. I was acting as her assistant if she needed me in a supervisory capacity. And that means if I needed to liaison between the detectives or the other personnel on scene, ask them a question, get her some information. That was my job, in addition to assisting her with written documentation.
Y'all never checked, well, meaning crime scene or any of the police officers, checked the roofs of the buildings, adjacent buildings to this parking lot, did you?
Myself and CSI Brant did not. If Road Patrol did, I'm not sure. You'd have to ask them.
You don't have any knowledge of that, do you?
I do not.
Remember the fenced-in areas that were connected to the building of the auto shop?
Yes, sir.
Remember a food truck behind the fence on one of the areas? If I'm facing the building, to my left would be a fenced area and a food truck.
I do recall, yes.
Were you go behind that fence and look for any type of evidentiary value evidence?
I did not.
You don't know if there was a gun thrown back there or?
I do not. None of that information was brought to my attention. Again, still free-flowing. Information is always coming forward, but that was not information that was relayed to me.
The other fenced-in area, did anyone search that to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
You guys have drones that can go on roofs, so no one has to climb. You can actually get a drone to check if anything of evidentiary value may have been thrown on a roof, right?
The crime scene unit doesn't, but the sheriff's office does. Again, that's not my call to make.
Nobody gave you guys information about the first responding officer saying you saw two silhouettes back in the area by the fence area and they were not trying to stop them?
I didn't have that knowledge, no.
If you did, would you possibly have looked back in that area?
Possibly.
You find out later on in the day that there was a gun found about 100 feet from the actual shooting scene behind somebody's backyard?
I don't recall. I never did respond to the initial scene where the firearms evidence or the casings were located.
You never went there?
I never went there, no.
Is it customary in your business? Obviously, you want to get everything while the crime scene tapes up, right?
Correct.
If you don't, things could possibly disappear.
Correct. And it can be extended if need be while even on scene. And we can hold a scene if we need to as well.
Days if you need to, right?
If we need to, yes.
Would you also go back a day or two later and say, like a detective calls you and say, you know what, I really missed this. I need you to go back and check something out. Could you then go back to, let's say, 40th and Broadway and take a look around to see if you missed something?
We can, yes, as long as there's no type of like expectation of privacy or you have to get a search warrant or something. Yeah, yes, we can.
Right. If you have to get a search warrant, the police officers can apply for one, right?
Correct.
No one asked you to do that in this case, right?
No, they did not.
No. After you left that scene on 40th and Broadway, to this day, Detective Annalyn or any of her supervisors never asked you to go back and look for anything.
They did not.
And no one asked anybody in your department, crime scene, to go look the path of travel where this car went to see if anything may have been thrown out of evidentiary value out of the car.
No, sir.
If they did, you could have done that, right? If somebody asked you to do that.
Correct.
You also have a dive team if somebody throws something in water.
Yes, sir.
You guys do that on a routine basis. You send divers in, right, to check for weapons that may have been thrown in water.
It can happen again. That's not my call. That would be the Detective Bureau.
He's just again pointing out the lack of investigation and that there could have been other firearms from the guys.
The decedent in the black Cadillac on 40th and Broadway, you obviously had an opportunity to view him, right?
Correct.
Would you agree that the decedent's hand was consistent, or he may have had a gun in it prior to his death based on his right hand's position?
I mean, he may have been holding something, who knows what. I know that first responders did respond and they did put those emergency patches, or they're called leads, on him. So again, I don't know what his actual position was, prior to or after they moved him or put those leads on him.
My question to you, would you agree that the decedent's hand may have had a gun in it prior to his death based on the way his hand was positioned?
I agree, may have had.
I'm going to allow it.
I agree, may have had something in it. It could have been a gun. It could have been a phone. It could have been something else in his hand. I'm not sure.
You may.
Thank you, sir.
Remember giving a deposition back on September 29th, 2021 in this case?
I do.
I gave you a copy of it.
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to read it before today?
I have not.
All right, if you can direct your attention to page 13, read the whole page and even page 14. If you could read 13 and 14 to yourself, please.
13 and 14?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, page 14, I'm sorry.
14? Okay.
Not sure. I may be mistaken. It's getting late.
Yep.
Right, directed to the. Did you say anything about the question about the gun in that page?
Yes, it said, let's see.
On page 13 or 14?
On page 14, you asked me something, maybe something known as the death grip. I think that's what you were asking me. Also on page 13, you asked me if I had seen somebody's hand frozen who shot themselves. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I don't have a copy of yours. That's the only one I have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Would you like me just to read it? Is that easier for you? Or what? It's
Why don't you get it back?
okay.
Let's do it
Sure.
properly.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Nope, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually telling you the right page. I had the wrong one. Did you read 13 as well?
Briefly.
All right. So you remember telling me back when you gave the deposition that you've seen people's hands in similar positions like that?
I have, yes. You were asking about suicides.
And I said, looking at the photographs of the decedent, does his hand, I know you're not a medical examiner, but does his hand look like he was possibly in a position of holding a weapon prior to his death? And you said, possibly. I mean, possibly. Remember saying that?
Possibly, yes.
All right. Is it consistent with some of the suicides you've seen before, the way his hand looks? The decedent in this case? Yeah, I've seen that. A hand similar to that on suicide cases? Yes. Remember making those statements?
Yes.
So you agree it was consistent, right?
Well, I didn't write that it was consistent. I documented the position of the hand as I viewed it. Could it have been holding something like a gun? It possibly could have. Could it have been holding something else? Possibly as well.
Do you see anything evidence in the car that you examined?
I did not.
Him holding something that was consistent to make his fingers that way?
I didn't see him holding anything. I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Found anything in the car consistent with him possibly holding prior to his death that would have possibly made his hand that way, if you know?
No, there was no firearm located in the vehicle.
Anything else in the car that could have done that, in your opinion?
Again, maybe a phone, maybe there was, I don't exactly remember everything that was found in the car. Again, I'd have to refer to either my notes or CSI Brandt's report.
The lead detective never brought this to your attention, these type of questions, to ask you your opinion, did she?
No.
He's on the witness list.
All right, any redirect? Okay.
Yeah, she's been
I'm trying to understand
Clear.
Some of the questions you were asked on cross. You answered in the negative. Did you actually go into the interior of the vehicle on the day that you went to the scene on 4/7, sorry, April 7th of 2021? Did you enter the vehicle?
We just briefly looked at the the passenger front compartment once the decedent was moved. We did have consent to enter the vehicle on that day. Some of the items, for instance, like metal fragments were removed because we were afraid to lose them. Other than that, it was sealed up on scene and then searched at that later time.
And was your role at that time assisting, or were you looking for things like blood-like substances and other things?
I was just assisting. If I saw blood on the outside, I would have documented it. But again, I was just there as her assist in documenting the vehicle.
So then
as I saw it.
Brandt would be the appropriate person to talk about with specific items on or inside that vehicle.
Yes. Again, I assisted her with documenting it. All that information is going to be in her report.
How is that separate and apart from the diagram and documenting the defects? Was that done a different day?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were documenting the diagram, what was going on there? What was your role?
I misspoke. It actually was the same day, but later that evening. The crime scene was very early in the morning, and we started the vehicle around 10 o'clock at night. Again, my role was to assist her. I was outside of the vehicle as she was inside of it, telling me where the defects were located, and that's how I documented them on those diagrams that you saw.
And so if she saw blood on the rear passenger seat or anywhere else, you wouldn't be able to say, or you would?
I don't recall offhand. Again, I'm just writing what she's detailing me because we couldn't be in the car at the same time. That wasn't the roles that we were playing. I was there to assist her. If she needed me to look at something, I did, but I can't recall just off the top of my head right now.
And your role, just to be clear, was documenting defects.
Sustained.
Was it anything else?
Sustained.
Judge, I can't ask if she did anything else.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. Was it? I thought you said, was it anything else?
No, Judge. I was just.
My mistake. I'm so sorry. You may ask that question.
I was documenting, yes, the defects, and if she observed anything else inside the vehicle, those were part of my notes of the interior of the vehicle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, CS Manager Bronson. You watch your step getting down. Stay safe. Ladies and gentlemen, okay. You don't have to stand back up. Just stay close to a microphone.
Was there any physical evidence in that vehicle that suggested that a firearm was in there? Any casings, anything indicating a firearm was inside the vehicle?
No casings were located inside the vehicle. I do know metal fragments were removed from some of the defects. Other than that, that's
And what are fragments?
all I recall.
So we understand.
Part of a projectile, the part of that's expelled from a cartridge casing that comes out of a firearm.
Does that suggest a firearm was inside the vehicle?
It doesn't suggest one was in the vehicle. It suggests that there was a bullet inside the vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Watch your step. Stay safe. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for today. Now, let me fill you in on where we are. We're going to, I'm going to ask you to come back again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Thankfully, Judge Rowe has graciously decided to assist me by taking my morning docket, so we should be able to get started right about 8 o'clock. The first thing you're going to do when you get in at 8 o'clock tomorrow, after you've signed in downstairs, come upstairs. Deputy Lubinsky is going to give you a menu. From that menu, you will select your lunch that the county is paying for. You're not paying for it. Bottom line is, he'll order the lunch that you order. He'll order for you from whomever it is, Jimmy John's, right? And then whenever that lunch gets here, is when we will take our lunch break. You'll go back there and eat your lunch in the jury room. We will eat our bag lunches out here or elsewhere. As soon as you all are finished, we're going to take about a half an hour for lunch. When you're done with lunch, then we'll start right up again tomorrow, so we don't waste a lot of time walking back and forth and wondering where we're going to eat, that sort of thing. Because I fully expect that the state's case is going to be concluded tomorrow, hopefully by the time we have that lunch. But we will see. No? All right. Well, we'll figure that out later after you all are out of my voice range. All right. I guess that's it. Keep and obey keep in mind and obey the 4 cardinal rules. If you happen to see one of us out there, duck and we'll duck you. Please, please, please keep an open mind. You still haven't heard it all. You've heard a ton, but you haven't heard it all yet. No research and no discussion, even amongst yourselves. Leave your pads, please, and we'll see you tomorrow. Remember to go downstairs first, sign up, then come upstairs and be ready to order your lunch. See you tomorrow. Stay safe.
Wow. So he's giving them Jimmy John's, and they're going to be eating right there. He don't want them going nowhere. He wants them. He's trying to make sure they get finished. I guess, well, the state said that they don't think they're going to be done by lunch tomorrow. So I'm assuming, I don't know who else they have. I have the full witness list, but I don't have the list of what order they're going in and all that. So I'm not sure who else they're planning on calling. Oops. Going back to him, but still no audio.
Is it absolutely necessary that we hear from that officer? Or is it going to be redundant? It is? Oh, it's not. All right, fine. I've heard her name enough to know that, yes, she's probably necessary. Okay. You still haven't even mentioned the lead detective. That's the lead detective, right? At the rate at which we're going, we can't even finish this on Friday, folks. How am I going to be able to continue on with other trials? I know Miss Edwards is on one. That's clearly not going to start before sometime next week. How are we going to finish this trial?
This is a man's life. I don't think that.
I know. I haven't even talked about their witnesses yet. We know we have at least one, but it sounds like 3 or 4. Reiterate things others. Yeah, exactly. That's what I. All right. Okay,
And I will be quick. I'm not gonna get it. I'll get right to it.
good.
The only, out of the witnesses that I named on, the ones that will probably be the Detective Vanderloff is gonna be probably lengthy. Only because she will be detective.
Right.
And, Detective Cunningham, who, people have, phone extraction.
Okay.
So that's just a matter of,
Are there any stipulations that you can reach with respect to extractions and things of that nature?
I think that I would love to.
Okay.
I know that there is a phone, with Sebastian's phone,
Yeah.
that they've had for a while, that Detective Vanderline collected. Obviously, it was found in that pack, in that backpack. And
I didn't hear that. So that's okay. Maybe I wasn't supposed to. Okay.
this issue is that, I think what has already come out is that this was not a thorough investigation.
Right. And that's obviously the crux of the defense here.
Yeah, no crap.
So as relates to phone, particularly as relates to Sebastian's phone, that phone, Your Honor, was given to Detective Cunningham. He had it for a while. He was not able to crack it. Judge, it could take 22, 23 years to crack a phone. You don't know the passcode. Still doesn't know the passcode.
Okay.
And so there was testimony alluding to, not basically being able to get information from some of these phones.
Okay.
And Judge, it's not that we did not try to get information from some of these phones. It's
Right.
that we did, but we weren't able to.
Okay.
And so, I don't even know if we can reach a stipulation on that. Judge.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like you ought to be able to.
Well, that's fine, but there was also the Carol Rudolph's phone that was never examined at all.
Okay.
It was Kyle Robinson's phone that was.
All right. Well, so that's a different issue, though.
And there are Rudolph's phone, Judge, there's a reason why it was not, and Detective Vanderline will
Okay.
testify as to why his phone was not.
All right.
Let me just note, the only thing they want to call Detective Parent is to say they tried to break into his phone. They could not, or download it, whatever. It didn't work.
Well, fairness, not out.
Cunningham, right.
Well, we can stipulate that.
Okay.
That's the only thing I want.
Well, that saves a few minutes.
Judge, we're not agreeing to accept stipulations on this when the witnesses and their department are being attacked about their failure to act professionally and do their jobs. Have them explain what they did. Otherwise, all they have here is the information is provided and no context about anything. So, respectfully, I'm not sure how you accept the stipulation.
All right. Well, tomorrow is day 10 of this trial. I'm going to put everybody on notice, and you all can spread the word. You better start taking a look at the recent 4th DCA opinions concerning jury selection and time restraints put on lawyers for jury selection rather, because I'm going to start doing that. There is no reason we should be only this far along at this point in a trial. We should be further along than this, a lot further along.
I agree with you, and I apologize that we aren't, we removed this mess. Had 3 witnesses out there, CSI Ali was out there, Officer Kalea was out there, and since I knew you were stopping, I just spoke to you back here at 7:45 in the morning.
All right.
But Judge, we have witnesses here,
Well, it's not just the state's fault, okay? I mean, cross-examination has been rather lengthy on several of these witnesses and somewhat redundant, quite frankly, in the questioning. So, there's plenty of responsibility to be shared for this. So I'm not faulting just the state. But the bottom line is all of us should be farther along on this trial than we are. And I've got a lot of trials backed up and another murder trial that's clearly not going to get started on Friday like it was supposed to.
Judge, I'll see what kind of situation that's taking care of. I mean, he collected the NIL, DVR or recording device. And really all we're calling him for is because the issue has been raised about the cameras outside. And as Your Honor knows, because you stand your ground here, Your Honor,
Yeah.
That particular device was on a schedule where it was not recording every single day. So the defendant was testified, as he did. Well, no. No, well, okay, that's the witness on that very issue, claiming that there was a recording that was somehow in it, but the point is touching the evidence.
All right. Okay. Well, look, do what you can. I'm not going to twist anybody's arm with respect to that. But if you can reach stipulations and avoid unnecessary delay as a result of calling witnesses that really don't have to testify and don't have to be subject to cross-examination, then you should do it. All right. See, yes. Off the record. Sure. Well, there is going to be a record actually because there's nobody in recording to turn that thing off. Well, I mean, frankly, the two of you can come back if you want. All right. Let them come up.
I'll bring them up this way.
Or that way, yeah, go with Deputy Lubinsky. Thank you. Yeah. In fact, we're adjourned.
Wow. I'm still listening to see if I can hear anything else before we. Dang, y'all. Okay, that's pretty crazy. So, I don't know. Did y'all hear all that? Or could you not hear that? Sometimes I can't tell with my headphones on what y'all are able to hear and what you're not. Yeah, so that's actually pretty infuriating because this is a man's life at stake, and he's talking about how he's got a schedule to work for. And he says this is day 10. This is it's technically day 5 of the trial, but it's day 10 if you include the jury selection. But that's a little wild. So he's, I'm sure he'll probably hear, because anybody who, with that being streamed, I'm sure that they're going to get some calls about that. So if you couldn't hear, they were talking about who's left, because he was saying that he felt like the sorry, my other screen just popped up. He was saying that the state should be done by lunch tomorrow, and the state was saying, no, we're not going to be done by lunch tomorrow. So they were talking about the witnesses that they still have, and they were saying that they have, they were naming them. I would have to look at, I can't remember the names they were saying, but they were talking about the CSI people they still have, the detectives. Finally, they're talking about the lead detective. So I guess they're going to be bringing the lead detective in to talk. And the lead detective's testimony, they said, is going to be pretty lengthy. They have the detective coming in who did the phone extractions. So I think, they're talking about Sebastian's phone. He's wanting them to be able to come up with stipulations. So stipulations are basically saying, like, okay, let's skip all the time of, 100 different people coming in and saying, I did this buckle swap and I, handed it off to this person and signed. And then you have another person come in, that type of thing. Like, if you can skip some of that and just, if you both agree, this is the evidence, this is what's going on, this is what's happening, let's skip all of the stuff that gets us to there and let's just giddy up and get straight there. But she's saying they can't really agree on stipulations because the defense is basically doing, all of, the whole thing is about a shoddy investigation. So for those of you who said you couldn't hear it, that's basically what it was. The trial is going to start tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. So whatever time zone you're in now. I know we have people from all over the world. It's 5:30 right now in the courtroom, and it's going to start at 8 o'clock in the morning. So we'll start this about 10-15 minutes beforehand. The witness list is found. It's on, you can pull it. Court documents are all public. So if you go to the Palm Beach clerk website, you can pull it there. And it's pretty lengthy. There's one list, but then they also have some supplemental witnesses that were added in. So that's that. Everybody is mad because the judge is trying to rush all of this, and there's a man's life on the line, and he's worried about his schedule. Let's see. I have to go in just a second because I have to get to the post office. So I'll take a couple of the little things I'm seeing now. Yeah, Travis is definitely entitled to defense. And I'm actually kind of shocked to hear him talk about that, telling them like, that he's worried about his schedule. And he's saying, if we can basically skip over anybody who's, redundant or whatever, it's a little interesting. Let's see. I did not see one of her suing Dom. I haven't seen that one yet. I saw the one of her doing the civil suit against Travis's mom and brother. I saw Keyshawn on it, and I saw Keyshawn's mom because it was her car. I did not see Dominique on it. Yeah, I know some of y'all could only hear the judge. So I had some of y'all that have headphones in and stuff could hear. So I tried to relay what they were saying. Y'all, I have to get going. I appreciate y'all so much coming in and hanging out with us. We're going to be back tomorrow. Sebastian's mom is, she has a civil suit that's filed. I pulled the court papers on them. We went over it and streamed the other day. We can talk about it tomorrow morning before we get started too, but I'll pull it back up and we can talk about it. But she's got a civil suit filed against Travis's mom, Travis's brother, Keyshawn, and Keyshawn's mama, because it was her car. So there is a civil suit. And I've got all the papers saved, so we can talk about that in the morning too. We're going to start about 15 minutes before they start court, so we can go over all that stuff. Also, I will pull the witness list when I get some time tonight, and we can see who all's left, so we can see who else to expect. So we'll go over all this in the morning. But you can. It's a little shocking. I can't believe that all that happened, honestly. Yeah, she doesn't have much of a case. I agree. All right, y'all, I got to get going. We have night court tonight. So if y'all want to join us, night court is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We have a blast. We do like throwback trials. Right now we're doing Jodi Arias, and we start at 8:45, 7:45 Central, and we have a blast on that one. So I have to get to the post office right now, and then I've got some stuff I got to get done before we start that one, and then I'll pull all those papers so we can go over it tomorrow morning. Turn on your notifications. Y'all can get the notification when we go live tomorrow. And if y'all have any questions that you want me to answer tomorrow, anything that's about any of this or any of the papers you want me to pull or anything you want me to ask me from the questions, you can email me. I can try to get some of that stuff together for tomorrow too. And that's how we'll spend our 15 minutes before trial starts. So I appreciate y'all so much. And I will see y'all at 8:45, 7:45 Central tonight. If you can't make it to night court, then I will see y'all in the morning. Bye.